Chapter 1107. The dragon's cry was endless, growing louder and louder. Although it was formless and traceless, Li Qingshan seemed to see a golden dragon rampaging through the sea of thunder, interrupting the majestic laws of the heavens. In that instant there was an illusion of tranquility. Li Qingshan could not help but hold his breath. He had once seen the situation when the king of Mirage Sea ascended. The heavenly tribulation of ascension was not just this, or in other words, the true heavenly tribulation of ascension had just begun. At the center of the ring-shaped tribulation cloud, a white pillar of light descended from the sky, bombarding the golden cicada spirit king. Boom! Li Qingshan narrowed his eyes. Just now he could see clearly that the white pillar of light was the amalgamation of thousands of bolts of lightning, and that boom was the amalgamation of thousands of bolts of lightning. It shook the air violently, shaking the mind. That terrifying power shocked even him. It was as if the heavens had been angered. The golden cicada spirit king, who was curled up like a baby, gradually put his palms together. With a dignified expression, he continued to chant the chant of Devanaga, but only he could hear it. However, that speck of golden light was never extinguished by the lightning. Instead, it went against the light, slowly but firmly ascending. Li Qingshan stood at the edge of the tribulation cloud, gazing at this magnificent spectacle. He thought to himself, "This is what I will soon face. However, it seems like this guy owes me a gift." Just as he was wondering if the golden cicada spirit king had forgotten, or was just bluffing him, he suddenly heard a familiar hum. After the mountain protruding from the earth had been bombarded by the tribulation lightning, a huge crater had appeared in its place. The sound came from the crater and the hum grew louder and louder. Even the thunder could not suppress it. Immediately after, black smoke rose into the sky. That was the gathering of millions of locusts. Like moths to a flame, they pounced toward the blazing white pillar of light. Of course, this was not to help the golden cicada spirit king share the damage of the tribulation. As the swarm of insects swarmed in, the lightning grew brighter and brighter, and the pillar of light grew stronger. This was the test of heaven. No one could avoid it. Relying on external objects was futile. At this time, only one's life-bound item was worth using. If one wanted to use a powerful formation to resist the heavenly tribulation, it would only make the heavenly tribulation stronger, and the power of the heavens was endless. The soaring locust king was taking advantage of this to increase the power of the heavenly tribulation. It was so big that the golden cicada spirit king could not bear it. "He's finally here." Li Qingshan sniggered. He took out a communication pendant in the shape of a magatama. He called out, Little Ann, the food delivery is here. Come here quickly." These bugs were the best fuel for the Samadhi white bone fire. However, he didn't receive any response. He couldn't help but feel a little strange, but he didn't think too much about it. She must be focusing on her cultivation. Although it was a pity, he alone was enough to deal with this situation. Seeing that the power of the heavenly tribulation was getting stronger and stronger, Li Qingshan no longer hesitated. He took a deep breath until his belly bulged out and blew hard. A gust of wind whistled out, twisting and twisting like a 1,000-mile-long snake, sweeping away the swarm of insects. The black swarm of insects was as firm as a boulder. Although they had suffered a head-on attack, they were still doing their best to approach the lightning. "Let me lend you a hand." Gu Yenying flew to Li Qingshan's side and opened her jade folding fan. With a light wave, gusts of strong wind merged into the gust of wind. The power of the gust of wind increased dramatically in an instant. Before the swarm of insects could approach the lightning, they were sucked into the gust of wind and crushed to pieces. Immediately, the soaring locust king's attack was suppressed. "Thanks," Li Qingshan said telepathically. "Where's little Ann?" Gu Yenying asked. "I don't know. He's probably still cultivating. But we're enough." Li Qingshan shrugged. At this moment, the golden cicada spirit king looked over and nodded slightly, as if expressing his gratitude. Li Qingshan waved his hand and decided not to care about the gift anymore. However, the golden cicada spirit king's figure began to change gradually. Its tender skin became stiff and translucent. One could vaguely see that the golden cicada spirit king was no longer in human form. It had turned into a carapace, wriggling under that layer of translucent golden skin. This kind of change did not make people feel strange. Instead, it revealed a sense of holiness, like a gentleman transforming into a leopard, or a phoenix rising from the ashes. "That is, cicada shedding?" Gu Yenying blurted out. She smiled at Li Qingshan beside her and said, "Looks like it's for you." Li Qingshan praised in his heart. The golden cicada spirit king was indeed trustworthy. This golden cicada shedding was obviously a good thing. At this time, the swarm of insects had begun to retreat and return to the underground cave. He suddenly felt a little strange. Things were going too smoothly. Up until now, he had not sensed the soaring Locust King's true form. Could it be that the soaring Locust King has given up on revenge against the golden cicada Spirit King? He immediately rejected this idea. The soaring Locust King was obviously not that broad-minded. Or it's afraid of being involved in the divine catastrophe and being intercepted by me, so it's hiding deep underground to control the swarm of insects. This was very possible. The soaring Locust King is not here. Gu Yenying frowned. How do you know? Li Qingshan asked immediately. Too weak. It shouldn't be this weak. It's like a formation without a core. It looks like it's operating, but it can't even exert half of its power. Gu Yenying lowered her eyebrows and pondered. Maybe he knows he's not a match for me, so he doesn't dare to show up. Li Qingshan said. This was the most reasonable guess. In terms of power alone, I'm afraid only the Banyan Tree King can surpass him in the world. If he's really determined to fight, we might not be able to stop him. Gu Yenying said. Is that so? Li Qingshan was surprised. He had never fought with the soaring Locust King face to face. Yes. In the past, when the Locust Plague swept through Qingzhou, no one could stop it. It wasn't just because of caution. At that time, the soaring Locust King was not so cautious. He once gathered the swarm of insects to fight against the army of Chu. Although it ended in failure, that kind of terrifying power was enough to be recorded in the history books. His main body may not be strong, but once he gathered millions of insects, he could fight against an entire country. Such a weak attack is meaningless. Could it be that it's just a bluff, a diversion, and that the focus of his attack isn't here? Li Qingshan thought of little and who did not respond. He was a little worried, but he felt that it was unlikely. Even if the soaring Locust King was really that stupid little and was not that weak. Moreover, if she really was in danger, she would naturally ask him for help. Their communication pendants were one yin and one yang. If one was damaged, both would be damaged. Even if the domain was sealed and messages could not be sent, they could still ask each other for help. I can't think of a target more important to the soaring Locust King than the golden cicada Spirit King, Gu Yenying said. No, there might be one. Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. Gu Yenying continued, the Chan Monastery of Devanaga. But that's not impossible. Most of the insects are gathered here. That can't be wrong. The soaring Locust King definitely isn't the Four Guardian King's opponent with his main body's strength. At this moment, the golden cicada Spirit King used the might of the heavenly tribulation to break free from his cicada shell bit by bit. Perhaps we're thinking too much. Li Qingshan stood with his arms crossed. Perhaps he'll emerge from underground in the next moment. Chapter 1108. Rumble. A series of lightning bolts streaked across the sky. Heavy rain poured down from the Sword Collection Palace, splashing onto the empty, stone plains. Originally, people practiced the sword day and night here, regardless of the cold, heat, wind, frost, rain or snow. Apart from the thunder and rain, everything was silent. Under the dark clouds, the mountains and forests seemed even darker. Clouds and mist lingered between the mountains. The Sword Collection Palace had already been closed for many days. Under the supervision of the various sword masters, all the disciples had returned to their respective peaks. They were not allowed to leave the palace without permission. At the same time, no outsiders were allowed in either. On Heaven's Reliance Peak, the sword masters and elders of the various peaks gathered in the main hall. The discussion had already gone on for several days. The demon seed had already been planted in their respective sword embryos, but it was not enough to make them completely demonized, nor did they have the right to collude with the demon domain. As a result, some people suggested going to the Chan Monastery of Devanaga and finding a way to purge the demon seed from their sword embryos, but they were immediately met with fierce opposition. Not only was this placing their lives in the hands of others, but even if they succeeded, their cultivation would be destroyed. To a sword cultivator, this was even more terrifying than death. The group split into two groups, accusing one another of cowardice, incompetence, abandoning themselves to depravity, despicable shamelessness. Under the drive of new and old grievances, anger, and demonic nature, someone drew their sword very soon. If it were not for the guest elders who stepped forward to mediate, it would basically become a battle to the death. The walls and pillars of the hall were still covered in many slashes. This was a sight that the Sword Collection Palace had never seen in the past several millennia. The discussion came to nothing, so it fell silent in the end. The lanterns had been extinguished a long time ago, but no one paid any attention to them. Only bolts of lightning would illuminate the hall from time to time, but they could not illuminate everyone's sunken faces. A disheveled, unkempt Taoist priest arrived under the eaves outside the hall. He picked up the gourd of alcohol and took a random sip, gazing at the silver snakes dancing in the dark clouds. He sighed, "It's been many years since I've seen such restless lightning. It's an ominous sign. I wonder how Zijian is doing." He touched the lightning slaughter sword on his waist and thought, "He's fine." The other guest elders emerged from the hall as well, exchanging glances with one another. They were all rather glad that none of them had drawn their swords from the sword collection peak. Some of them were not even sword cultivators, so they did not have to worry about the demonic seed's invasion. The hidden sword peak was submerged in the rolling dark clouds. Only a dozen huge chains that flew into the clouds could prove its existence. From time to time, lightning would strike the chains. The dark chains would light up for a while and then go out again. "Gentlemen, I think it's about time. We've already done our best by staying here. They're waiting for the Heaven and Earth Elders to make a decision. If the Heaven and Earth Elders really decide to ally with the demon region, we won't even have a demon seed. I'm afraid it won't be easy." With that, Zhou Tong flew off on his sword. "Fellow Taoist Zhou is right. Let's go." That was exactly what they were thinking. Although the Sword Collection Palace had given them many benefits, it was not their own sect after all. There was no such thing as loyalty. Since this big tree was already on the verge of collapse, they, the foreign macaques, could not do anything to it. Naturally, he had to leave first. Zhou Tong had just flown into the air when a dignified voice suddenly descended from above the clouds. "Without my command, no one is allowed to leave." Elder Tian. The sword masters and elders rushed out of the hall and raised their heads. Through the drifting dark clouds, they saw Elder Tian standing on the hidden sword peak. His eyes flickered with unprecedented light. Zhou Tong felt a tremendous, sharp pressure suddenly fall from the sky, landing heavily on the rock plateau. He could not help but tighten his grip on the lightning slaughter sword and grit his teeth. Looks like the rumors are true. The Sword Collection Palace really is working together with the bastards of the demon region. Whether it's the demon region or the 9 provinces, the only thing we pursue is strength. Only strength can allow us to transcend freely. Without strength, no matter how much good we do, we'll still be like ants. We'll already be lucky to live for 100 years. Elder Tian's voice seemed to resound through the hidden sword peak. It was even louder than thunder. The chains trembled with it, producing a great clatter that mixed with the thunder. It was difficult to tell them apart. Many of the sword masters and elders agreed. The words righteousness and evil were far too abstract. Only strength was real. Even the group who had firmly opposed it in the beginning began to waver under Elder Tian's dignified declaration. Zhou Tong laughed aloud. He called out against the rain, "Those who triumph over others are powerful, and those who triumph over themselves are powerful. Elder Tian, you've wasted 1,000 years of cultivation, yet you can't even understand something as simple as that? If you lose your heart, what's the use of strength?" Elder Tian said, "Zhou Tong, is this the same as Taoism again? Now I'll show you what's the use of strength. You're a guest elder of the Sword Collection Palace, yet you refuse to follow the ways of the Sword Collection Palace. You can go die." Bang. Zhou Tong was slammed heavily against the stone platform by an invisible force. "Elder Zhou. Fellow Zhou." The guest elders paled in fright. "Let's go. I don't know what he's doing on the hidden sword peak. He can't use his full strength right now. It'll be too late once he manages to free himself," Zhou Tong said with difficulty. "Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. However, the Sword Collection Palace is about to welcome its greatest glory in history. I hope you can witness this with me." Elder Tian said. After so many days of hard work, he was only a step away from refining the Forsaken Immortal Sword. Very soon he would become the master of the Forsaken Immortal Sword, as well as the master of the Sword Collection Palace. He urged the Forsaken Immortal Sword soul inside, "Hurry up. Help me refine the Forsaken Immortal Sword, and I'll release you afterwards. You sure know how to dream. Do you really think you're worthy of being my master?" "No, I don't have a master," the Forsaken Immortal Sword soul said. "What did you say? Do you want to be chained here forever? If you don't help me refine the Forsaken Immortal Sword, I'll never release you." Elder Tian was both surprised and furious as he threatened sternly. "Hehe, you're just the final obstacle. Now, my servants, cut off all your chains and I'll grant you even greater power." The Forsaken Immortal Sword soul's twisted and perverse voice rang out in the heads of all the sword masters and elders. It was filled with a strange, bewitching power as if it was their own thoughts. The demonic seed immediately erupted, and the demonic nature rapidly spread. You. Elder Tian heard the voice as well, as if the forsaken immortal sword soul was mocking him for his stupidity. He had reached the most crucial moment of the refinement. Even if he wanted to free himself, he definitely would not be able to do so quickly. Clang. Yin Xiaoqiu immediately pulled out the breaking water sword and slashed at the nearest chain. The sword masters and elders all acted as if they were possessed. Sparks flew everywhere, resonating with the lightning. Zhou Tong stood up and watched this terrifying scene with the other guest elders. Without any hesitation, he flew away as fast as he could. Elder Tian, however, could not move. He could only watch. Once he was freed from the shackles of the heaven and earth sword formation, the forsaken immortal sword soul could kill him with just the backlash of its sword intent. Could it be that he had really lost the gamble this time? At this moment, a sword light rushed out of the ground. Elder Tian waved his sleeve, and all the sword masters and elders were swept away. Junior brother? Elder Tian was pleasantly surprised. With a great sword cultivator here, the forsaken immortal sword soul's tricks were useless. Forsaken immortal, you've used up all your trump cards, but I can still give you a chance. Let me refine it. Used up all my trump cards? Give me a chance? Eee. A guest elder had just rushed out of the sea of clouds when he was swallowed in one gulp and chewed to pieces. Zhou Tong suddenly turned around. A flying locust the size of a mountain was breaking through the sea of clouds at an unbelievable speed. Chapter 1109. We're done for. Zhou Tong could not help but hold his breath. His blood seemed to freeze. If the soaring locust king wanted to kill them, it would be a piece of cake. He only needed a few seconds. However, the pair of cold, emotionless compound eyes only glanced past him before flapping its wings and descending rapidly, pushing aside the black and white clouds. Zhou Tong recovered his breathing and was surprised. Why is the soaring locust king in such a hurry? He could vaguely make out a vicious demon folk totem imprinted on the wide, withered back of the soaring locust king. Its demon chi was mixed with heavy demon chi. Without the time to consider the cause and effect, he bit the tip of his tongue and spat a mouthful of blood onto the lightning slaughter sword, taking off as quickly as he could. The soaring locust king. Elder Heaven and Earth cried out at the same time. Why had it come here? The sword collection peak was the core of the sword formation of Heaven and Earth. On one hand, it could contain the forsaken immortal sword, but on the other hand, it could draw on its power to fend off external enemies. It was originally an extremely ingenious design, but Elder Heaven had entered a stalemate with the sword soul in order to refine the forsaken immortal sword, causing the sword formation of Heaven and Earth to lose its core. The soaring locust king broke through the sword formation easily. With a flap of its wings, it hovered above the sword collection palace, parting the wind and rain. The forsaken immortal sword soul said, "You stinking bug sure are slow. So much for wasting so much effort to control the timing." Shut up. Do you want to be trapped here? The soaring locust king roared furiously. Then do you want to carry this hatred forever? You're just a powerless, puny, stinking bug. You need my strength, so no matter how I humiliate you, you'll endure it because this bit of humiliation is completely insignificant compared to true hatred. Though we're both trapped here, so I can't help but feel a hint of sympathy for you. Come, release me. Make everyone in the world pay the price. The soaring locust king gritted its teeth. Unless it had no other choice, it would never release the sword. However, at this moment, the figure of the golden cicada spirit king undergoing the tribulation appeared through the countless compound eyes. Millions of images overlapped together as it bellowed out, "Golden cicada!" The fierce winds kicked up by its wings uprooted countless trees. Roaring lightning ripped through the sky. Junior brother, stop him quickly. Without the protection of the insects, he's not much stronger than regular demon kings. Elder Heaven said. Myriad sword technique. Elder D made a sword gesture and stared at the soaring locust king. Thousands of sword gleams appeared beside him, ready to strike. Scram. The soaring locust king let out a roar as demonic chi exploded from its body. Its huge body grew even larger, and its yellowish body was now dyed with a layer of black. Bone spikes protruded from its body, making it look even more ferocious. It flapped its wings loudly, but it did not charge towards Elder Earth. Instead, it pounced towards the nearest chain. Its ferocious mouth bit down viciously, and more than half of the chain broke. Junior brother, hurry up. Elder Tian urged anxiously. Compared to the soaring locust king, this was the true terror. However, Elder D did not make a move. The sword gleam beside him gradually dispersed. With a serious expression, he said to Elder Tian, who was on the hidden sword peak, "Senior brother, you've lost the bet." If he had to fight with the soaring Locust King, he could barely give it a try. However, it was impossible for him to stop the soaring Locust King from biting through the chains and destroying the sword formation. "Save me." Elder Tian stretched out his hand and Elder D flew away on his sword without looking back. The flying Locust King's sharp mouthparts clamped down forcefully, snapping one of the chains in half. The chain then lashed onto the sky-leaning peak. Countless buildings were reduced to rubble, debris flying everywhere. Bang, bang, bang. The chains snapped one by one, dancing wildly like tentacles, lashing at the mountains that had once restrained it. The sword formation of heaven and earth was on the verge of collapse, and all the swords on the hidden sword peak began to tremble and ring. In the depths of the hidden sword peak, a strange sound radiated out, causing all the swords in the sword collection palace to tremble and ring. In the blink of an eye, only a single chain remained on the sky-leaning peak. It reached straight up into the sky. "All right, there's only one more. Your mission is complete," the forsaken immortal sword soul said. "You can break free from this one yourself." The soaring Locust King turned around, flapped its wings and took off. "Hee hee, how clever." The forsaken immortal sword soul turned to Elder Tian and said, "Now it's just you and me. Don't refine me. Come." A frenzied sword intent rushed into Elder Tian's sea of consciousness. It was unstoppable and unstoppable. "Stop. Let me go or I'll blow up my sword nascent soul." Elder Tian called out. "Are you saying that you want me to be gentle?" "Don't worry, I'll be very gentle," the forsaken immortal sword soul said slowly. The frenzied sword intent suddenly vanished. Before Elder Tian could even catch his breath, the sword intent that had vanished suddenly erupted again. It had somehow infiltrated the depths of his sea of consciousness. He suddenly widened his eyes and resplendent light shone from his eyes, ears, mouth and nose. He stretched his limbs as far as he could, and his robes became filled with sword chi. "But I still prefer to be a little more violent. It's a pity that this body is far too fragile. It can't compare to that Li Qingshan. I'll just refine it a little," the forsaken immortal sword soul said. At that moment, the sky full of lightning gathered on the hidden sword peak and Elder Tian. Elder Tian's consciousness was like a candle flickering in the wind. It could be extinguished at any time. Blowing up his sword nascent soul was already a pipe dream. He glanced at a lone mountain from the corner of his eye and suddenly remembered what someone had said to him 1,000 years ago. "Tian, obtaining a famed sword isn't all luck. An ordinary person can also wield an iron sword, but a famed sword is much more dangerous. Remember, the sword is not a friend, nor is it a lover. It is cold and heartless. You must hold the hilt tightly or else you will be hurt by the sword." That was his first master who had taught him the most basic of swordsmanship. But after he had passed the heavenly tribulation and obtained the famed sword, he no longer had the right to teach him. In the end he had given him these words, but they were already unclear. He had never taken those words to heart. An old man who had never passed the second heavenly tribulation in his life had no right to teach him the air of a famed sword. Instead, he felt that this kind of fear would only affect his cultivation. "Am I wrong?" "No, you're not wrong. You're just not strong enough," the forsaken immortal sword soul answered. Elder Tian could no longer hear it. His consciousness had been completely destroyed by the frenzied and twisted sword intent. The light from his eyes, ears, mouth and nose slowly disappeared. His expression slowly twisted and his temperament changed. He was filled with a perverse aura. He waved his sleeves. There was a flash of light, and the last chain fell silently. Even the wind and rain were cut apart. The sun shone with golden light, but none of it was as glorious as the strike. The thousands of swords on the hidden sword peak resonated together. The hidden sword peak fell down like a broken kite, directly colliding with the hidden sword pavilion. Boom! The entrance of the hidden sword pavilion collapsed, and the hidden sword peak twisted as if it had been forcefully squeezed through the entrance, vanishing. At this moment, the sword masters and elders all roused. The demonic thoughts in their hearts had instead receded a lot. Controlling people's hearts through demonic seeds could not last for long. They stared at the horrific sight of the sword collection palace and had yet to completely recover from their shock. Chapter 11:10. Old bastard, you want to bury me with a sword tomb? Let's see who's the master of the sword tomb now. Elder Tian spread his arms and laughed madly. His eyes had no pupils, only the scara. With the sword collection peak as the center, The realm of heaven and earth that existed between reality and illusion twisted and changed, turning into a sinister, terrifying domain of demons. It enveloped the Sword Collection Palace and dyed the sun blood red. Under everyone's fearful gazes, the Sword Collection peak slowly rose up. Elder Tian suddenly lowered his head and smiled viciously. I almost forgot about you ants crawling around. I've already waited several thousand years for this day. His old face became even more vicious. His body twisted and arched and he suddenly roared out, "Kill, kill, 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 kill," clang. The thousands of swords on the Sword Collection peak basically shot out from the rock at the same time, turning into thousands of streaks of light as they spiraled down. As they whistled through the air, heads fell to the ground one by one. His swordsmanship was extremely exquisite. Even the sword masters and elders could not block a single strike. Some of them could not even control the swords in their hands, stabbing them into their own bodies. In the blink of an eye, the Sword Collection Palace flowed with blood. Even the wild beasts in the mountains were slaughtered. There was truly no one left alive. It seems to have happened too quickly. I haven't even had my fun yet. Elder Tian looked towards the south. It's time to help that little bug complete his foolish wish. The bloody swords flew back, lining up around the Sword Collection peak. The sword formation of heaven and earth had been reactivated. Not only did it possess an absolute core now, but its power had also surpassed anything in the past after fusing with the realm of heaven and earth. The Sword Collection peak slowly tilted, and the tip pointed towards Great Buddha Mountain. Suddenly, it vanished from where it was, leaving behind a long streak of light. It was unbelievable that a mountain could actually fly at such speed. If it were not for the fact that it was only a sword and not a regular creature, the heavenly tribulation of ascension would have descended a long time ago. Now, it had descended into the world with power that surpassed the third heavenly tribulation. Was there anyone that could match it? I want the entire world to become my realm of the sword. 8,000 kilometers away, the soaring Locust King maintained a sufficiently safe distance. It watched this from afar. It let out extremely delighted laughter. "Ah, Golden Cicada, do you see that? Don't worry, I'll let you see it." "What is that?" The dauntless monk emerged from the grand hall that was currently under construction. He looked to the north. It was broad daylight. However, there was a star that grew brighter and brighter, emitting a cold and demonic light that made him feel a deep sense of foreboding. A figure jumped up from the back of the mountain. He landed beside the dauntless monk. "Senior brother, they've come with ill intentions." The two other monk kings sensed something too and gathered over. "Should we evacuate the disciples?" "No, it's too late. Activate the spell formation and prepare to face the enemy." "So fast. What is that?" A monk king formed a seal with both hands and pointed at his temples at the same time. Two golden rays shot out from his eyes as he used the heavenly eye to see the devil star clearly. He was stunned. "That seems to be Hidden Sword Peak." "What?" The dauntless monk was in disbelief. A few days ago, Li Qingshan had carried an entire mountain, which had already left everyone extremely shocked. The Sword Collection peak was not small either, so how could he fly through the air with such speed? Elder Tian from the Sword Collection Palace is up there. Impossible. He can't possibly have such magic power. Don't worry about it so much. Guardian King subdues demons. The four Guardian Kings fell into a formation together, and a furious Guardian King rose up from the ground, standing on Great Buddha Mountain. He swung his Vajra pestle and received the Devil's Star, that grew closer and closer. The Sword Collection peak whistled through the air. Just when everyone thought it was going to collide with Great Buddha Mountain, it stopped without any prior signs, which made it seem even more strange. Finally, there are a few decent fellows worth killing. Elder Tian tilted his head and smiled at the furious Guardian King. His body seemed extremely uncoordinated, like a marionette on strings. "You're not Elder Tian, or are you?" the dauntless monk asked in surprise. Whether it was the ever-changing sword realm of heaven and earth or the thousands of actual swords, they both allowed him to directly sense the enemy's strength. "Who am I? Who am I? Who am I?" Elder Tian's expression changed several times, making various twisted and exaggerated expressions. Suddenly he let out a vicious laugh. "Dead people don't need to know." In the vast ink sea, there was only one small island. There were mountains, rivers, trees, flowers, birds, fish and insects on it, but they were all ink black, wavering between reality and illusion. They would even alternate with one another from time to time. In a small, thatched hut on the island, Chu Danqing faced the space before him, focusing on painting. Beside him was the Dragon King of the Sea who stood with his hands behind his back. When Chu Danqing stopped, the birds at the tip of the brush came to life and flew out the window. There were only a few strokes, extremely simple but also extremely vivid. The Dragon King of the Sea nodded. Not bad. Thank you for your praise, master, Chu Danqing said. A pair of dragon's eyes suddenly condensed in the Dragon King of the Sea's hollow eyes. He raised his head and gazed into the distance, frowning deeply. Master, what's wrong? Chu Danqing asked. It's broken free, the Dragon King of the Sea said. Who is it? A demon sword. The ink sea suddenly surged. Great waves rose like mountains. With a mighty dragon's roar, an ink dragon rushed into the air. The world rumbled and flickered. Under the impact of the tribulation lightning, the golden cicada spirit king gradually broke free from his shell, reverting to the form of an infant. His eyes were slightly closed and his expression was tranquil. Lines of Sanskrit floated over his body. Li Qingshan held his breath. The most crucial moment had finally arrived. Whether he could ascend successfully or not would depend on this moment. Golden cicada, are you leaving? The soaring locust king's voice rang out from the underground cavern, like the sounds of countless locusts flapping their wings had merged together. Golden cicada, oh golden cicada, I once trusted you so much. Just what has this betrayal gotten you? The position of abbot of the Chan monastery of Devanaga? Eee. Forceful attacks didn't work, so you've changed to bewitching him? Gu Yenying said. You really won't give up. Li Qingshan was unconvinced. With the golden cicada spirit king's willpower, how could a few words sway him? The golden cicada spirit king was completely unfazed. He brought his palms together solemnly, enduring the attacks of the tribulation lightning calmly. Everything you've done has come to nothing. You want to protect the people of the world, but I've devoured 10 times more mortals than last time. You want to save the Chan monastery of Devanaga. Very soon, there won't be a single living person left on Great Buddha Mountain, and the demon domain will invade the 9 provinces once more. And this time, no one will be able to stop them. The entire world will fall. If all living things don't demonify, they'll die. Where's your mercy? What the hell is he talking about? Li Qingshan's rationality told him that the soaring locust king was just spouting nonsense to disturb the golden cicada spirit king. However, his instincts told him that the soaring locust king was serious. Qingshan, something's not right. Gu Yenying held a copper coin and divined urgently. Li Qingshan closed his eyes and powered the spirit turtle to sense around. Suddenly, he sensed that the people close to him were in great danger. Chapter 11:11. Under the tribulation cloud, the swarm of insects surged out from the underground caves and spread out on the uneven ground, like an undulating sea of insects. Billions of locusts opened their wings at the same time, strangely reflecting a mountain peak that looked like a Buddha. The sun was shining brightly, but Great Buddha Mountain was shrouded in a huge shadow. Hidden Sword Peak. Li Qingshan's pupils shrank as he saw the source of the shadow. Oh no, his target is the Chan monastery of Devanaga. Gu Yenying frowned. Bus. The Hidden Sword Peak let out a sword cry, and all the sword edges trembled with it, turning into tens of thousands of sword lights, whistling down like a meteor shower. The sound of Sanskrit rang out again, but without the accompaniment of the bell and drum, it seemed very weak and almost drowned out by the whistling sound. The formation can't hold on for much longer. The dauntless monk ordered. Good, the 3 monk kings said in unison. Bang. The glaring Vajra leaped up from Great Buddha Mountain, swung his Vajra against the rain of swords, and struck towards Hidden Sword Peak. Demon vanquishing Vajra. The tip of the pestle shone with an extremely bright light, like a golden star rising into the sky. However, to the dauntless monk's surprise, the whistling rain of swords did not stop their attacks. They swam around in the surroundings and formed a sword formation of heaven and earth, sealing up the entire mountain. Not only does he want to destroy the demon suppression hall, he also wants to kill us all? There's no difference. As long as the hall lives, I live. If the hall dies, I die. The unraging monk said firmly. Watching over the demon suppression hall was his mission. The other 3 monk kings had resolute expressions as well. Even if they had to put their lives on the line, they had to stop the invasion of the demon territory, and there was absolutely no reason for them to flee in the face of battle. Heaven and Earth Sword Chi. Elder Tian revealed a twisted, cold smile. He got into a stance and pointed at the Hidden Sword Peak below him. Charge. The Hidden Sword Peak suddenly emitted a magnificent streak of light. Li Qingshan basically treated it as tribulation lightning. He never expected the power of the hidden sword peak to be so terrifying. It was definitely not something the Chan monastery of Devanaga could block. Do you see that? Golden cicada, this is the fate of the Chan monastery of Devanaga. Very soon the demon domain will descend once more. You can imagine the fate of the 9 provinces. Don't you have a merciful heart? If you want to ascend at this time, where can you escape to? The soaring locust king roared with laughter. The golden cicada spirit king glanced down. His ascension immediately came to a halt, and his mind trembled slightly. The Chan monastery of Devanaga held extraordinary significance to him. He had once comprehended his true self there. Set foot on the right path. The consequences of the destruction of the demon suppression hall were even more unimaginable. He couldn't help but look at Li Qingshan. Just focus on transcending the tribulation. Their plot will not succeed. Yening, I'll leave this to you. Li Qingshan suddenly unfurled his phoenix wings and released a wave of air. He flew towards Great Buddha Mountain. He felt rather uneasy. He had a vast network of friends, but there were not a lot of people he was close to. The unraging monk was an extremely important one. He thought, Master, you have to hold on. But I also want to, forget it. Gu Yenying blew at the corner of her mouth, brushed away a few strands of hair in front of her forehead, and looked down at the swarm of insects. We can watch from here anyway. With a boom, the ground cracked and soil and rock were thrown into the air. The image formed by the swarm of insects was ripped to pieces by the shockwave. Li Qingshan's mirror clone stood on the ground. His promise to the golden cicada spirit king was still valid. Fine. Gu Yenying closed her eyes. The golden cicada spirit king smiled and looked away. Ha ha, golden cicada, do you think he can stop the forsaken immortal sword? And right now, who's still going to stop me? The soaring locust king laughed madly. The voice was no longer the collective buzzing of the swarm of insects. Instead, it originated from even deeper underground. It was dry and hoarse, and a violent demon chi rushed into the air, mixed with gloomy demon chi. Gu Yenying shivered inside. The soaring locust king's original body had arrived. Everything he had done was for the golden cicada spirit king in the end. All the swarm of insects surged out from underground, but they did not rush up in a frenzy. Instead, they lined up and formed a formation, constantly changing. It was as if a chaotic army had a leader and the atmosphere changed. The soaring locust king stepped on the insect cloud and slowly rose from underground, standing at the core of the formation. It was the absolute master of this army of locusts. A pair of cold compound eyes stared at the golden cicada spirit king in the sky, carrying with it a bone-deep hatred. Before he even made a move, he had already given Gu Yenying a huge pressure that she had never felt before. Li Qingshan is here. Li Qingshan urged his clone to step on the sea of insects, cutting through the waves and punching towards the soaring locust king. Layers of black shockwaves stacked up, giving people the illusion that it was moving slowly. Although the clone only had 30 to 40% of his original body strength, the destructive power of this punch was already above that of a normal demon king. He wanted to kill the general of the army and defeat this army of locusts. The soaring locust king waved his hand without turning back. A withered yellow hand formed by locusts rose from the sea of insects, slapping towards Li Qingshan. Boom! The fist and the palm collided, and a wave of air swept out. The withered yellow hand collapsed, and Li Qingshan's clone was also slapped away. He spread his wings and steadied himself, frowning. The soaring locust king's current strength is indeed as strong as Gu Yenying said. If his enemy was me, I could still deal with him, but to stop him from interfering with the golden cicada spirit king's tribulation is almost impossible. And this hatred is too great, there's no way to pull it back. What should I do? The soaring locust king ignored everyone else, only the golden cicada spirit king in his compound eyes. He clenched his claws tightly. Golden cicada, you will pay the most terrible price for everything you've done, including your life. Sigh. The golden cicada spirit king sighed, unable to refute. It was all karma. Subdue the demon. The 4 monk kings roared in unison. Vajra went against the flow, breaking through the whistling sword light, and the Vajra struck the hidden sword peak. At this moment, the mysterious figure of Elder Tian suddenly appeared. His left hand waved his big sleeve, and his right hand formed a sword with his fingers, lightly touching the forehead of the Vajra. Thump. Like a long drawn-out chime, the Vajra remained still. Its body dimmed. After what seemed like a very, very long time, a crack extended from its forehead, spreading across its entire body. The crack shone with golden light. Boom. The Vajra shattered and the formation collapsed. The 4 monk kings fell out of the sky, their faces filled with disbelief. They could accept defeat. Li Qingshan had just defeated them in an open battle not long ago, but a crushing defeat like this was far too quick and unbelievable. The Guardian King's formation of demons subduing was the most powerful formation of the Chan Monastery of Devanaga. It was open and above-board without any openings. Even Li Qingshan could only break through it with absolute strength. However, the power that Elder Tian had unleashed was much smaller than Li Qingshan's. The magnificent sword light was merely a feint, actually finding the weakest point of the Guardian King's formation of demons subduing in the blink of an eye, grasping its openings and destroying it in a single strike. Suddenly he discovered that compared to great power, what was even more terrifying about it was the supreme path of the sword that completely surpassed this world. How dare you show off before me with tricks that are nothing more than acrobatics? You can all go die. Elder Tian stuck out his scarlet tongue and spread his fingers, swinging them down. Chapter 11-12. Bang. Boom. Wallah. The four monk kings smashed through the roof of the hall of great strength under construction and smashed heavily onto the ground. Their expressions changed for a while before they recovered their solemn expressions and sat down amidst the dust and debris. Sanskrit world purification. The dauntless monk sat towards the south and raised his arms. The three other monk kings stood back to back with him, facing north, south, east, and west. They assumed different postures as they chanted. A towering Sanskrit chakram appeared, protecting the monastery. The sounds of Sanskrit that had almost been drowned out by the cries of the swords suddenly grew louder, containing the chant of Devanaga. The four monk kings worked together to power the Sanskrit formation of world purification. After exchanging blows just now, they knew that they were no match for Elder Tian, not to mention protecting the demon suppression hall. The only thing they could rely on was this mountain guarding formation. Futile effort. Elder Tian smiled viciously. He pressed his hands down, and the sword collection peak slowly descended. Its shadow expanded as the sword of heaven and earth shrouded the sky. Everything seemed to be a reenactment of the destruction of the sword collection palace. Once Protector Jialan came into contact with the heaven and earth sword realm, he was immediately shaken, like a reflection in the water, encountering a wave and could only struggle at death's door. Originally, it shouldn't have been so weak, but the battle not long ago had almost completely destroyed the foundation of the mountain guarding array. Although the master of the Sword Collection Palace had failed to achieve his original objective, he had cleared away the greatest obstacle for the Sword Collection Peak's attack. The sound of Sanskrit became faint again. Great Buddha Mountain trembled violently. The palaces and pavilions collapsed soundlessly. One of the monks looked at this scene in fear. Suddenly he felt his face moisten and he reached out to touch it. His hands were dyed red. Looking around, he saw that other than the monks who had survived the heavenly tribulation, everyone else had blood seeping out of their pores, drenching their monk robes. In the blink of an eye, they had turned into a bloodied man. It was only at this moment that he could faintly hear the sharp cry of a sword. Although the battle not long ago had also brought great shock to the monks, it was still a real and powerful force that was difficult to resist, and the damage caused was not extensive. Everything in front of him was like a nightmare coming true. Familiar faces were covered in blood, and they could not help but feel great terror in their hearts. Immediately, someone let out a hysterical scream, and a chain of screams rang out. One after another. It will be a Buddhist holy land. It became a hell. The sound of Sanskrit rose again, but it seemed to be polluted and distorted by the screams. It was no longer a wonderful revelation. It was more like a sinister incantation. Even those monks who had survived heavenly tribulations and had extraordinary cultivation began to waver, and their eyes became bloodshot. Senior brother, this is a demonic tune. If this goes on, all the disciples will go crazy and die. The unraging monk said sternly. He had witnessed the abilities of countless demon folk and heard of many strange demonic sounds, but none of them could compare to this. It could actually penetrate this sound of Sanskrit formation of purification, and even distort the sound of Sanskrit. This was basically unheard of. Hold on. Wait for his King Chu's rescue. The dauntless monk's face was ashen, but he did not waver at all. All right. However, there was one worry that they did not voice out. Would Chu Lai King really be able to save such a terrifying enemy? Right at this moment, a black line suddenly appeared on the horizon, twisting and moving, pulling up a dark cloud that shrouded the horizon. Within the cloud, scales and claws could be vaguely seen, and a majestic dragon head stretched out. The dragon's roar immediately drowned out the sharp sword cry. Clouds followed dragons and wind followed tigers. However, at a closer glance, the dark clouds in the sky were not actual clouds. Instead, they seemed like thick ink that had melted into water, giving off an ethereal feeling. The dauntless monk was astounded. The Dragon King of the Sea had always lived in seclusion, never paying attention to the affairs of the world. He never thought he would actually leave the Ink Sea, but he wondered whether he was a friend or a foe. If he was a friend, then he would be the rarest form of assistance, but if he was an enemy, then probably no one could save the monastery. As a result, he said, "Your Majesty, this demon wants to destroy the demon suppression hall and lead the demon domain to invade, so please assist us. All life in the world will be grateful for your kindness." "What do the lives of the world have to do with me?" the Dragon King of the Sea said. The dauntless monk's heart sank. "Hee, and I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's you, you blind fool. It's been so many years since you broke free from the painting tomb, yet you haven't come to help your old acquaintance. How disloyal. Though it's not too late now. Work with me and wreak havoc. Let's show all life the terrors of us inanimate objects," said Elder Tian. "Inanimate objects?" the Dragon King of the Sea said. "Dark clouds that resembled ink pressed down, as thin as silk and as tall as mountains and cities, changing and changing, possessing both ethereal and heavy weight. What, are you angry? Don't tell me you still want to pretend you're alive? We all know that you're not just an inanimate object, but an incomplete inanimate object. That's because that old bastard refuses to even give you the most basic form of perfection, which is why you're so weak. If you don't want to work with me, then just watch." A scarlet star shot through the sky. Li Qingshan flew as fast as he could, crossing several thousand kilometers in a short while. Great Buddha Mountain came into view, but he suddenly frowned. Dragon King of the Sea. Then he took out a jade talisman for communication. "Little N, come to Great Buddha Mountain and help out." Although it was only the image projected by the soaring Locust King, he had already confirmed that the Sword Collection Peak was an unprecedented great enemy. If his old enemy, the Dragon King of the Sea, were included, it would definitely be a great battle. However, Little N still did not reply. He could not care so much for now. He arrived before Great Buddha Mountain and called out, "You're still alive, right? Ah, how can I bear to die if I don't see my damned disciple one last time?" The unraging monk roused with vigor and laughed aloud. Now this was his most trustworthy and powerful ally. "Wait, I'm coming to save you right now." Li Qingshan eased up. Right when he was about to fly over, a dragon tail tore through the sea of clouds and swung over, blocking his path. The Dragon King of the Sea turned around and stared at him. "Dragon King, this isn't the place we agreed on for the final battle." Li Qingshan felt tremendous pressure. Although he had already become even more powerful, the Dragon King of the Sea was still a powerful enemy that he could not underestimate. If it were any other day, he would not mind engaging in a great battle and trying out new techniques, but right now he had to prioritize the unraging monk's life. The Dragon King of the Sea said nothing. His ink-black mane swayed despite the absence of wind. In this silence, the sea of clouds froze as well. "Nicely done. Stop this kid. Once I slaughter these bald donkeys, I'll come help you kill him." Elder Tian smiled viciously and powered the sword formation of heaven and earth. The swords revolved and condensed greater and greater power, about to completely destroy the formation of Sanskrit's sound of purification. "Shut up." The Dragon King of Ink Sea let out a furious roar, and the sea of clouds surged, rushing into the heaven and earth sword formation. It dyed the heaven and earth illusion black, and the sword formation's operation immediately became sluggish. "Don't ever compare me to you again." Li Qingshan was rather surprised. He never thought the Dragon King of the Sea would actually stand on his side. As if he could hear his thoughts, the Dragon King of the Sea said without even looking back, "Li Qingshan, I'm not helping you." Chapter 11:13. Within the ink-black clouds, the Dragon King of the Sea flew through the air, flickering in and out of sight. He swept up the sea of clouds and surged towards the Sword Collection Peak. Li Qingshan tiptoed through the air, advancing steadily. With each step he grew 10 times larger. The space trembled and produced a hollow echo like the beating of war drums, growing louder and louder. The 4 monk kings all eased up. With such a powerful ally, what was there to be afraid of? However, they also found it extremely absurd. The Chan monastery of Devanaga rejected demons, yet in the end they needed 2 great demon kings to save them. The dauntless monk's expression changed slightly. The world was currently in turmoil. The demon domain could invade on a large scale at any time. Everything right now was only the prelude. At a time like this, the conflict between humans and demons had already become secondary. If they could not gather all the strength of this world as much as possible, they would probably follow in the footsteps of the other folk. Perhaps the Chan monastery of Devanaga would have to change their strategy. Li Qingshan could not help but sigh. The changes in the world were always unexpected. He never thought his greatest enemy would actually become his greatest ally. The Dragon King of the Sea truly was a first-rate ally. Elder Tian showed no fear at all. He smacked his lips. How pitiful. You still can't break free from that old bastard's will. You seem like a dragon, but you're actually just a dog. No, you're even worse than a dog. Dogs can bark a few times according to their own will, but everything you do is a clumsy imitation. Whether I'm a dragon or a dog is not something you can evaluate. And whose will did your vicious sword intent originate from? The Dragon King of the Sea answered with a question. His voice was dignified and mighty, no different from a true dragon's. What a joke. Do you know how the person who forged me died? I can still remember the taste of his blood even now. Why don't you kill that old bastard for me to see? Even that old bastard can't change my sword intent. Elder Tian said proudly. You have to betray yourself to prove your existence? What a pitiful guy. If you're the sword forger, so what? Can you prove that you didn't originate from him? Are you just that much more powerful than a dog? If a dog refuses to admit it's a dog, all it can do is become a mad dog. Li Qingshan shook his head in disagreement. It's you. I'm going to make you regret it. Elder Tian seemed to have been stabbed in pain, his expression becoming increasingly distorted. The heaven and earth sword realm was in a state of chaos, shrinking and retreating in the surging of the dark clouds. The Dragon King of the Sea was deep in thought. Every thought had to be considered if it originated from himself. It was indeed an extremely painful process. When these inanimate objects developed intelligence, the biggest problem was how to coexist with these innate wills. Whether it was to comply or to resist, there was a huge contradiction. Li Qingshan was a living being who didn't seem to be very intelligent, yet he was able to point out the crux of the problem with a single sentence and cause the chaos and contradiction of the forsaken immortal sword soul. It was truly unexpected. To have such a cultivation at such a young age, it seemed like it was not just a fortuitous encounter. Cut the crap. Li Qingshan's body was already more than 7,000 feet tall. He swung the equally huge and ferocious dying flower saber at the hidden sword peak. The saber aura contained the power of vibration, leaving a black trail behind. It was as if even the void had turned black and torn apart. Elder Tian's expression became more and more ferocious. He suddenly opened his arms, his ears, eyes, mouth, and nose shot out tens of thousands of feet of sword aura. The sword aura then combined into one and instantly pierced through Li Qingshan's chest. It then pierced through the dark clouds before disappearing. There was almost no time to react. It easily devoured the skin and flesh, revealing the craggy bones, which also trembled and dissolved in the sword aura. Li Qingshan did not care at all. He gripped the hilt of the saber tightly and slashed into the heaven and earth sword formation. Countless long swords met the edge of the saber, but they all shattered upon contact. Although the saber's momentum was much slower because of this, it was still as steady as a mountain as it slashed towards Elder Tian. Boom. A loud noise was heard. The saber slashed onto the hidden sword peak, leaving a deep mark. The cracks spread quickly and large pieces of earth and rocks collapsed. Although Elder Tian had avoided the attack, he had never been Li Qingshan's target in the first place. He had long seen that Elder Tian was only a puppet or a sword slave. The real enemy was this hidden sword peak. The phoenix fire on Li Qingshan's chest burned, trying its best to fill the huge hole. This strange hidden sword peak was as strong as expected. If it was not for the Dragon King of the Sea restraining the heaven and earth sword formation and the heaven and earth sword realm, his full-powered slash would not have been able to pose a threat to it. This kind of power had far surpassed that of a normal grand cultivator. It had entered a higher realm. If it was a one-on-one fight, there was almost no chance of winning. It was really important to have a strong teammate. It's only SOSO. Li Qingshan laughed maniacally, and slashed towards the hidden sword peak again. A light spot suddenly lit up between his brows. A huge sense of danger rose in his heart, and he hurriedly pulled back his saber to block. Boom. A streak of light collided with the blade and erupted with 1,000 streaks of light, like resplendent flowers. Every single streak of light was almost as powerful as a strike from a grand cultivator of the sword. Li Qingshan's colossal body retreated as well. His feet carved out 2 deep ravines in the ground. He pushed back with his right foot and crushed a small mountain. Just now he had stopped, but before he could even catch his breath, the 1,000 streaks of light reversed and shot towards his vitals. The way of the sword was profound and he could not dodge them. Final radiance of the setting sun. Li Qingshan said calmly. Pieces of the spirit turtle's profound shell rose up, forming a perfect sphere and reversing all of the light, shooting it towards Elder Tian. The Dragon King of the Sea could not help but look over. He could clearly sense that he had become much stronger than when they clashed back then. This rate of growth was unbelievable. However, he would not let such a great opportunity slip by. He pushed in the inky clouds again, infiltrating the realm of heaven and earth further and compressing the sword formation of heaven and earth. He knew very well that he did not need to be the main attacker in this battle. Elder Tian's expression changed slightly. As a demon, Li Qingshan possessed a little too many abilities. He pushed forward with his hands and collected all of the streaks of light into his palms. He closed his hands and condensed the streaks of light into a ball of light. Then he swung out forcefully and a ring of light appeared, dispersing the thick inky clouds. He faced 2 enemies alone while maintaining his pressure against the 4 monk kings. He actually did not lose the upper hand at all. Kid, this sword is very powerful. If it weren't for the fact that he doesn't have a corresponding sword master, you wouldn't be his opponent at all, the wildflower blade soul who never spoke much in battle could not help but say. He's going to have a sword master very soon. Watch as I suppress and subdue him. Li Qingshan said. Don't you dare. Cut him down. That'll depend on your performance. Come, madman at the end of the road. Li Qingshan laughed aloud. He became one with the blade and swung about wildly, knocking away the streaks of light that whistled over. He approached the hidden sword peak step by step. The collision between blade aura and sword chi was thunderous. At this moment, there was a flash of red on the horizon. A streak of scarlet light whistled over and struck the hidden sword peak. Chapter 11:14. The hidden sword peak was blasted to the side, and a huge crater was formed. Large pieces of earth and rocks crumbled. This was a weapon that only the king of a state could possess. In terms of destructive power, it was indeed shockingly strong. It could be said that this was the fierce king of Chu's true strongest state. Because unlike the Yao, the human cultivators were never stingy with the use of external objects. Even the sword faction, which focused on their own cultivation, needed a peerless sword. And the Crimson Dragon King was the sword in Chu Lai King's hand. Li Qingshan could not help but sigh. If this Crimson Dragon King had been present during the battle that day, the outcome of the battle would have been uncertain. Your Majesty King Chu, long time no see. How have you been? He greeted with a smile. However, with his mouth full of fangs, his expression was naturally ferocious. Chu Lai King glanced at him and cupped his fists. I'm late. Thank you, Dragon King, for coming to my aid. I'm not helping you. There's no need to thank me, the Dragon King of the Sea said calmly. Of course I understand. Whether or not I thank you is up to me. It has nothing to do with you, Chu Lai King said calmly. Had these 2 fellows. Li Qingshan sneered in his heart. However, he also understood that at this stage they had their own pride. They were not as casual as him. Therefore, a human king, a demon king, and a half-human half-demon. Although there were many conflicts between them, they stood on the same side. With the 3 peerless masters of the Green State joining forces, there was no longer any suspense in this battle. You damned, Elder Tian steadied himself. His expression became more and more inhuman. Before he finished speaking. 1,000 years entering the painting. The Dragon King of the Sea spun and soared. The sky and earth were all white, except for the dark clouds that were as thick as ink. Other than the soaring black dragon, all the other sceneries turned pale. It was as if a magnificent painting was unfolding. The boundless world, from the ancient times to the present, was drawn into the painting. Frenzied saber of the end, descent of the blood moon. In an instant, Li Qingshan swung his saber 1,000 times and combined them into one attack. An arc of saber aura pierced through the air. It was as red as blood. It was blazing like fire, like a blood moon descending from the heavens, irreversible and unstoppable. On this pale painting scroll, the most distinct existence. Chu Lai King soared into the sky. The Red Dragon King let out another furious roar, and the main cannon at the head of the warship spat out a beam of scarlet light, like a real dragon's fire. It destroyed everything in its path. At the same time, he flipped his right hand and raised the small cauldron that had experienced the vicissitudes of life. Then he spread out a domain in the sky. Not only did it not conflict with the Dragon King of the Sea's painting, but it further increased its might. Without communicating telepathically or exchanging glances, Li Qingshan, Chu Lai King and the Dragon King of the Sea attacked at the same time, but their teamwork was extremely tacit, as if they had practiced it thousands of times. As the painting unfolded and the Qingzhou cauldron pressed down, the heaven and earth sword realm actually showed signs of collapsing. The tens of thousands of swords also became pale and powerless, completely suppressing the heaven and earth sword formation. The black color spread, dyeing the green hidden sword peak, as if it had become a mountain in a painting. At the same time, the blood moon fell into the hidden sword peak. It was only when the scarlet light bombarded the peak that a smooth saber mark appeared without a sound. There were countless sword holes on the hidden sword peak, shooting out countless beams of blood light. The blood moon in the peak instantly collapsed, turning into thousands of violent saber auras that destroyed everything. In an instant, the hidden sword peak was covered in cracks and blood light floated within it. It trembled violently as if it would collapse at any time. Li Qingshan thought to himself, after these two great enemies became my helpers, this battle seems to have become a little too simple. The four monk kings looked up at the sky that looked like an ink mountain painting, and all of them felt extremely shocked. This was the power of their joint attack. The hidden sword peak, which had been so difficult to resist just a moment ago, was actually almost destroyed by a single move. It was exactly because of experts like them that the demon domain's invasions failed time and time again. Originally they planned on working with Chu Lai King to attack the hidden sword peak, but their reactions were slightly slower. Seeing this, they completely stopped worrying and prepared to defend the monastery firmly. But suddenly, the hidden sword peak that was on the brink of collapse rapidly expanded. Blood sacrificed to the sword. Elder Tian brought his palms together, and his clothes scattered, reduced to dust. His skin tore apart as well and blood sprayed out, merging with the hidden sword peak beneath his feet. The hidden sword peak immediately stabilized. However, Elder Tian did not have any skin on him at all, revealing his flesh and blood. His original appearance was no longer recognizable. He was like a demon that had crawled out of a pool of blood in hell. This was the sorrow of being a sword slave. He had to sacrifice everything for the sword soul at any time. Myriad swords returned to the root. Elder Tian stood on his feet and stabbed his hand viciously into the hidden sword peak, like he was holding a huge sword. The thousands of swords flew back, and the sword formation of heaven and earth suddenly shrank, operating violently. The hidden sword peak forcefully protruded from the painting, falling rapidly towards Great Buddha Mountain. The four monk kings received it together, but the extremely weakened sound of Sanskrit formation of world purification only lasted for a split second before completely collapsing. Faced with this terrifying sight that resembled a natural disaster, their instincts told them to immediately avoid it, or they would be dead for sure. However, the Chan monastery of Devanaga's foundation that had existed for tens of thousands of years was right under their feet. The hidden sword peak had directly smashed into it, and the entire mountain was about to collapse, and all of the disciples would die to the landslide. As a result, none of the four of them moved at all. The dauntless monk said, "I will die for the monastery today. Live up to my Zen heart, live up to my Buddha." The three monk kings chanted, "Live up to my Zen heart, live up to my Buddha." With a flash of golden light, the four monk kings all turned into vajras that were several hundred meters tall, raising their arms high into the air to receive the hidden sword peak. Boom! There was a great rumble, but it was not as violent as they imagined it to be. Two black pillars stood beside them. Looking up from the pillars, they saw a towering ox demon, using its shoulders to shoulder the entire hidden sword peak. "Qingshan," the unraging monk said. "Why aren't you leaving yet?" Li Qingshan grinned and his bones crackled. Even after transforming into the ox demon transformation and unleashing the various abilities of the ox demon, he struggled to contend against the pressure of the hidden sword peak. The bones in his arms shattered and his spine bent and snapped. His flesh and blood went without saying, mixing with the soil and rock of the hidden sword peak and turning into surging flames. However, he hooked his horns into the mountain and held on firmly. His hooves sank deep into the mountain, and the head of the Buddha cracked and collapsed. The dauntless monk was moved. He said sternly, "We all owe you our lives." Afterwards he ordered loudly, "All disciples listen up. Retreat from Great Buddha Mountain as soon as possible." Although they were reluctant to admit it, it was already difficult for them to interfere in this battle. There was basically an entire realm of cultivation difference between them and the hidden sword peak. Only supreme experts like the Dragon King of the Sea who had reached the peak of the third heavenly tribulation could work together and contend against one of them. Everyone else would just be throwing their lives away if they tried. "You stinking bug, watch as I crush you," Elder Tian said, but it was no longer his voice. Instead, it was the roars of the entire hidden sword peak. Rumble. Li Qingshan's colossal body was almost pressed into Great Buddha Mountain. A series of sounds of bones shattering rang out from his body, but his expression became even more determined. He said sternly, "Come." With a dragon's roar, the ink clouds surged and gathered beside Li Qingshan, lifting up the hidden sword peak together. The Dragon King of the Sea flew up and wrapped around Great Buddha Mountain. Reversal of the 5 elements. Chu Lai King stepped onto the hidden sword peak with a single step and sent a palm strike towards Elder Tian. Elder Tian stabbed one hand into the hidden sword peak and formed a seal with the other. Although he did not have a sword in his hand, he seemed to hold the entire realm of swords in his hand. Sword and palm clashed over 1,000 times in a single instant. Even though his posture was strange and he could not move his body, he actually did not lose the upper hand at all. The shockwaves kicked up a storm. A colossal, ink dragon head rose up from the east of the hidden sword peak, lunging over. Elder Tian pointed his sword at Chu Lai King. His right leg twisted at an odd angle and stepped hard on the dragon head. The dragon head suddenly turned into a human figure. It was the Mo Wuhan that Li Qingshan had seen before. He waved his sleeves elegantly and slashed down with his sword. Clang. With the sound of metal clashing, the flesh and blood of Elder Tian's right leg fell off. His leg bone turned into a blade and blocked the blade. His left leg did the same. It stretched out and a flash of sword light flashed. The magnificent red light shot by Crimson Dragon King was split into 2. Its angle changed accordingly and it attacked Chu Lai King and the Dragon King of the Sea respectively. Chu Lai King struck out with his palm. The void in front of him twisted and the red light deviated, flying towards the horizon. Dragon King of Ink Sea's body floated like ink as he dodged the scarlet light calmly. Behind him, there was a loud explosion dozens of miles away, and a mushroom cloud rose into the sky. The ring-shaped airwave overturned a group of retreating monks. The 4 monk kings could not hide their astonishment. This swordsmanship was unbelievable. Just now their defeat in one move was not a coincidence. Could even be said that they were lucky. Twisted and strange laughter came from the hidden sword peak. It was angry, happy, hateful, and malicious, like the hysterical laughter of a madman. It was full of chaos and was difficult to distinguish, but the effect was like a devil's voice. The monks fell to the ground, holding their heads and crying. The monk kings hurriedly performed the chant of Devanaga to save their disciples from dying. Amidst the storm, Elder Tian, who had lost his human form, was fighting 1 against 3 peerless experts. Illusions intertwined, changing and blurring. Sometimes it was a magnificent picture, sometimes it was the Green Province, but it could not completely annihilate the heaven and earth sword realm. With the help of the Dragon King of the Sea and Chu Lai King, Li Qingshan felt much lighter, but it was only relatively speaking. The hidden sword peak was still pressing down on him, making him almost unable to move. It was devouring his flesh and bones. His arms had almost become a pile of mud, and he was relying on his body to support himself. No matter how strong the helpers were, it was useless if his own cultivation was not enough. However, he had never been someone who relied on others. Moo. Li Qingshan lowered his head and sucked in a deep breath. He let out a deep moo and slammed his ox head against the sword collection peak viciously. Elder Tian's eyes widened. He did not expect that he still had the strength to fight back in this situation, and the counterattack was so strong and reckless. Boom. With an earth-shattering sound, the hidden sword peak suddenly shattered. A wave of air swept out for thousands of miles, and thousands of boulders were shot out like rain. Li Qingshan's skull was shattered and blood flowed out, turning into flames that burned fiercely. It was as if his fighting spirit had never been extinguished. He stepped on the half-collapsed Great Buddha Mountain, straightened his body and roared angrily, "Come and crush me." The monks looked at the distant Great Buddha Mountain, and for a moment they could not control their emotions. Chu Lai King and Dragon King of the Sea looked at each other, and both had the meaning of "as expected." Chapter 11:15. The destructive power of the hidden sword peak swept away the dark clouds, and a ray of sunlight fell on Li Qingshan's body. He stared at the sky and muttered, "Let me see your true face." An extremely strange sword floated in the sky. The hilt of the sword was uneven, and the body of the sword was twisted and bent. If it wasn't for the ghastly sword chi, it would be practically impossible to determine that this was a sword. It was like a piece of trash that had failed to be refined in a cauldron, and it caused one to feel uncomfortable no matter how one looked at it, causing one to involuntarily feel a sense of disgust and rejection. However, it was this sword that controlled the Heaven and Earth Sword realm, operated the Heaven and Earth Sword matrix, and enslaved Elder Tian. No other weapon in the 9 states could compare to it. Li Qingshan suddenly realized that the towering hidden sword peak was merely its scabbard. The battle was not over yet. Perhaps this was just the beginning. The swords fell like rain. The long swords that formed the sword formation of heaven and earth fell from the sky, but they did not attack. Instead, they were abandoned like garbage. Controlling these pieces of trash is really a waste of effort. Elder Tian used his remaining hand to hold the hilt of the sword. His body twisted and became more and more deformed, as if he was an artifact attached to the sword. He was only used to adapt to the shape of the sword and unleash the power of the sword. And that old man's bullshit realm? Get out of my way. Elder Tian waved his sword randomly. The Heaven and Earth Sword realm, which had not collapsed even under the joint suppression of Chu Lai King and the Dragon King of the Sea, was instantly destroyed. Sword peak, sword formation, sword realm. All external objects were abandoned, leaving only a man and a sword standing tall in the sky. Or rather, there was only one sword, a sword that immortals despised. However, Li Qingshan, Chu Lai King, and the Dragon King of the Sea all clearly felt that it was more of a threat than ever before. However, they were not afraid at all. If the 3 of them could not deal with a lone sword together, it would be the biggest joke in the world. It might be able to gain the upper hand for a while, but it would not be able to win in the end. I have to admit, according to this world's standards, this world is too small. You're all very strong. If this was any other place, it would be quite troublesome. Unfortunately, this was the Great Buddha Mountain. From the very beginning. You have no chance of winning. Alright, the game ends here, hehe. Now, I will destroy the Demon Suppression Hall. Elder Tian. As she spoke, she suddenly became more reasonable. Her body gradually melted, merging into the forsaken immortal sword in her hand. She was swallowed up by the sword, leaving behind only a head. With a sinister laugh, she disappeared into the horizon, submerging into the void. From this moment onwards, the existence of Elder Tian no longer existed in this world. The abandoned immortal sword soul used the power it gained from devouring the sword slaves to launch a counterattack. Li Qingshan was already prepared. His eyes suddenly became as deep as the sea, and he punched the void beside him. Come out. The void trembled violently, and the forsaken fairy sword could be vaguely seen within it. A black line swam over and wrapped around the sword, pulling it out of the void. It was the Dragon King of the Sea. Without waiting for the forsaken fairy sword to react, Chu Lai King slammed the Qingzhou cauldron down. It's finally over. The dauntless monk watched this and let out a great sigh of relief inside. The Chan monastery of Devanaga had finally survived another disaster. Illusion. The Dragon King of the Sea flew out of the Qingzhou cauldron and said 2 words. Chu Lai King frowned. He saw the forsaken fairy sword gradually thin out and disperse in the Qingzhou cauldron. It was actually just a sword illusion. Not only did the forsaken fairy sword possess the special ability to submerge into space, but it had even fooled the spirit turtle's divination. Oh no! Li Qingshan looked back, and the forsaken fairy sword emerged from space. It turned into a twisted streak of light and disappeared into the Demon Suppression Hall. Now, all he could do was hope that the Demon Suppression Hall was tough enough to block the attack slightly, giving them a second opportunity to strike. However, things did not go according to plan. A crack suddenly appeared at the top of the Demon Suppression Hall. In terms of toughness, the Demon Suppression Hall was even tougher than the Hall of Great Strength in the past, or it would have been impossible for it to imprison the town of myriad demons and suppress the demon cavern. However, under the forsaken fairy sword, it actually seemed as fragile as a regular building. Li Qingshan shook his head. This situation was not particularly unexpected. He said to Chu Lai King and the Dragon King of the Sea beside him, prepare to suppress the demon cavern again. Chu Lai King and the Dragon King of the Sea said nothing. They had prepared themselves for the worst-case scenario to a certain extent. After all, the enemy was so powerful. Defeating them was already extremely difficult. Stopping them from fleeing or destroying them was basically impossible. However, while the destruction of the Demon Suppression Hall was terrible, killing a few demon kings was still nothing difficult for the 3 of them if they worked together. They wanted to see who was bold enough to stand up for them. Afterwards, they would just have to use the god artifact that was the Qingzhou cauldron to suppress them again. Rumble. The crack rapidly spread across the entire Demon Suppression Hall. Demon chi gushed out from the cracks. The vegetation in the surroundings either withered or began to demonify. The demon suppression hall was gradually buried in the surging demon chi. With a great rumble, demon chi rushed into the air and rapidly expanded, reaching several dozen kilometers away and darkening the surroundings. Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow. The size of the demon cavern was truly unprecedented. He struggled to imagine how the Chan monastery of Devanaga had managed to suppress it in the past without the Green Province cauldron. An extremely clear, black hole appeared in the Green Province cauldron in Chu Lai King's hand. He was stern as he raised the cauldron high. "Fellow cultivators, please assist me." Before they could answer, he leapt into the Green Province cauldron. The cauldron flew towards the demon cavern and swelled in the wind, growing larger and larger. The mountains and rivers on it became clearer and clearer, and it also became more and more solemn. It forcefully blocked the surging demon chi and slowly pressed down. Li Qingshan and the Dragon King of the Sea arrived before the demon cavern. They were prepared to kill all who stood in their way, but they also had to guard against the Forsaken Immortal Sword trying to interfere again. However, after waiting for a while, the Forsaken Immortal Sword did not launch a sneak attack. Instead, powerful auras surged over from the demon cavern. Every single aura was that of a demon king. "That's a little big." Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow. The demon kings attacking them were not just 3 or 5, nor were they 8 or 10. Instead, there were several dozen, reaching the maximum number of demon kings that could pass through at the same time in the demon cavern. The demon domain must have been prepared a long time ago, gathering the demon kings together. They would launch an attack as soon as the demon suppression hall fell. And these demon kings did not swarm over. Instead, they stood in a simple battle formation. Anyone with a slight understanding of the demon domain would know that it was basically impossible for 2 demon kings to coexist peacefully. If several dozen demon kings gathered together, it would devolve into a chaotic battle very soon. This was determined by the nature of demon folk and the laws of the demon domain. This was a world without trust and filled with malice. Unless there were even more powerful demon folk commanding them and using absolute strength to suppress them, they could not achieve this. Li Qingshan could not help but think of the terrifying sword chi that could annihilate everything in the demon cavern of the south. Chapter 11:16. Clear River Prefecture. The pillar of lightning pierced through the surroundings. The swarm of insects surged into the pillar of light like moths to a flame, one after another. They surged endlessly. Gu Yenying swung her jade folding fan, and 100 tornadoes swept through the swarm of insects, but they struggled to kill the locusts so easily. Suddenly her heart shivered. The soaring locust king vanished from her vision. She swung her jade folding fan backwards, and sharp atmospheric winds whistled out along with the scorching winds of hell. "You sure have some reactions, but those who stand in my way will die." War Demon's Possession. The soaring locust king suddenly appeared, flapping a pair of insect wings as startling demon chi erupted from its body. It donned a set of demonic armor, and the banner on its back bore the 2 words War Demon. It sped up once again, advancing instead of retreating. It flew against the wind and lunged towards Gu Yenying. Gu Yenying raised an eyebrow, and a pair of strong white hawk wings unfurled on her back. She assumed a half-demon form and flew backwards. She called out, "Li Qingshan. He's here." Li Qingshan shot through the air and threw a punch at the soaring locust king. His main body was currently focused on fending off the sword collection peak, so his control over his mirror clone was slightly weaker. Seeing the soaring locust king actually unleash the war demon's possession, he was surprised. As expected, he seen through it. Even without the spirit turtle's ability to calculate, the soaring locust king had managed to understand the true form of the demon suppression statuary after such a long period of time with his cultivation as a great demon king, making up for his greatest shortcoming. However, to Li Qingshan this was the greatest piece of bad news. It meant that his strategy of decapitating the leader was no longer possible. The soaring locust king flapped its wings, and there was a flash of light as sharp as a blade. A huge gash appeared on Li Qingshan's chest, but it was not flesh. Instead, it was changing, flowing water. Soon afterwards, there was another flash of light. All he could do was retreat and focus on recovering from his wounds. It was all thanks to Gu Yenying's assistance that his mirror clone was not completely destroyed. Scarlet, white and black wings flew about, sometimes crisscrossing and sometimes separating. For a moment he was surrounded by danger. Li Qingshan looked down from the corner of his eyes and saw that no one was controlling the tornado. Amidst the surging pests, in the blink of an eye, it collapsed and dissipated. The swarm of insects surged into the lightning without any obstruction, and the tribulation lightning became even more violent. "No, this can't go on." The mirror avatar's strength was still too weak. He could easily deal with ordinary demon kings. It was already beyond his ability to deal with a great demon monarch. If this continued, he could only watch as the golden cicada spirit king was struck to death by lightning. Damn it. Both sides are so hard to deal with. Useless. Useless. The flying locust king laughed maniacally. Like a bolt of black lightning, it flew across the sky, fighting 1 against 2. From time to time, it would summon the swarm of locusts to help. Li Qingshan and Gu Yanning could barely protect themselves. They could not stop it at all. The source of the locust plague, the flying locust king, is here. Do you want to keep watching? Gu Yanning called out. Yu Wuyang and Jin Fugue exchanged glances. They had always been thinking of a way to kill the flying locust king. Now was indeed the best opportunity. Originally, they wanted to wait for the flying locust king and the golden cicada spirit king to tire themselves out before reaping the benefits. However, after witnessing the flying locust king's strength after demonification, they could not help but admit that if the flying locust king wanted to flee, they could not stop it at all, so they no longer hesitated. Black Cloud Sand Prison. Total annihilation. With the cry of a phoenix, the phoenix soared over and called out, "First Father, I'll help you." Helicoverpa Rosa stood on the little phoenix's back and spat out thousands of strands of spider silk from her mouth. Great Buddha Mountain. Demon Chi surged into the air like a beacon. The situation had taken a turn for the worse. Their enemy was no longer a single person or a single sword, but the boundless demon domain. Behind the several dozen demon kings, there were probably even more demon folk armies. In the past, whenever the demon domain invaded, they would have to gather the strength of the 9 provinces to fend them off. This was a war between 2 worlds. The effects of an individual would be drastically reduced. Even though Li Qingshan and the others were peak masters, they struggled to stop the war from erupting. The unraging monk clenched his fist firmly and gazed at Great Buddha Mountain that had been swallowed by the demon chi. He seemed to see the murals of Buddhas dimming and peeling away, and the scriptures engraved on the stone tablets gradually blurring. His eyes became slightly moist. The Buddha nature and Buddha light hidden in the mountains, rocks, and plants were completely washed away. Even if the devil's den was suppressed again, it would probably take 1,000 years to completely restore it to its original state. And before long, even the spirit veins would be contaminated. The Chan monastery of Devanaga has been destroyed. A certain monk let out a sorrowful cry, and the monks all shed tears, some even breaking down and wailing. For a moment there were wails everywhere. To them, the Chan monastery of Devanaga was basically their home. To mortals, no matter how great their mental fortitude and cultivation were, they could not help but feel agitated right now. They struggled to control themselves. As the abbot, Dauntless has failed to protect the monastery. I failed my predecessors. Even 10,000 deaths cannot atone for my sins. The dauntless monk knelt down in the direction of Great Buddha Mountain. The Chan monastery of Devanaga had actually been destroyed in his hands. There's no need to blame yourself too much, senior brother. Since the demon domain is determined to invade, there's nothing anyone can do. The unraging monk advised. He was also extremely sorrowful and furious, but he had been mentally prepared a long time ago after watching over the demon suppression hall for all these years. He had even predicted this would happen, as the Chan monastery of Devanaga had always been built on the crater of a volcano. The world had been at peace for several millennia. To the disciples of the Chan monastery of Devanaga, demon folk were merely tools for tempering themselves. It was very easy for them to overlook the strength of the demon domain, as well as the fact that the demon cavern had been a passageway the demon domain had opened up to attack in the first place. The demon cavern behind Great Buddha Mountain was so large that even with the suppression of the demon suppression hall, it was still much easier than opening up a new demon cavern. It was like a war between 2 countries. The Chan monastery of Devanaga was only equivalent to a sturdy city on the outskirts. Even without the sword collection peak opening the city gates as spies, they would struggle to fend off the large-scale attack of the demon domain. In the past wars, just how many extremely powerful divine kingdoms of other folk had been destroyed in the demon plague in the end? In terms of both history and strength, these divine kingdoms were probably no weaker than the Chan monastery of Devanaga. Let alone the Chan monastery of Devanaga, probably the entire world of the 9 provinces was just a sturdy city to the demon domain. Fellow cultivators, please assist me in killing the demons and do your best to suppress the demon cavern. I will definitely repay you handsomely in the future. Chu Lai King's sincerity was almost humble. In a situation like this, anyone could back down, but as the king of Chu, he had inherited the dying will of the previous kings. He had the responsibility of guarding the land, so he could not back down. Even if he knew it was impossible, he still had to do his best. Neither the Dragon King of the Sea nor Li Qingshan answered. Chu Lai King's heart sank. Without their help, there really was no point in trying. The Dragon King of the Sea reverted to his dragon form and circled around the demon cavern. He drew over the inky clouds in the sky and gathered them towards the demon cavern, suppressing the surging demon chi and assisting Chu Lai King in suppressing the demon cavern. Li Qingshan reverted to his normal form and murmured, "War demon possession," before stepping into the surging demon chi. He swung his dying blossom blade and prepared to deal with the upcoming battle. At the same time, he saw the sight of the clear river prefecture through his mirror clone. His heart became heavier and heavier. Although everyone worked together to keep the Soaring Locust King at bay, they still struggled to stop the Soaring Locust King's frenzied vengeance, just like how they struggled to stop the Forsaken Immortal Sword from destroying the Demon Suppression Hall. The situation on both sides became worse and worse simultaneously. Chapter 11-17. Little and Great. Buddha. Mountain to help. Li Qingshan's voice came intermittently from the communication jade token. Little and thought for a moment and then put it away without shattering it. She was surrounded by mist that was the color of a deathly gray. It was extremely thick and seemed to weigh down on her. It seeped into her body through every pore into her mind and caused her to feel oppressive despair. Little Anne's expression was silent, without joy or sorrow. Her clear eyes pierced through the thick mist, but were blocked by an invisible barrier. This place did not seem to belong to the 9 provinces, and had been thrown to the edge of the world. If one looked down from an extremely high altitude, the 10,000 Ghosts abyss would be enveloped in a hemispherical shape. It was filled with thick mist, as if there was an invisible monster swallowing the entire 10,000 Ghosts abyss and then slowly digesting it. All of this had to start from the moment she inserted the key into the Gate of Hungry Ghosts. When she turned the key, wanting to draw in some ghouls to use as resources for cultivation, the Gate of Hungry Ghosts suddenly expanded, turning into a sphere that swallowed the entire 10,000 Ghosts abyss. She had experienced the Battle of Burial Mound Mountain and knew that this region was being swallowed by the Hungry Ghost realm. The enemy was much stronger than the Corpse King, which was why the Gate of Hungry Ghosts could expand to such an extent in an instant. She had no time to react. And after the Gate of Hungry Ghosts expanded to cover the entire 10,000 Ghosts abyss, it stopped expanding and instead started to shrink. This proved that the attacker was definitely targeting her. The fundamental law of the Hungry Ghost realm was swallowing. With the power of this Gate of Hungry Ghosts, it could swallow a region 100 times larger, or have countless ghouls swarm into this world, but it did not happen. Up until now, she had not seen a single little ghost. There was only the soundless thick mist. Even though she did not know who was behind this, she knew that she had fallen into a trap. He also knew that he had fallen into a trap, and it must be related to Elder Ming who had escaped. When this region was completely swallowed, she would fall into the Hungry Ghost realm. With her identity as the heir of the White Bone, what awaited her would be a warm welcome. Such a hopeless situation. It was enough to drive one mad. Dressed in white, she paced around in the mist before returning to her original spot and sitting down. She fiddled with the skull prayer beads and silently chanted scriptures. Behind her was the towering blood sea banner. Suddenly, a chill assaulted him and a whisper of scripture entered his ears. "Aren't you going to try to escape?" Little Anne said, "You can't escape." Such frank words seemed to stun the owner of the voice for a moment, not knowing how to continue. "Interesting. As expected of the successor of White Bone, you are indeed very interesting. The destruction of the Shenin sect in your hands is not in vain." Little Anne listened quietly. "Don't you want to know who I am and what relationship I have with the mysterious dark sect? Don't you want to know what will happen to you in the Hungry Ghost realm?" A face emerged from the thick fog, circling around Little Anne. Sometimes it was a man, sometimes it was a woman, sometimes it was an old man, sometimes it was a child, and their expressions were filled with ghastly mysteriousness that caused others to shudder with fear. Little Anne sat still and shook his head slightly. "Very well, it seems that you have accepted your fate." The face in the thick fog looked down at her. Little Anne let out a soft, but whether it was his expression or his state of mind, he was calm and didn't look like he was in despair. "I am Emperor Li. I was once the sect leader of the Shenin sect." "Me too." Little Anne interrupted. "You too what?" "The sect leader of the Shenin sect." Little Anne smiled. The previous sect leader had already agreed to abdicate and pass the position to her, so she could be considered the last sect leader of the Shenin sect. Ah, how funny. I can consider sparing your life. Why don't we make a deal? As long as you pass the legacy of White Bone to me, I will. Liar. Little Anne's eyes narrowed. Don't interrupt me. The drifting whisper suddenly turned into a furious roar that filled the valley. The whistling wind lifted up Little Anne's long hair, and the crimson blood sea banner fluttered loudly. Little Anne sat still. As the ghost abyss was swallowed into the hungry ghost realm, the power that the other party could wield would grow stronger and stronger. Once he entered the hungry ghost realm, he would probably have to face an existence that surpassed him by 2 major realms. No matter how the path of White Bone and Great Beauty countered the ghouls, he would not be able to win. Sorry, Qingshan, I won't be able to go to Great Buddha Mountain to help you. He gripped the jade talisman tightly. Let's wait a little longer. I need to grasp the right timing. The gate of hungry ghosts gradually shrank, and the aura from the hungry ghost realm grew thicker and thicker. He could vaguely hear the wails of 10,000 ghosts. Rolling demonic aura surged over. The battle formation formed by several dozen demon kings rapidly approached. Li Qingshan could already see the strange faces clearly. Li Qingshan closed his eyes. The blade in his hand danced around lightly before he suddenly opened his eyes. Scarlet light shot out and he swung his blade. Like a blossoming flower, it turned into 1,000 blade flashes and slashed towards the group of demons. The Dragon King of the Sea was slightly surprised. Although the force of the blade was fierce, he had attacked too early. This kind of mistake was not like him. The demon kings laughed wildly. Could it be that this guy was scared out of his wits? However, when some of the demon kings looked at the crimson-haired and crimson-eyed voice, they seemed to realize something. They could not help but shrink back. Wherever the blade flashes passed, crisscrossing black blade marks were left behind, shattering the void in an instant. The laughter came to a sudden halt. The demon kings could not react in time and crashed into it. The bodies of the dozen or so demon kings at the very front were immediately shattered into dozens or even hundreds of pieces. The other demon kings hurriedly used various methods to dodge. The battle formation was immediately thrown into chaos. One of them cried out, "It's North Moon." This was a name that had been mentioned many times before they set off. He was one of the many experts of the world of the 9 provinces, and he was even more dangerous than the 10 demon kings and the dukes of the 8 provinces. Chapter 11:18. Dark Moon. Dark Moon. The Dark Queen called out frantically. She wanted to rush into the myriad ghosts abyss desperately, but no matter what she did, she was unable to get through the invisible barrier. A streak of resplendent silver light rushed out of the southern horizon, flying over like a sharp sword. The Dark Queen suddenly looked back. The Silver Dragon King. The King of Southern Yu stood on the bridge and gazed at the land of the Green Province. He felt rather excited inside. Behind him were the esteemed guests of the king's estate. They had gathered all the strength of the kingdom of Yu to wage war against the kingdom of Chu. Suddenly his heart skipped a beat. He sensed the Dark Queen's aura. Afterwards the esteemed guests sensed it too. They all said, "It's the Dark Queen. And she's all alone. What a good omen. Let's go take her down. Killing her is easy, but her identity is anything but trivial. We've already declared war against the kingdom of Chu, so why should we be afraid of Chu Lai King? I'm not talking about her man but her daughter." Her daughter? The esteemed guests all fell silent. Everyone already knew about the destruction of the Umbraline sect. It was rumored to be the Dark Queen's daughter, Princess Dark Moon. Originally they were rather doubtful, but before they set off, the King of Southern Yu had once emphasized this matter. They had to avoid conflict with 2 people as much as possible, one of which was Li Qingshan, while the other was this Princess Dark Moon. The Silver Dragon King rapidly approached. The Dark Queen gritted her teeth secretly, but she refused to abandon little Anne. Then what do we do? Are we supposed to spare her? Strange, why isn't she fleeing? Something seems to have happened to the Umbraline sect. Don't tell me it's the Gate of Hungry Ghosts. Through the mechanisms on the Silver Dragon King, the King of Southern Yu had noticed the abnormalities in the myriad ghosts abyss a long time ago. He guessed it was related to the Gate of Hungry Ghosts, and according to the information Little Anne was currently cultivating in the myriad ghosts abyss. The Dark Queen's abnormal actions proved this as well. Head caretaker Gong Yang bowed and said softly, "Your Majesty, even the heavens are helping me." The King of Southern Yu said nothing in thought. The only people he feared were Li Qingshan and little Anne. In fact, in his eyes, Chu Lai King had already lost the upper hand and would definitely not be able to resist his army. As for little Anne, his fear was even deeper. After all, she was Princess Xianyu, the only successor to the throne of Chu. Moreover, once she made a move, Li Qingshan would definitely not stand idly by. Now he allowed little Anne to be devoured by the hungry ghost realm. It was tantamount to eliminating the biggest hidden danger. The heavens were really on his side. However, he had a deeper concern. If Li Qingshan found out that he didn't help, who knew what kind of reaction he would have? He could not help but laugh self-mockingly. As the ruler of a country, destroying a country was nothing to him. But now, he had to be so apprehensive about one person. However, when he thought of Li Qingshan's enraged look, he had no choice but to be cautious. With a thought, Xiaoqin seemed to think of something and he made a decision. He flung his sleeves and the Silver Dragon King's main cannon shot out. Specks of silver light began to gather in the Dark Queen's eyes. The silver light in the Dark Queen's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Suddenly, with a flash, resplendent silver light whistled over, but it passed over her head and struck the invisible barrier that enveloped the myriad ghosts' abyss behind her, producing countless silver ripples. Your Majesty? Caretaker Ram was taken aback. She's already severed her ties with Chu Lai King. She's not our enemy, and she even helped me destroy the Chan Monastery of Devanaga and destroy the Umbraline sect, so I should obviously assist her in breaking free. Don't you dare say anything else. The King of Southern Yu said righteously. The officials behind him looked at one another. That was not the theory that prevailed in the Mist Province. Instead, it was the law of survival of the fittest. However, since the King of Southern Yu had already said that, they could only accept this explanation. If it were in the past, perhaps there would still be people who refused to accept this, but after the King of Southern Yu obtained the Great Banyan Tree King's support, his organization in the Mist Province had already flourished. No one could oppose him. Yes, I've been too short-sighted, Head Caretaker Ram said in thought. The King of Southern Yu drove the Silver Dragon King, and the silver light constantly bombarded the invisible barrier. As the greatest weapon for attacking cities in the world, even the invisible domain the Gate of Hungry Ghosts had conjured could not put up a complete resistance. It began to show signs of melting. The reason why he made this decision was because he recalled the warning the Banyan Tree King had given him before he set off. If Li Qingshan is determined to stop you from destroying the kingdom of Chu, don't force him. You can only be a friend, not an enemy. He had always admired the Banyan Tree King's wisdom. Now that he had become the god of the Mist Province, his plans went even further. As a result, he suddenly discovered that saving or not saving was a choice between being a friend or an enemy. As a result, he resolutely chose being a friend. At this moment, the Gate of Hungry Ghosts sped up. The King of Southern Yu frowned and turned his face to the officials. Officials, this is our first battle in the Green Province. Let me witness what you're capable of. The officials accepted the order and flew out of the Silver Dragon King as streaks of light, unleashing their various techniques towards the myriad ghosts' abyss. I've already done everything I can. Whether I can escape or not will be up to you. Having made his choice, the King of Southern Yu eased up. Now that he had gone so far, he believed that even if Li Qingshan was unwilling to help him, he would not be determined to stop him, right? Little Anne suddenly raised her head. All she saw was a silver star growing brighter and brighter. A sliver of silver light shot in. She let go of the jade talisman in her hand. Looks like there's no need for that. She smiled. That works too. The surrounding domain rapidly shrank, and the hungry ghost realm was already right before her. She stood up gently and flew up. You want to leave? With a roar, the mist-like aura of death suddenly surged, turning into Emperor Li's ever-changing face and trying to devour her. The Buddha-slaying sword appeared. This was the moment Little Anne had been waiting for. If you don't show yourself, then so be it, but you actually dare to condense a clone, so don't blame me for being merciless. Arg! With a cry of pain, the face condensed from the aura of death collapsed. With a swing of the Buddha-slaying sword, who could stop it? Even if you were some Emperor Li in the hungry ghost realm, this was the 9 provinces. Little Anne looked back with a smile and said loudly, Emperor Li, I'll give you the legacy of the white bone. Thank you for sparing my life. We'll meet again. With that, he swung the Blood Sea banner towards the resplendent silver light. How dare you? Who are you? Chu Lai King flew into a rage. He slammed his palm against the golden vine, but the force from his palm was like a clay ox that had disappeared into the ocean. It was not very effective. The golden vine rapidly spread out, enveloping the entire Green Province cauldron. Madame Ting, now is not the time for you to take the cauldron. Li Qingshan knew that Madame Ting possessed extraordinary talent. She could devour spiritual force and possessed supreme vitality and defenses. Striking at a time like this was basically the final iron rod that broke the camel's back. Now is not the time? When is the time? If you won't help me, don't even think about stopping me, Madame Ting said. Ever since she came to the Green Province, she had been searching for an opportunity to steal the Green Province cauldron. However, the cauldron was not that easy to steal, and there was no chance of success if she tried to steal it openly. Now that she had come across this heaven-sent opportunity, she definitely would not let it go. The Green Province cauldron shook violently. As the golden vine tightened and spread, the illusion of the Green Province rapidly collapsed and shrank. Meanwhile, demon qi surged upwards. Chu Lai King was already exhausted from the intense battle with the forsaken immortal sword soul. Now that he had to suppress the demon cauldron, he was being attacked from both sides. He immediately felt like he was losing control of the cauldron. All right, do whatever you want. Li Qingshan glanced at the demon cauldron. The spatial crack gradually closed up, and demon qi surged in the depths of the cauldron. Who knew how many demon folk were ready to strike? The demon cauldron was far too large. The tremors were powerful, but they could not seal up such a large gap. At a time like this, even if he chased Madame Ting away, he would not be able to stop the invasion of the demon domain. He sighed and laid out his hands. Right when he was about to apologize, the communication jade talisman in his bosom suddenly lit up, and little Anne's voice rang out. Qingshan, I'm fine now. I'll come to Great Buddha Mountain right now. Li Qingshan laughed aloud and pointed at Madame Ting in the air. Put down the cauldron right now. Little Anne passed through the silver light and looked back at the rapidly shrinking myriad ghosts abyss. He secretly rejoiced that Emperor Li had preserved his strength. Xianyue, the Dark Queen said happily. I'm fine. I've made Mother worry. Come with me. Little Anne comforted the Dark Queen before clasping his hands at the Silver Dragon King in the air. Thank you, Your Majesty, the King of you. We can't stay here for long. Afterwards, he turned into a white blur and flew off towards the north. The Dark Queen followed close behind. We can't stay here for long, the King of Southern Yu gazed down. The gate of hungry ghosts had shrunk to less than a few kilometers, but it swallowed the entire myriad ghosts abyss. It seemed extremely twisted and strange. But very soon, it expanded once again, swallowing several hundred kilometers in the blink of an eye. Without another word, he immediately steered the Silver Dragon King away. Little Anne flew over 1,000 kilometers away. Looking back, he saw surging yin qi that shrouded the sky. He thought, sure enough. Chapter 11:19. Madame Ting obviously would not listen to Li Qingshan's orders, but she had to treat it seriously. She called out, Li Qingshan, don't forget about what you promised someone else. Did you steal the cauldron for the Banyan Tree King? Li Qingshan asked. Of course not. Madame Ting changed the topic and denied it firmly. It was impossible for her to admit that she had traveled all the way to the Green Province for that heartless old tree demon. She had already thought about it a long time ago. Once she obtained the Green Province cauldron, she would only give it to him when he begged her. Then there's no someone else. Li Qingshan smiled and said seriously, all right, I'll naturally hand the 9 cauldrons to the Banyan Tree King in the future, but the time isn't right now. You better put down the cauldron obediently or else. Demon qi surged over from behind. A demon king leapt out of the demon cauldron first. After demonifying, it resembled a tadpole, but who knew how many times larger than a tadpole? Its entire body was snow white and it had no eyes, ears, mouth or nose. It gave off an intense stench. A tiny spiky tail swayed rapidly, creating ripples in the air. It moved startlingly quickly, and its huge, sleek head suddenly split open into a blood-red gash that resembled a mouth. It swallowed Li Qingshan in a single gulp, and the gash immediately closed up. Or what? Madame Ting smiled. She wrapped her arms around the Green Province cauldron firmly, pulling it back as hard as she could. Chu Lai King was no weakling either. As the Lord of the Green Province, he was the natural possessor of the Green Province cauldron. This connection could not be severed so easily, so he continued to hold onto the cauldron as hard as he could. When he heard the conversation between Li Qingshan and Madame Ting, he became even more afraid of relaxing. He questioned, you were sent by the Banyan Tree King? No matter how peaceful and neutral the Banyan Tree King was, he still represented the Mist Province, and he had close ties with the King of Southern Yu. They seemed to be working together. Right now, the strength of the Green Province and the Mist Province had completely lost balance. Once they lost the Green Province cauldron, the Banyan Tree King would become the god of the Green Province. By then, the fate of the Chu Kingdom would be in his hands. Madame Ting said, "I wasn't sent by anyone. Chu Lai King, I advise you to let go. In any case, you can't suppress this demon's den. Maybe someone else will be willing to help. It's a matter of my Azure Province. I don't need anyone's help." Although Chu Lai King said so, he couldn't help but sigh with a sense of loss. At that moment, a sharp scream sounded from below as the Tadpole Demon King violently twisted its body. It was rampaging through the air. His body inflated like a balloon. Countless cracks appeared, and every single one of them let out a blood-curdling screech. With a loud explosion, minced meat and mucus splattered all over the sky. A group of demon kings had just slaughtered their way out of the demon's den. Seeing this, they all dodged. Some of them failed to dodge in time and were drenched. With a hissing sound, white mist rose up, and large swathes of their flesh and blood were corroded away. Even the protection of demon chi was useless. Devour was this Tadpole Demon King's most terrifying ability. Its body was almost completely composed of this corrosive mucus. Not only could it corrode physical objects, but it could also corrode all kinds of energy. Once one entered its stomach, it was equivalent to entering the gates of hell. Even a demon king would turn into pus. However, Li Qingshan was no regular demon king. If you're bold enough to devour, then so be it. As soon as he entered the Tadpole Demon King's stomach, he immediately used the force field of earth around himself to push away the surging mucus. Force fields were different from regular techniques and abilities. They were completely unaffected by the corrosion. The Tadpole Demon King was forcefully blown up by the invisible force, dying on the spot. With regards to this result, Chu Lai King and the others were not surprised. It would be inconceivable if Li Qingshan had died inside. Holding a demon king's heart in his hand, Li Qingshan said to Madame Ting, "Otherwise this will be yours. Forget it, just you wait." Thinking about his relationship with the Banyan Tree King, it was not appropriate to kill his wife. Leaving behind a sentence commonly used by street thugs, Li Qingshan threw the demon king's heart into his mouth and chewed a few times. Then he opened his mouth and spat out a beam of demonic light. At the same time, he shook his head randomly, and the demonic light danced around, forcing the group of demon kings to retreat. In the end, he wiped his charred mouth and said to Chu Lai King, "Fellow Chu, hold on. Your daughter will be here soon." Shenyue. Chu Lai King's spirits rose. If Ji Shenyue was here, this vine demon would not be a threat. Moreover, it would increase their chances of suppressing the Devil's Denver. He said coldly, "My surname is not Chu." When Madame Ting heard that Little N was coming, she hastened to fight with Chu Lai King. On the other hand, Chu Lai King simply gave up suppressing the Devil's Den and wanted to fight with her. At the same time, he drove the Red Dragon King and bombarded the Devil's Den with full power. One by one, the puppet kings flew down from the battleship and joined the battle. Li Qingshan laughed and waved his ending frenzied flower saber at the group of demons. As the saber danced wildly, he transformed into the fighting demon and moved freely in the surging demonic chi. He was not suppressed at all. Instead, his spirit was boosted and he brought the fighting demon possession to a higher level. With a punch, the demon king flew back. With a turn of the saber, the group of demons retreated. On the great Buddha mountain, the demonic chi soared into the sky, the strength of the chi crisscrossed, and the shadow of a dragon soared. Li Qingshan and the Dragon King of the Sea joined hands to fight the group of demons. The Dragon King of the Sea's body could be big or small, hovering between the real and the illusory. Even if he was chopped into pieces, he wouldn't be affected much. He had an almost immortal body. As for Li Qingshan, his body was strong. He could fight and resist, and he could even be reborn. Therefore he had no scruples. Even if he was hit a few times, he didn't care at all. Instead, he became more and more courageous as he fought, exchanging injury for injury and life for life. A demon king that looked like an owl pierced through his chest with its claw. He didn't dodge or block, but instead reached out and plucked the demon king's head off. He turned around and used his face to receive a beam of demonic light. As his head was raised backward, the frenzied flower saber flew out of his hand and cut a demon king in half. The frenzied flower saber spun around and returned to his hand. Even the demon kings shivered at such a vicious and violent attack. They had been ordered to attack the 9 provinces, and they could benefit tremendously from it. Once they succeeded, they would receive the favor of the demon domain and receive the assistance of the heavens. However, none of that was as important as their own lives. If they died in battle here, there would be nothing left for them. Even the war demon race was nothing more than that. Half of Li Qingshan's tiger bones were exposed. The banner on his back had been torn down a long time ago, and his face had been struck by a beam of demonic light. He was even more deformed. However, the flames in his eye sockets blazed as battle intent blazed. With his damaged body, he actually gained the upper hand for a moment, which amazed everyone once again. Without his greatest worry, he had already made up his mind to fight to the end and fight to his heart's content. As for the Golden Cicada Spirit King, he had an idea too. A while later, a white figure arrived through the air. Little and swung the Buddha Slayer sword gently, and a demon king immediately went from life to death, reverting to his original form in fear. He said to Li Qingshan apologetically, "I've made you wait. Good food is never too late. Send your little skeleton to the Clear River Prefecture to provide support. Golden Cicada can't last much longer." Chapter 11:20. Madame Ting's heart trembled. She had been killed by Little N and saved by Little N. Naturally, she felt that this was different. She had also suffered a sword strike, so she knew how terrifying the Buddha-slaying sword was. "Please leave," Little N said expressionlessly. "Forget it. I don't want to be slashed by you again." Madame Ting sighed and let go of the Qingzhou cauldron reluctantly. Because of the Banyan Tree King, Li Qingshan would not kill her. However, if Little N decided to attack, he would not show mercy. Because she wasn't fighting for herself. "Thank you," Little N said. Chu Lai King finally heaved a sigh of relief and regained control of the Qingzhou cauldron. He did not expect his daughter to be so powerful. She forced Madame Ting to retreat with just a few words. He could not help but feel emotional. He cast aside all distracting thoughts and said, "Xianyue, help me suppress the devil's den." "Yes, father." A phoenix cry sounded. Li Qingshan fought to the point of exhaustion, risking his life to take down a demon king with him. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a phoenix, undergoing nerve rebirth. He said to the stunned demon kings, "We're all here, so we can officially begin the battle. Are you prepared to die?" The demon kings retreated and gathered above the devil's den. Actually, since the beginning of the war, not many demon kings had fallen. The biggest loss was at the beginning. Li Qingshan used the geographical advantage to destroy the devil's den, and the Dragon King of the Sea killed 7 demon kings in a row. Until now, there were still nearly 30 demon kings present. They had the absolute advantage in numbers. If it were not for the fact that both Li Qingshan and the Dragon King of the Sea were very resistant to beatings, one had an immortal body and the other could be reborn after death, the demon kings would not be willing to fight with their lives on the line. They would have lost the war long ago and would not have lasted until now. Up until now, they had not been able to kill a single enemy even though they had the geographical advantage. This army of demon kings had been completely annihilated. Their momentum had suffered a great setback and they no longer dared to be careless. They once again gathered their forces, and it was extremely rare for them to feel the importance of unity. It was as if they were waiting for something. "Traitorous disciple, well done." The unraging monk crossed 100 kilometers. He came to Li Qingshan's side. "Why did you come back?" Li Qingshan glanced over. The unraging monk was not the only one who had returned. The other 3 monk kings had returned as well. After leading the monks away from the battlefield and making proper arrangements, they took the opportunity to regulate their breathing and rushed back to help. "This is the Chan Monastery of Devanaga. Watching over the Demon Suppression Hall is my responsibility. Cultivating the Demon Suppression Statuary is precisely to deal with such a situation." Demon chi surged around the unraging monk, but it did not contain the slightest hint of malice. Instead, it seemed righteous and unassailable, turning into a chains of demon suppression that wrapped around him like a dragon. He held a seal in his left hand and a demon-suppressing pagoda in his right. The demonic energy surging out from the devil's cave. It dispersed as soon as it arrived beside him. "You do seem a little like you're about to fight." Li Qingshan smiled. "You don't say. When I was fighting and killing, you weren't even here yet," the unraging monk said. Little N brought his palms together and bowed towards the dauntless monk. His bearing was dignified and peaceful. It was impossible for people to associate him with the 2 words, "enemy of Buddha." "One will." The dauntless monk's expression was mixed. Originally, he wanted to act like he did not see Little N. Otherwise, the enemy of Buddha would come first between the enemy of Buddha and the demon folk. Shaoan said nothing more. she said to Li Qingshan, "The army of the demon domain has arrived." He could sense the countless auras of life in the demon cavern. They sensed the countless auras of life in the demon cavern and gathered like a river. Who knew how many demon folk were currently surging over? You've come at the perfect time. It's a pity that your little skeletons aren't here, but the Samadhi flames of white bone are enough. Li Qingshan said. The demon chi is too dense. The Samadhi flames of white bone will be suppressed, and these demon folk aren't ghouls after all, or they would be able to start a great fire. Then it'll be a little troublesome. Li Qingshan said. Quantitative change was enough to induce qualitative change. The soaring Locust King had already proven this point. He could put up a fight against several dozen demon kings, but against an army of millions, no amount of demon chi would be enough. Gazing at the sky, Chu Lai King was currently unleashing the illusion of the Green Province again, cutting off the surging demon chi. However, he definitely would not be able to suppress the demon cavern for a while. The Blood Sea banner is pretty useful, and I've refined something new too. Shaoan blinked her eyes and raised her left arm. Her left hand, which was hidden in her sleeve, held a bell. It was only the size of a palm, dark blue and semi-transparent. It seemed extremely delicate in her white, lotus-like hand, but at a closer glance, there were countless twisted human faces stacked on top of it. Then it'll be up to you. Li Qingshan smiled. He wrapped his arm around her shoulder and kissed her forehead heavily. Little and rubbed her forehead and smiled resplendently. All right. The demon folk army drew closer and closer. The aura they condensed merged with the surging demon chi, almost blasting the Green Province cauldron away. Chu Lai King had to use all of his strength to keep it under control, let alone suppress the demon cavern. Just now, the auras of several dozen demon kings paled in comparison. No matter how pure they were not worth mentioning. Li Qingshan sighed inside. It was no wonder those talented other folk had lost divine kingdoms one after another. Before such an army, who would not feel insignificant? However, he was not worried. It was not just because he believed in himself, but also because he believed in her. Little and sensed something and looked back. They looked at each other and smiled. At that moment, it was as if it did not matter if Chu Lai King or the Dragon King of the Sea did not exist. As long as they worked together, they could face all powerful enemies. Tap, tap, tap. Suddenly, the sound of hooves rang out in the demon cavern. Through the deafening roars and battle cries, it reached everyone's ears clearly. Each beat seemed to strike their hearts, making them sink. Li Qingshan sensed a powerful aura. Both in terms of quality and quantity, it surpassed all the demon kings present. He thought, this is probably the Chu Lai King and the Dragon King of the Sea of the Demon Domain. The Demon Domain is so vast, so they can't all be ordinary. Though why does this aura seem rather familiar? Meh. With the neighing of a horse, a black-armored knight emerged from the demon cavern. A man and a horse stood before the entire army arriving in this world. Behind them was the roaring demon folk army, but there was not a single person beside them. I see. Li Qingshan immediately understood where the sense of familiarity came from. The banner on the knight's back was written with the words, "Fighting Demons." What a bunch of trash. The black-armored knight roared at the demon kings, and the warhorse beneath him also revealed a look of contempt. How much better can you be? This was a retort, but it did not come from a demon king. Li Qingshan stood with his arms crossed and gazed at the knight in interest. You're a fighting demon? Fighting Demon Hun. The knight stated his name. You're Li Qingshan? Chapter 11:21. Donkey Rider. Cold light flashed through the war demon's eyes. He drew a huge sword from the saddle beside him. The warhorse that had been treated as a donkey was even more furious. Veins bulged all over its body as steam poured out of its nostrils. Its hooves bounced back restlessly as it muttered, "Kill him! Kill him! Kill him!" He swung the huge sword forward and pointed it right at Li Qingshan. Don't you run. Don't worry, I don't have a donkey to ride, so I can't run fast. Li Qingshan laughed aloud. He clenched his fists and crossed his arms. With a shudder, he assumed the posture of a war demon. With his blade in hand, his wings fluttered, and he turned into a scarlet streak of light, charging towards the war demon and the demon folk army alone. Come. Fight. The war demon roared out and merged with his horse, turning into a string of blurs as he charged towards Li Qingshan. Kill. The demon folk army roared out together. Like a tsunami, they rushed into the clouds on the surging demon chi. Boom. A wave of air swept out with a whistling sound. The blade and sword collided, and their edges crisscrossed. The two supreme powers collided viciously. Their eyes met, only inches apart. One was scarlet, the other scarlet. Sparks flew. They were both shocked by the other's strength, which ignited an even more intense killing intent. Li Qingshan's shoulder ached. The warhorse had bitten him. In that moment, it did not seem like a horse, but more like a venomous snake ready to attack violently. Its mouth was filled with sharp teeth. After comprehending the ox demon transformation, Li Qingshan could use the abilities of the ox demon more and more freely. The skin on his shoulder immediately turned into a faint, green ox hide, blocking the bite of the sharp teeth. He grinned. "Your donkey isn't bad, but my blade is still a little better." The blade slowly cut into the sword. The figure of the Wild Blossom's blade spirit vaguely overlapped with Li Qingshan and Li Qingshan. He gripped the hilt firmly. A head-on clash like this was the best way to test out the quality of a weapon. Clearly, the Wild Blossom's blade of doom was superior. The war demon roared out and swung his sword. With a momentum that could split mountains and rivers, it slashed towards Li Qingshan's head. Li Qingshan didn't dare to treat him as an ordinary demon king. The edge of the blade shifted and drew a mysterious arc, intercepting the big sword. "I can't cut you." "Fight." Boom 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 boom. It was like a thunderclap. The sword and the saber clashed hundreds of times in an instant. Heaven and earth trembled, and the chi waves turned into a storm. At the center of the storm, Li Qingshan's red hair was fluttering in the wind as he simultaneously activated the two states of Fanatic's End and War Demon's Possession, achieving a delicate balance between strength and technique. He fiercely and calmly dealt with War Devil's every attack, thoroughly enjoying the thrill of battle. And in this Demon Cave battlefield, if one were to say who had the best geographical advantage, it would definitely be him. The Qingzhou Cauldron was like a mountain. It hung in the sky and unleashed the illusion of Qingzhou. The Devil Cave was like a huge black mouth, constantly spewing out devil chi. At the same time, he used the laws of the demon domain to infect this world. This was where the two worlds intersected, and he was both a son of the 9 provinces and a king among demons. Not only was he unrestrained by any of the laws, but he even received the support of the two worlds, allowing him to easily gain the upper hand. "You fake, I'll crush you very soon. Even if you want to run right now, it's already too late," War Devil said sternly. His voice was icy cold. He spoke at a steady pace. Clearly, he was not using his full strength when he spoke in such an intense battle. The army pressed down from behind. The formation of 1,000,000 demon folk rapidly advanced into the sky. Their final target was the Qingzhou Cauldron. As for Li Qingshan, he was merely a relatively larger obstacle. As the army advanced, the demon chi on War Devil's body became more and more abundant. The power from the edge of the sword grew stronger and stronger. Even with the strength of the ox demon, he actually felt like he was struggling to fend it off. At the same time, the unraging monk became the most powerful of the 4 monk kings with the demon suppression statuary's suppression over demon folk. He fell into the guardian king's formation of demon suppression and poured all of his power into his body, turning into a furious guardian king. He swung the black chains in one hand and held the demon suppression tower in the other, swinging it around like a weapon. Even with that being the case, he constantly suffered blows under the encirclement of almost 30 demon kings. He could only use the power of demon suppression to nullify the attacks. And this was when the demon kings had to be on guard against the dragon king of the sea's sudden attacks at all times. They could not use their full strength. They were like a wild ox surrounded by a pack of wolves. It was only a matter of time before it collapsed. By the time the demon folk army surged over, they could only retreat step by step. Once they fell into their midst, they would probably be swallowed up in the blink of an eye. The Scarlet Dragon King unleashed its full firepower, spitting out thousands of streaks of scarlet light that bombarded the demon folk army. As a weapon of war, it was indeed suited for situations like this, but this was not the civil war of the 9 provinces. As each streak of scarlet light illuminated the gloomy world enveloped by demon chi, it was also diluted and weakened, causing extremely limited damage. Compared to the colossal size of the entire demon folk army, the number of demon folk they could destroy was nothing more than a drop in the bucket. The puppet kings they had unleashed had been torn to pieces by the demon kings a long time ago. One of them was even controlled by a demon king through some unknown method. Chu Lai King's heart tightened. Let alone the fact that he had spent most of his energy fighting so far, even in his peak condition, it was impossible for him to stop an army like that. The Green Province Cauldron could not suppress the demon folk army either. He could not help but look at his long-lost daughter. Little Anne's white monk robes fluttered in the wind, but she did not do anything the entire time. She held the delicate bell in her hand as she seemed to be chanting something. The 4 monk kings retreated as they fought. The enemy of Buddha really is unreliable. He's actually avoiding battle. We shouldn't have thought about relying on some enemy of Buddha in the first place. Concentrate. Don't talk too much. The dauntless monk said. Although Little Anne's identity as the enemy of Buddha was already undeniable, he still felt rather uncomfortable when he heard that. For some reason he still believed that she would be an indispensable force in this battle, or even decide the outcome. Moreover, if she really knew what fear was, that would be great. Demon folk were twisted and twisted, but most of them did not have the right to be called the enemy of Buddha. Anyone with an ounce of intelligence would know that Buddhas could not be defeated. Even now he still felt pained. One will, your cultivation in Buddhism is clearly limitless, so why do you have to become the enemy of Buddha? At this moment, a colossal shadow rose up, enveloping the glaring guardian king that the 4 monk kings controlled together. After the demon Chi on the battle demon Hun reached the limit, it turned into a vicious battle demon over 3,000 meters tall behind him. This method of gathering the power of the masses was nothing special. Li Qingshan had seen the disciples of the school of the military use it before, and the ghouls of the hungry ghost realm had used it before. However, when the battle demon Hun used it now, it possessed a completely different, terrifying might. It was unstoppable and overwhelmed everything. This world has become a part of the demon domain. This is an irreversible trend. Do you really think you can stop it with just the likes of you? The battle demon Hun and the 3,000-meter-tall battle demon spoke at the same time. Their voices overlapped and echoed through the surroundings. Towards the end, he suddenly swung his sword horizontally, and the battle demon behind him also swung a 3,000-meter-long demonic sword. A circular sword chi swept through 100 kilometers, actually cutting the Scarlet Dragon King in half. Everyone watched helplessly as the most powerful weapon of war in the 9 provinces fell from the sky. This sight was basically enough to drive them into despair. Chapter 11:22. Under the blue sky, white meteorites pierced through the sea of clouds and gradually accelerated. Their friction with the air generated heat, dragging pale yellow tails behind them as they hit the endless sea of insects. 33 consecutive explosions sounded, and each explosion caused a large part of the sea of insects to collapse. They were all aimed at the weak points of the entire swarm. Yu Wuyang and the others still didn't know what was happening, but North Moon's clone heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, the flying locust king was startled. It had a very uneasy feeling. In the deep crater, a sharp and ferocious bone claw suddenly stretched out. A skeleton demon stood up, its skull burning with the samadhi flame of white bone, ready to jump out. It opened its mouth and let out a soundless roar. Invisible waves swept across the ground, overlapping and resonating with each other. 33 skeleton demons formed the skeleton demon formation. At the same time, they opened their mouths and spat out the samadhi white bone fire, sweeping through the sea of insects. Xiao An's samadhi flames of white bone were most suited to dealing with these individually weak opponents with large numbers. Even if each flying locust was strengthened by demon chi, they would not be able to resist the samadhi flames of white bone. There was no interference from demonic chi here either. In the blink of an eye, flames rose everywhere in the sea of insects, reflecting in the compound eyes of the flying locust king. It couldn't help but be shocked and angry. It flew down and grabbed the head of a skeleton demon. Bang! Half of the skeleton demon's body was buried in the ground. Its body was plated with a layer of pale golden Buddha light, resisting the flying locust king's demonic chi. Bang! The flying locust king struck again. The skull of the skeleton demon cracked and sparks flew out. Bang! Until the third strike, the skull of the skeleton demon exploded. The samadhi white bone fire exploded, sweeping everywhere and igniting a large area of the sea of insects. The flying locust king was extremely fast. It only took a breath's time to destroy a powerful skeleton demon. However, there were 33 skeleton demons here. Gu Yenying and the others wouldn't sit and watch it do whatever it wanted. They all attacked together. The flying locust king wasn't afraid of being attacked. However, the speed of the fire was astonishing. It was like 33 sparks falling into a pot of oil. Before he could react, the sea of insects had already turned into a sea of fire. Although the samadhi flame of white bone did not have the power of the Buddha slaying sword that extended to the main body, the destruction of so many clones in an instant caused the flying locust king's chi and blood to churn and his mind to surge. He disregarded everything and broke through the encirclement. Xiao Qin shattered another 3 skeleton demons in a row. However, he could not stop the fire from spreading. The insect swarm that had accumulated for many years was burned to ashes. 1,000 years of resentment had vanished in an instant. No! He let out a hysterical roar. Without the swarm of insects causing trouble, the Ascension Heavenly Tribulation immediately stabilized. The Golden Cicada Spirit King took advantage of the great tribulation of heaven and earth to free his body from the cicada slough. His body also grew from a baby to a child and then to a young man. He was handsome, intelligent, and clear. His eyes were black and bright. If it weren't for the pair of wrinkled cicada wings on his back, he would look no different from a human monk who had attained the Tao. It was as if the eggs had been waiting in the dark underground for many years, just for the pleasure of breaking through the soil layer, breaking free from the shackles, and spreading their wings to soar into the sky. Everyone could feel that his aura was undergoing a qualitative change. He was already at the last moment of the heavenly tribulation. Don't even think about it. The Flying Locust King urged the remaining Flying Locust Demon Generals. They recklessly rushed toward the heavenly tribulation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The skeleton demons turned into pure white skull prayer beads again. They shuttled back and forth, killing all the remaining Flying Locust Demon Generals. Then they turned into skulls, further tightening the formation. They cackled and surrounded the Flying Locust King. Little and through the whole string of skull prayer beads here not only to help the Golden Cicada Spirit King ascend, but also to get rid of the Flying Locust King once and for all. The change was so fast that it was like a flowing river. It was agile and smooth, and the whole situation was reversed in an instant. Yu Wuyang and Jin Fugue looked at each other. They almost couldn't completely understand what was going on. Of course, they also recognized that this was the trick of the Princess Xianyue. The battle on the Great Buddha Mountain had already shocked them. They didn't expect that she hadn't displayed her full strength yet. It was indeed true that the Xianin sect was destroyed by her alone. Come to think of it, since ancient times, those who were worthy of being called the enemy of Buddha were all peerless masters. Just now, the few people who were bullied by the Flying Locust King took advantage of the situation and surrounded them. They wanted to kill this locust plague that stretched across the Qingzhou and avenge billions of lives. Every time the skulls rotated, the skeleton demon formation would shrink. No one was in a hurry to attack. Instead, they each guarded one side and blocked any possible loopholes. They slowly approached the Flying Locust King to prevent him from fighting to the death. The Flying Locust King, who was in a desperate situation, seemed to be stunned. He ignored everything around him and looked up at the sky. His eyes were bloodshot and the corners of his eyes were cracked. 2 streaks of blood flowed down his cheeks. He let out a hysterical roar, "Golden Cicada!" The wind howled and wailed as if it was formed by resentment. It blew across the land and into the sky. It was anger and hatred that could never be relieved. The Golden Cicada Spirit King looked back and seemed to sigh, recalling those years in the past. A cicada that was attracted by spiritual energy and refused to crawl out of the ground. A flying locust that was unwilling to die with the autumn wind like billions of its kind. They met in the same spirit vein and endured countless seasons, opening up a ray of light in the darkness. They were insects, ignorant insects, fragile and short-lived insects. The probability of standing out from the rest of their kind and turning into monsters was so low that it was not worth mentioning. But in the trillions of choices made by the heavens, they became friends and witnessed each other's lives. You country bumpkin, do you know the joy of flying in the sky? When I become a demon king, I will be called the Flying Locust King. One day I will also be able to fly. But before that, I still need to endure. Endure what? I will take you flying now. Don't stop, it's too high. That damn baldy, it hurts so much. That's a monk. What monk? I will eat any baldy I see in the future. I won't let any of them go. Don't move, I will heal you. Hee hee, I have turned into a human. It will not be easy to discover when I eat people. If you don't eat people, those monks won't chase after you. Is there something wrong with your brain? What do you eat if not people? How can you become a demon general just by drinking tree sap? Besides, don't you think humans taste better? Whatever, don't blame me if you die. Sigh, we almost got wiped out this time. The King Chu's residence is really not easy to deal with. Good thing you reminded me. Stop. If you continue like this, you will be killed. Humph, how can they kill me, the Flying Locust King? Besides, you helped me, didn't you? Those monks will never guess your identity. Alright, stop pulling a long face. When you get the chant of Devanaga and I get my revenge, let's ascend together. Topple the demon suppression hall. What a great idea. Let's make a scene. Chapter 11:23. The golden cicada spirit king suddenly woke up and turned to look in the direction of Great Buddha Mountain. Although he could not see the soaring demonic chi, he could clearly feel the collapse of the void and the surging of the devil's den, and it was getting clearer and clearer. Li Qingshan said, "Little N and I will take care of the matter of the devil's den, don't worry and go." The golden cicada spirit king nodded slightly and gently took off his clothes. "This is my gift." The tribulation clouds that filled the sky gradually retracted, and the howling tribulation lightning also slowly disappeared. He stretched out his slightly wrinkled cicada wings and looked up at the sky again. This was what he had been looking forward to for 10,000 years. However, at the last moment he felt an increasingly intense pain somewhere in his heart. It was like a deeply buried thorn that he thought would melt with the flow of time, but it never disappeared because he had gotten used to the pain. Unexpectedly, it pierced his heart once again, causing blood to flow. His expression kept changing. Sometimes he felt pity and sometimes he was at a loss. The tribulation lightning that did not pose much of a threat suddenly became more terrifying than ever. The roar of thunder penetrated his sea of consciousness, and he felt as if his body and mind were about to be torn apart. Little N saw this scene through the eyes of the skeleton demon and seemed to understand something. He looked at the trapped soaring locust king. Golden cicada. With a wild roar, the soaring locust king rushed toward the tribulation lightning without a care. Everyone attacked together. Strong winds, black sand, long spears like dragons, and North Moon's doppelganger, not allowing him to escape. The soaring locust king did not dodge and took all the attacks head-on. There was only one thought in his mind. The skeleton demon formation spun and closed. The soaring locust king could not help but feel despair, but he still flapped his wings with all his strength. He flew toward the golden cicada spirit king. The skeleton demon in front of him suddenly moved to the side. The soaring locust king immediately rushed out of the encirclement and flew into the sky. Little Anne. Li Qingshan was a little puzzled, but he believed that she had her reasons for doing so. The golden cicada spirit king looked at the soaring locust king flying toward him. He did not panic or fear but instead showed a look of relief. His expression calmed down, and the roar of thunder faded into the distance. Die. The soaring locust king used all his strength. A claw grabbed the chest of the golden cicada spirit king. He'd completely disregarded the fact that he would be swallowed by the tribulation lightning. Or perhaps, it could be said that this was his objective, and he wouldn't hesitate even if he had to perish together with Qin Shi. The golden cicada spirit king looked deeply into the eyes of the flying locust king. There was a natural cruelty in those cold compound eyes. Hysterical hatred. There was also a deep pain. They had known each other for tens of thousands of years, but she had never seen him in such pain, even though he had been chased to the brink of death many times. He was always ready to take revenge. And under the manic appearance he was actually very smart, even smarter than the insect species, even smarter than Gu Shijiu himself. He would never delay his cultivation because of things like revenge, and he wouldn't even put it in his heart. He would take any disaster as a matter of course. Eating humans was a matter of course, and being hunted down by humans was also a matter of course. In the end it was just a matter of who was stronger. However, this act of vengeance had broken through this principle. It was not for the sake of cultivation, nor was it for the sake of satisfying one's appetite. It was all for the sake of vengeance. It was as if they were venting their anger and killing without restraint, all for the sake of letting him see it. I understand from the beginning to the end, the only one you hate is me. That betrayal was undoubtedly a blood feud that the flying locust king would never forget, and it was also a knot in his heart that he could not let go of for thousands of years. He kept thinking, was there a better way to solve it? From the very beginning he had done something wrong. Was it to deliver all living beings from suffering? Was it to be compassionate? Was it to eliminate evil and defend justice? Was it to punish evil and promote good? Or was it to betray friendship because of selfishness? To defeat trust with deception? To defeat kindness with malice? To bury himself deep in the magma lake? It was not just for the sake of cultivation. Helicoverpa rosa could be considered to have a vicious nature, and he had been hiding in the underground magma, but he had been allowing her to do whatever she wanted just to find an answer. However, until now there was no answer. He could not satisfy both sides, but at least he could still bear it. So when the sharp claws attacked, he did not counterattack, nor did he put on a defensive posture. Instead, he opened his arms and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I was wrong." In the next moment, the sharp claws pierced through his chest, golden blood splattered. The flying locust king gritted his teeth and said in a hoarse voice, "Golden cicada, it's too late." The tribulation lightning became more ferocious once again, wrapping their figures in the lightning, making them blurry. "I know," the golden cicada spirit king murmured. "You're always so hesitant, so indecisive. Since you've made up your mind to betray, you should have killed me directly. You wouldn't have ended up like this today," the flying locust king said fiercely. "I can't," the golden cicada spirit king said. "But you've already killed me," the flying locust king shouted. Although the tribulation thunder had reached its end, because of the flying locust king's intrusion, its power had reached an unbelievable level. The battle demon image behind him quickly faded, and then even his body began to disintegrate. The skeletal demons were eyeing him like tigers watching their prey. Even if he immediately escaped from the tribulation thunder, he would not be able to escape with his heavy injuries, and he had no intention of escaping. The golden cicada spirit king was speechless. He lowered his head. "I'm also at fault. I know that you're weak, stupid, and easily bewitched. I shouldn't have let you go to the bald monk monastery." The flying locust king suddenly noticed the translucent cicada wings behind the golden cicada spirit king. The madness and hatred on his face faded, and he seemed a little regretful. "Sigh, we're all going to die and you're still saying such things." The golden cicada spirit king sighed, but his mood was strangely relaxed, as if he had returned to a long time ago. The thorn in his heart had disappeared. As an ignorant insect species, a fragile insect species, he had no complaints about such a life. "But I haven't forgiven you yet. I want you to regret it forever." The flying locust king slowly pulled out his sharp claws, and punched the golden cicada spirit king in the face. Li Qingshan caught the golden cicada shell that fell from the sky. It was as light as a feather in his hand, but it felt indestructible. He gazed at the sky again, but he never expected the outcome to be like this. The two demon kings had died together. Gu Yannian glanced at the skeleton demon. With that, she would not have to take any risks or suffer any losses, and she would be able to kill the soaring locust king. Yet no one could find fault with this. Even the golden cicada spirit king himself accepted this result. This scheme was really hard to predict, and it was hard to say if it was mercy or cruelty. Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. In the dazzling lightning, the flying locust king and the golden cicada spirit king suddenly separated. Li Qingshan thought that the flying locust king had gotten his revenge and was ready to escape, but he saw the flying locust king turn into a locust and fly against the lightning. Its huge body almost cut off the lightning, but it accelerated the speed of its body breaking. The golden cicada spirit king fell down, his eyes widened, and saw the flying locust king gradually breaking in the lightning. "Oh!" He immediately spread his wings and flew into the sky. Boom! A loud sound drowned out the thunder, and the flying locust king's body suddenly broke into pieces. The dazzling light lit up the heaven and earth, even more dazzling than the lightning. The surging airwaves slammed the golden cicada spirit king heavily onto the ground. It was as if the heavens had poured out its last anger, and the calamity clouds finally dissipated. Rays of sunlight passed through the gaps between the clouds and shone on the earth. Chapter 11:24. Ding! The ethereal sound of the bell rang out and all fell silent. It was as if all sound had been sucked away by the sound of the bell. It was deathly silence and speechlessness. Clang! The bell shook again and the ethereal sound was immediately shattered. It became extremely chaotic and noisy. The demon folk army became restless. The bell did not seem to ring out from their ears but from their hearts. The unquenchable and unforgettable regret, anger, disappointment, loneliness and fear. All of them started to whisper, and along with the sound of the bell, the whispers grew louder and louder, roaring and arguing without end. This was the confusion and noise of life. Between life and death was great terror and great confusion. This was the chaotic soul. As little and urged on the chaotic soul bell, she chanted softly. It was both an indistinct dragon's roar and a solemn order, combining with the sound of the bell and becoming even more chaotic. Her silence just now was not only to control the skull prayer beads to deal with the battle in the distance, but also to balance the Buddha and the demon, pushing the power of the chaotic soul bell to the limit. Most of the demon domain army were regular demon folk, so they immediately fell into chaos and began killing one another. Even the demon generals became agitated. They were tempted to go on a killing spree. The demon commanders still maintained their rationality, but they could not maintain their footing at all. The demon kings were unaffected, but they did not have the authority to command the army at all. This belonged to the Dumohun army. With the army in chaos, they immediately lost their unity. The 3,000-meter-tall Dumohun immediately blurred. The Dumohun's expression changed and his killing intent immediately rose. Li Qingshan was overjoyed. This was basically a weapon of mass destruction. Sure enough, little and was the most reliable. The 3,000-meter-tall sword that had cut through the Scarlet Dragon King swept through the sky, surging with demon chi as it swung towards Little N in the sky. Little N ignored it. She did not move at all, focusing on powering the chaotic soul bell. Her white lunar monk robes drifted in the wind. A blood-red moon rose into the sky. Li Qingshan cut through the 3,000-meter-tall sword in a single stroke and stood in front of Little An. He pointed his blade at the Dumohun. "Your enemy is me." The Dumohun suddenly bellowed out. The 1,000-foot-tall war demon behind him also opened his arms wide. He let out a terrifying battle roar, which immediately drowned out the sound of the bell. The demon folk all roused from their chaos. Clear River Prefecture. The devastated land was bathed in the sunlight, and it was dyed with a layer of warmth. The golden cicada spirit king looked up at the sky in a daze. The cicada wings on her back rippled with a beautiful flowing light. Li Qingshan was also in a daze. Did this mean that he had failed the tribulation? After all, if he succeeded in transcending the tribulation, this world would not be able to accommodate him. Since he did not succeed in ascending, it meant that he had failed. However, such a situation was far too rare. Overcoming a tribulation was often a battle of life and death. If one succeeded, they would be able to ascend a level higher, but if they failed, their souls would be dispersed and they would not even have a corpse left. Generally, only one heavenly tribulation would have a chance of surviving despite failing to transcend the tribulation. Moreover, the possibility was very small. The serious injuries they suffered would often sever their path of cultivation. He had never heard of anyone surviving the Ascension heavenly tribulation. However, the golden cicada spirit king's cultivation had clearly increased, only half a step away from ascending. Not only was he unharmed, but he even benefited from it, which was unbelievable. However, Gu Yannian could vaguely guess the reason behind this. The heavenly tribulation was already close to its end, and the soaring locust king had thrown countless clones that possessed his aura into the lightning earlier. In the end, his original body died to the lightning too. Coupled with his personal strength that was extremely close to undergoing the tribulation, the heavenly tribulation concluded that the person undergoing the tribulation was already dead. There were far too many insignificant fortuitous encounters and rare coincidences involved, which was why this was the case. She could not help but sigh. The soaring locust king had wholeheartedly tried to stop the golden cicada spirit king from undergoing the tribulation, and he had put in tremendous effort, only to bear the horrific price of failing the tribulation for the golden cicada spirit king in the end. Jin Fugue and Yu Weiyang both let out a sigh of relief. No matter what, they had finally dealt with a great problem for the Green Province. This was their responsibility as the Golden Hawk Commander and the Great General King. Suddenly, he remembered what the soaring locust king had shown him in the beginning and asked Li Qingshan in a hurry, "How's the Chan Monastery of Devanaga? The demon suppression hall has been destroyed, and the demon cavern has already opened. The demon domain has launched a large-scale attack. An army of 1,000,000 has already killed their way over. I'm going back right now to provide support. If you're interested, you can go take a look with me." Li Qingshan glanced at the golden cicada spirit king. This piece of news did not faze him at all. He continued to stare at the sky blankly. He felt some pity inside. If he could come and assist them, it would definitely be of great assistance. In terms of cultivation alone, it was very likely for him to be the highest in the 9 provinces, standing between demon kings and demon emperors. However, it was best if he did not disturb him right now. As a result, he extended his hand, and a string of skull prayer beads wrapped around his wrist. He flapped his wings and took off. "First Father's clone, wait for me." The little phoenix caught up. "What do you mean First Father's clone?" Li Qingshan shot a glance at him. "Don't tell me that's not right? Don't follow me. You haven't even gone through 3 heavenly tribulations. Why are you joining in the fun? Go play with your younger sister." Li Qingshan ordered. Although the little phoenix was unwilling, he did not dare to talk back to Li Qingshan, even if it was only First Father's clone. He could only turn around and fly away. As the wind blew past his ears, Li Qingshan looked back. Gu Yannian caught up with him and walked beside him. She smiled and said, I can't not join in the fun. Yes, but be careful. This battle is very dangerous. Li Qingshan solemnly reminded her. Even a great cultivator might not be able to protect themselves in such a battle. Thank you for your concern, Gu Yenying said. I was worrying too much. With your ability to sail with the wind and preserve your strength, it would be strange if there was any danger, Li Qingshan said with a smile. Please don't make me sound so bad. In any case, I have helped you a few times. Gu Yenying said. Yes. I will never forget Commander Gu's great kindness. Li Qingshan said with a smile. Suddenly he felt the skull prayer beads on his wrist tighten. Yes, it was indeed not the time to joke around. Gu Yenying let out a long laugh and sped up, flying off. After hearing Li Qingshan's words, Jin Fugue and Yu Weiyang looked solemn. They looked at each other and felt bitter. It was hard enough to deal with a flying locust king. Now the locust plague was over and the demon plague was even more ferocious than the locust plague. The Qing province was really full of disasters. If they knew the current situation in Thousand Ghosts Abyss and the approaching army of Yu Kingdom, how would they feel? Are you going? Jin Fugue sighed and asked Yu Weiyang. Yes. Yu Weiyang said decisively. As a descendant of the military school, how could he be afraid of a battle? The Naraka realm is not as fun as the Ashura realm, Jin Fugue said. The position of Golden Eagle commander given to him by Great Xia was not worth the risk. I didn't ask you to go. Since you are going, how can I not go? Be careful on the way. Take a rest. A smile appeared on Yu Weiyang's stern face. In the blink of an eye, only Helicoverpa Rosa was left. She looked at the golden cicada spirit king and wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, she returned to the underground without saying anything. Suddenly, everyone heard the sound of cicadas and looked back. The sound was similar to the chant of Devanaga, but it was completely different. It was more exquisite, like a long song resounding through the sky and the earth. There was no subtle and profound zen, only indescribable sorrow. A long song was a cry. The sound of cicadas was getting louder and louder, almost beyond human hearing. Chapter 11:25. The monks of the Chan monastery of Devanaga stood on the top of the mountain and gazed into the distance. Within the surging demon chi, they could only make out a blurry silhouette of Great Buddha Mountain. And it was enveloped by an even deeper, greater shadow. That was the shadow of the army of 1,000,000 demon folk, which surged towards the green province cauldron in the sky with a roar. At the very front was the towering figure of the war demon, commanding the army of 1,000,000 demons. Even from here their battle roars could be heard clearly. An ink dragon swam around the demon folk army, moving between the demon kings. Its body had been sliced and ripped apart countless times, even shattering to pieces, but it would reform again and again, except it seemed much weaker. He had already done everything he could to keep the demon kings busy, but there were just far too many demon kings. They all supported one another, making it difficult to kill a single one of them. If it were not for his undying body, he probably would have died here a long time ago. His only hope was above the clouds. Chu Lai King controlled the Green Province cauldron and did everything he could to suppress the surging demon chi. He also sucked Little and into the illusion of the Green Province. Little and shook the Chaos Soul Bell, forcing the War Demon King to use a battle roar to fend off the bell, preventing him from wreaking havoc as he pleased. Li Qingshan swung his demise-frenzied blade, constantly attacking the War Demon King and stopping his advance. As for the 4 monk kings, even with the unraging monk using the demon suppression statuary, the demon king still hunted them down everywhere, running into danger time and time again. Even protecting themselves became an issue. As for the Dragon King of the Sea, strength weakened. Even more demon kings managed to free up their hands and rush over to support the war demon Hun. They did not attack Li Qingshan. Instead they circled around to the back and directly attacked Chu Lai King. Once the illusion of the Green Province was destroyed, the power of the demon cavern would no longer be suppressed. Whether it was the demon folk army or the demon kings, they could unleash their full strength. No one could stop them. Li Qingshan's heart sank. No matter how powerful he was, he could not split himself up. He had no time to support Chu Lai King. Chu Lai's expression was solemn as he stood in the center of the Green Province's illusory realm. The illusory realm suddenly became corporeal. Mountains, rivers, grass, trees, and even the demon kings entered. Immediately lightning flashed, thunder roared, mountains collapsed, and the earth cracked. One of the demon kings suddenly became sluggish, and his expression became distorted. It was as if he was suffering from some illness or had some problems with his cultivation. Coincidentally, a series of lightning bolts struck down, and there was a loud boom. His body was smashed to pieces. The other demon kings didn't dare to be aggressive anymore. They turned around and patrolled the borders of the illusion before slowly advancing. These foreign invaders would be suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth of the world of the 9 states, and the illusion of the green state derived from the green state cauldron was the condensation of the power of the laws. At this moment, it displayed astonishing might, suppressing the attacks of the demon kings like an unbreakable fortress. However, this was one of the few great demon dens in the world. The demonic energy that soared into the skies was enough to easily contaminate an area of 1,000 miles. As the bridgehead for the invasion of the demon region, how could it be so easily suppressed? Boom! The sword and the saber clashed again. Battle Devil Hun roared and swung his sword down. Li Qingshan flew backward, a few strands of his scarlet hair fluttered down. Killing intent flashed across Battle Devil Hun's face. Alright, very well. You're still trying to buy time when you've already come this far? But I'm the same. You'll definitely lose this battle. If you don't believe me, you're welcome to raise your head and take a look. In an instant, the illusion of Qing province was gradually infected by the demonic qi. In the illusion, an oriole was chirping on a branch. Its feathers suddenly turned pitch black, and its body twisted and expanded. It let out a mournful cry that was no longer pleasing to the ears. The other mountains, vegetation, flowers, birds, fishes, and insects all began to demonify. The demon kings approached the green province cauldron closer and closer. The black scar that represented the demon cauldron on the cauldron grew larger, and vein-like patterns spread out. The demon folk army had already reached the city walls. Although they had been disturbed by the bell and slowed down drastically, they still approached the illusion of the green province. As long as they surged forward, Li Qingshan would never be able to stop them, and the illusion of the green province would not be able to suppress them either. This battle would be considered a defeat. The Dauntless Monk and the Dauntless Monk flew several hundred kilometers away from Great Buddha Mountain before breaking free from the pursuit of a few demon kings. They were both exhausted and covered in wounds. The other 2 monk kings were already dead. They had blown up their sariras to stop the advance of the demon folk army, creating a chance for them to survive. However, within the surging demon qi, even the light from their explosions seemed so feeble. They looked at Great Buddha Mountain reluctantly. Don't tell me we've really lost? Li Qingshan was completely unworried. He yawned and stretched. You'll definitely lose this battle. If you don't believe me, you're welcome to listen carefully. Chapter 11:26. The golden star on the horizon lit up before turning into a golden streak that tore through the sky. What's that? It's so fast. The unraging monk and the dauntless monk were surprised. They had never seen such a swift streak of light in their lives. What was even stranger was that the golden light was vaguely similar to the Buddhist light. Had other Buddhist cultivators come to reinforce them? In the next moment they also heard cicadas. They looked at one another. Don't tell me, the golden cicada spirit king. The first to mention this name was actually the war demon Hun, which demonstrated just how deep his understanding of the 9 provinces was. His expression was rather stern, but he said in disdain, "What a joke. Do you really think you can turn defeat into victory just by being a mere demon king?" "You'll know once you try," Li Qingshan said. The golden light paused and stopped above Great Buddha Mountain. The golden eyes gazed down at the mountain, but they did not spread their wings or fly into the sky. Only the cicadas' cries grew louder and louder, almost shrill. The war demon's roar suddenly stopped. The cicadas' cries seemed tangible, pouring into his mouth and blocking all other sounds. His body glowed with golden light. The bell immediately grew clear again. For a moment, the demonic army fell into chaos. They began killing one another again. Blood flowed like rivers raining down from the sky. The gigantic war demon shuddered and immediately blurred, collapsing even faster within the cicada's cries. "Anyone who hesitates will be executed without mercy," the war demon Hun ordered. The demon kings ignored the power of the laws of the world and charged towards the green province cauldron as hard as they could despite the lightning, thunder, hail, and rain. The green province cauldron became more and more contaminated by the demon qi. It could no longer suppress the surging demon qi anymore. Instead it was pushed upwards. Even Chu Lai King could not hold on any longer. There was a flash of golden light. A handsome young monk descended from above, standing on the green province cauldron. His kasaya fluttered in the wind, giving off an air of nobility that surpassed the Green Province. He brought his palms together and chanted, Amit Ba. His clear voice turned into a ring of golden light and swept out. The dozen or so demon kings were all sent flying, even suppressing the demon chi's contamination. The cicada's cries never stopped. The war demon Hun also charged over with the other demon kings, his horse galloping. Unstoppable. Li Qingshan stood with his saber horizontally. He could not let them step into the illusion of Qingzhou. Although the Golden Cicada Spirit King's current realm was high, he had already consumed a lot of power when he was going through the tribulation just now. It was impossible for him to compete with so many demon kings in terms of energy consumption. Suddenly, a black figure floated beside him and formed a human figure. He stood beside Li Qingshan with his sword in hand. Li Qingshan gave him a sidelong glance. Are you all right? He didn't expect the Dragon King of the Sea to answer, but to his surprise the Dragon King of the Sea said, Very well. That's good. Li Qingshan laughed. The two demon monarchs raised their sabers and swords at the same time, facing the demons. Earth Force Field. Li Qingshan's eyes were bright and dark, with himself as the center. The surrounding force field kept changing, contracting, and expanding, causing the demon kings to move forward and backward involuntarily. Although they couldn't focus their power on a single demon king to completely control their movements, they were able to instantly tear apart the encirclement. This caused a subtle time difference in the joint attack. The fastest was still Battle Devil Hun. His legs had already disappeared. He faintly merged with the demon horse beneath him. Man and horse as one, he slashed with his sword. Die. At this moment, if Li Qingshan gave up on controlling the force field and allowed the demon kings to display their advantage in numbers, victory would be decided in an instant. But if he didn't care about it, the power of this sword would definitely not be able to withstand it head-on. The black shadow floated over. Mo Wuhan turned his body and waved his sword to meet the Battle Devil Hun. That 3 feet green sword seemed so weak compared to the huge sword, but at the moment when the two swords collided, the black color spread out, following the huge sword to the Battle Devil Hun, pulling him into the painting. This was the Dragon King of the Sea's ultimate skill, Thousand Autumns painting. The reaction of the demon kings was also extremely fast. At the moment when they were disturbed by the Earth's force field, they displayed their strongest ultimate skills. Hundreds of eyes split open on their bodies, or condensed dark purple light balls between the 3 sharp horns on the top of their heads and so on. The terrifying demonic light that was enough to destroy a mountain pounced over like a landslide or a tsunami. The Dragon King of the Sea dragged Battle Devil Hun into the painting. Although he had the absolute advantage, he couldn't move freely anymore. And even if he could move, the Qingzhou Cauldron couldn't. Chu Lai King had obviously reached his limit. Little and focused on activating the Chaos Soul Bell while the Golden Cicada Spirit King used the cicadas chirping to suppress the Battle Devil Hun while dealing with more than 10 demon kings. It was already very difficult. If there were more than 10 demon kings, the illusion of Qingzhou would definitely be broken. After the demon kings were demonized, although they didn't look like humans and looked more like demons, but in terms of scheming and craftiness, they were even stronger than ordinary human cultivators. This joint attack was determined to succeed. If anyone dared to block it, they would be annihilated in the face of this overwhelming power, regardless of whether they had bones of steel or a painting of 1,000 years. The Earth's force field had a strong effect on any physical object. However, the effect was not so obvious on light waves and airflow. However, Li Qingshan had always been very comprehensive. He stood guard in front of the illusion of the Green Province without taking a single step back. His eyes suddenly became calm, as deep as the ocean. The terrifying demonic light was reflected in them. He spread his arms and a smooth mirror surface unfurled before him. Last radiance of the setting sun. However, the terrifying demonic light bombarded the mirror, causing it to distort and cave in. It couldn't withstand such a fierce attack and started to crack. Li Qingshan frowned and struck out with his palm. Return. Boom. With a loud bang, the mirror shattered and the demonic light exploded. The airwave swept out for thousands of miles and cleared the heaven and earth. The surging demon chi was suppressed, and most of the mountain peak of Great Buddha Mountain was devoured by the demonic light. The Green Province Cauldron was knocked high into the air by the shockwave. At least it was not directly attacked, so the illusion of the Green Province could be maintained. The painting shattered and the war demon broke free. His body had already completely merged with the warhorse. He swung his sword and charged over without the slightest hesitation. Half of Li Qingshan's bones were exposed. He swung his blade and cut through the demonic light. Again? The cries of cicadas, the chimes of bells, battle cries, roars. All sorts of sounds gathered together and merged together, shaking up the surroundings. Buddhist light, demon chi, blade aura, sword light. All sorts of colors crisscrossed, flickering as they collided and dissolved. This was the collision of two worlds, but under the swaying of the chaotic soul bell, the demon folk army was on the brink of collapse very soon. The chaotic soul bell was originally more suited for dealing with ghouls. They were either walking corpses or possessed no bodies, so it was easy for them to fall into chaos. If it were used against regular cultivators, the effects would be drastically reduced. However, the twisted and absurd way of thinking that demon folk were born with made their very nature twisted and chaotic, which was why they were able to achieve something like this. Little and tried fusing the Buddhist supreme technique, the chant of Devanaga, into the chimes to further restrain himself. The first to collapse was the war demon over 3,000 meters tall. As the demon folk army descended into a chaotic battle, it was no longer able to maintain its body, collapsing into surging demon chi. The cries of cicadas suddenly became louder and louder. A strand of coiling golden light seeped out of the surging demon chi like a soaring dragon or snake. It turned into over a dozen strands of golden light and pierced through the demons. Even the demon kings could not respond in time. They all shuddered and were immobilized. Chapter 11:27. How could Li Qingshan let go of such a good opportunity? The tiger stripes on his face spread and formed a king character on his forehead. His hostility soared to the sky as he performed the tiger demon's fury. At the same time, he was still in the state of battle demon's possession and fanatic's end. Break! The demon fighter flew out with a look of disbelief as if he had been punched in the face. In a trance, Li Qingshan's figure disappeared and turned into a tiger demon with a blade in its mouth. He drew a red light and in the next moment he returned to his human form. He had already retracted his magical power. His bones were full of cracks and his body was on the verge of collapse. He turned back and grinned, "You've lost." Several demon kings were crushed and killed in one move. No! The demon fighter roared. They had such a great advantage, how could they lose to a few people? However, in the cultivation world all power belonged to the individual. Quantity had never been able to compete with quality. Li Qingshan ignored the demon fighter's wails and said to Gu Yenying in the distance, "Are you here to watch the show? Seeing that you guys are united and can cut through metal, I thought I didn't need to do anything. But all right." Gu Yenying rushed to Great Buddha Mountain and had been standing far away. Seeing the Dragon King of the Sea and Li Qingshan joining forces to fight against the enemy, she couldn't help but sigh and feel gratified. At this moment he opened his jade folding fan and waved it from top to bottom, attracting the astral wind from outer space. Then he waved it from bottom to top, raising the hot wind of hell and blowing it towards the group of demons. The golden cicada spirit king stood on the Qingzhou cauldron with no sadness or joy on his face. The invisible sound was like a golden light shuttling back and forth. Wherever it went, the demon kings trembled. Only a powerful battle demon like the demon fighter could barely resist the invasion of the cicada's sound. The wind whistled and the cicada's loud and clear sound. The situation was gradually reversed. Li Qingshan felt the blazing phoenix fire in his heart rapidly healing the injuries on his body. If it was in the past, he could barely make one move by activating the state of triple burst. His body would immediately collapse. However, the fact that he was able to withdraw from this state after such a long and arduous battle was a testament to his strength. His Phoenix Nirvana Sutra was only a hair's breadth away from the 5th level. Once he broke through to the 5th stage of the Phoenix Nirvana Sutra, not only would he have another chance to use the Phoenix's Nirvana Sutra, but he would also be able to hold on for a while longer. Instead, he had completely balanced his 4 heavenly fiend god transformation, and his strength would reach a whole new realm. This battle was the key to breaking through. Unknowingly, the ringing gradually faded away. Almost all of the devil army had fallen into a frenzy. More than half of them were dead or injured, and the rest were still killing each other fiercely. Rivers of blood flowed everywhere. If there was no external intervention, it would be impossible for them to regain their consciousness. Little and heaved a sigh of relief and put away the Chaos Soul Bell. With a wave of his left hand, the skull prayer beads spun and formed the skeleton fiend formation, surrounding the Qingzhou cauldron. They blocked the attacks of the demon kings and resisted the invasion of the demonic qi, protecting the tottering Qingzhou cauldron. With a wave of his right hand, a river of blood surged out from the blood sea banner. It hung upside down and sucked the million demon folk into it. First, it used the dead to fuel the water before devouring the living, growing larger and larger. In the blink of an eye, the river of blood expanded by 100 times, surging like a dragon of blood. Even the demon generals and demon commanders could not escape the fate of being devoured. Then it soared back and coiled around the Green Ruins' illusory realm, protecting the Green Province cauldron like a fortress. Little and wrapped his hands around the air and slowly coiled them. The endless sea of blood and the skeleton fiend formation clashed. Only now did the demon kings attacking the Qingzhou cauldron realize the situation. They wanted to charge out, but they discovered that the sky was filled with the color of blood and fire. The devil army of 1,000,000 was stripped of their flesh and blood in the sea of blood, reduced to skeletons. With a series of whooshing sounds, the skull prayer beads surged towards them. The skull prayer beads would turn into skeleton fiends from time to time, cackling as they lunged towards them. This sight was basically like the cycle of reincarnation in hell. It left the demon kings pale in shock. Chu Lai King gazed at Little Anne's back. The blood sea banner ruffled, the white monk's robes billowed, and her long hair drifted in the wind. Her figure was not particularly large, but it possessed the supreme dignity of ruling over everything. Suddenly he felt like it was unreal. This is my daughter. A strange light flashed through the golden cicada spirit king's eyes too. He doubted whether he had made the right decision in luring her to the Chan monastery of Devanaga. However, he immediately dismissed this thought. He could sense that the Buddhist nature she possessed was not fake. The dauntless monk and the unraging monk watched this unfold. They had no idea what to say. The effects of the bell were powerful, but it was still invisible after all. It did not possess such a great impact. Was this the power of the enemy of Buddha? Senior brother, this enemy of Buddha is probably not something we can deal with, but looking at her words and actions, she doesn't seem like the enemy of Buddha. The unraging monk deliberated over his words. He was open-minded and unconstrained. He would not simply treat her as the enemy of Buddha just because of the path of white bone and great beauty. Whether she's the enemy of Buddha or not has nothing to do with us anymore. Even if the imperial advisor of the left comes in person, what can we do? The dauntless monk shook his head helplessly. Coupled with the extremely vicious Li Qingshan, who could still deal with her? Who would still be bold enough to deal with her? Buddhism was particular about fearless sacrifice, but that was not just throwing away one's life for nothing. And, just like what the unraging monk had said, she was not like the soaring locust king, massacring the masses and massacring them. In the blink of an eye, the tables were turned. The demon kings were cut down one by one, turning into a part of the boundless sea of blood. Little Anne gave up on her control over the skull prayer beads, allowing them to attack freely as skeleton fiends. She gripped the blood sea banner with both hands and leapt up, swinging it hard. A fan-shaped streak of blood-red light swept through the sky, and the two demon kings vanished. The blood sea banner danced about in her hand. Streaks of blood-red light swept through the sky, and the demon kings fell into the blood sea banner one by one, struggling and tossing about in the blood sea banner. The sticky blood stuck to their bodies firmly, spreading throughout their entire bodies. If they wanted to break free, they would have to contend against the entire sea of blood. Skeletons of various sizes crawled all over their colossal bodies after demonification, nibbling away at them bit by bit like ants swallowing elephants. The blood sea banner's effects had always been extremely limited. Although it could create a space of its own, the first thing she needed to do after obtaining resources was to increase her cultivation, then refine the Buddha-slaying sword and then the skull prayer beads. The resources given to the blood sea banner were negligible, so it was unable to unleash much of its effects. However, after devouring an army of 1,000,000 demons, the blood sea banner's power reached an unprecedented level. It demonstrated the terrifying might of the boundless sea of blood, the shore of which there is no turning back. Under the support of the Golden Cicada Spirit King and Gu Yenying, Li Qingshan and the Dragon King of the Sea had slain over a dozen demon kings consecutively. The War Devil Hun had basically become all alone, no longer as mighty as when he first arrived. Right now, whether or not he could break free had even become a problem. Why is it like this? The War Devil Hun was filled with reluctance. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out in his ear. Do you want to win? Who are you? Come refine me. Kill them all. A strange, twisted sword shot out of thin air, appearing before the War Devil Hun. He grabbed the hilt instinctively. Chapter 11:28. Oh no! Li Qingshan's eyes narrowed. Originally, he thought the Forsaken Immortal Sword had probably fled to the demon domain after not appearing for so long, but he never expected it to still appear, and at the most critical moment. Chu Lai King and the others who had witnessed the Forsaken Immortal Sword's power all shuddered inside. They experienced an ominous feeling as if a great disaster was about to befall them. In the cultivation community, absolute disparities in strength were often not something numbers could make up for. For example, an army of 1,000,000 demon folk was nothing before little An. The Forsaken Immortal Sword's own strength had already surpassed Li Qingshan and the others. If the Battle Demon Hun was added to the mix, it would probably reach an unimaginable level. Stop him. Li Qingshan lunged over and little An followed from the left and right. The terminal wildflower blade and the Buddha-slaying sword slashed down at the same time. The edges of the blades revolved with black shockwaves, and the edges shone with golden light. Either one of them could easily kill a demon king. Come refine me. You'll possess unprecedented power. The Forsaken Immortal Sword's enticing voice echoed through the Battle Demon Hun's head. The reason why it hadn't made a move and had endured until now was because as a sword, even if it possessed extraordinary strength, it had to bear the innate shackles. It had to be wielded by someone. Regardless of whether it was the sword master or the sword slave, there had to be someone to hold the hilt of the sword. With its own strength, it could reign supreme for a time, but it could not sustain a prolonged battle. Just now, after destroying the demon suppression tower, it had basically used up all the power it had obtained from Elder Tian. If it struck out recklessly, it would be in danger of being captured, which was why it had hidden itself in the demon cavern. It was waiting for an opportunity. Now the opportunity had finally arrived. You want me to be your sword slave? The Battle Demon Hun was filled with caution. He could sense the abnormality of the sword in his hand. It was definitely not a weapon that a demon king could casually wield. No. It's just a partnership. If we work together, killing all of these people is nothing difficult. Or do you want to die here for nothing? Do you want to become a great joke, a pitiful failure? The Forsaken Immortal Sword soul spared no effort in persuading him. It was filled with urgent desire. This fighting devil mix was simply the best choice. His strength was more than a level higher than Elder Tian's, and he could unleash even more of its power. At the same time, he did not have the ability to become the sword master, so he could find an opportunity to turn him into a sword slave during the intense battle. It was not a difficult task. If it was a normal day, no matter what, Battle Devil Hun would not easily refine the abandoned immortal sword. In other words, no demon king would take such a risk. Even if they wanted to refine it, they would have to be fully prepared. No one was willing to become a sword slave and end up being devoured by the sword. However, in the current situation, there was no time for hesitation. The communication was completed in the blink of an eye. As the sword and saber slashed down, he said decisively, "All right." He tossed aside the large sword in his hand, which turned to dust in midair. He gripped the abandoned immortal sword tightly with both hands, and it suddenly gave off a dazzling demonic light. Boom! The terminus frenzied flower blade and the Buddha-slaying sword slashed at the demonic light at the same time. The demonic light suddenly transformed into a sword light that expanded and contracted indefinitely. It was actually able to resist the sharp edge of the blades. It was the Forsaken Immortal Sword Light. Your time of death has come. The voices of Battle Devil Hun and the Forsaken Immortal Sword Soul overlapped, and the surrounding void distorted and collapsed. Countless tiny cracks appeared. Li Qingshan's expression became increasingly solemn. This meant that Battle Devil Hun's power had already surpassed the limits of what this world could contain. If it were not for the fact that they were above the demon's lair, it would definitely have caused a huge change in the weather. He had only seen such a scene when Xiongqi had descended. Little and waved the Blood Sea banner, sweeping them into the sea of blood. The boundless sea of blood surged, and layers of it piled up to form a semisphere that enveloped them in the center. Countless skeletons surged forward, but before they could even approach, they were shattered by the expanding and contracting sword light. Little and did not expect the Blood Sea banner to be able to deal with Battle Devil Hun. He only hoped that it could slightly delay Battle Devil Hun from refining the abandoned immortal sword. How is it? Li Qingshan asked. It's no good. The Blood Sea banner can't trap him and we can't stop him from refining the sword. It won't take long. Before Little N had even finished speaking, the Blood Sea banner erupted with streaks of light. The sea of blood exploded loudly, and a streak of light rushed out in an unstoppable manner. Once Battle Devil Hun broke free, cutting through the illusion of the green province that was on the brink of collapse would be a piece of cake. Even the golden cicada spirit king would not be able to stop him. Once the illusion of the green province was broken, the demon's lair would no longer be suppressed. Very soon, the region of 500 kilometers would be reduced to demonic soil. Let alone defeating Battle Devil Hun, even breaking free would be difficult. As for the Dragon King of the Sea, Li Qingshan, Little An, and the Golden Cicada Spirit King, they were still fine. They all had their own methods to protect themselves, but Chu Lai King, the Dauntless Monk, the Unraging Monk, and Gu Yenying would probably die here. Even the monks of the monastery who had yet to make it too far away, or even all the living creatures within a range of 500 kilometers, would fall into the demon's claws. Were the humans and demons of the Green Province still unable to stop the invasion of the demon domain after a bitter battle? If we want to break free, we have to do it now. It'll be too late if we hesitate any longer, said Little Anne. Everyone please back away. I'll deal with him, said the Golden Cicada Spirit King. Fellow Golden Cicada probably isn't this demon's opponent. Li Qingshan was still being polite when he said that. The Golden Cicada Spirit King had just failed his tribulation in the first place. First, the soaring Locust King's claw pierced his heart, and then he went through a great battle. At the same time, he had to help Chu Lai King suppress the demon Qi. He had already reached his limits. It was impossible for him to be Battle Devil Hun and the immortal Forsaken Sword's opponent. There's always a way. The Golden Cicada Spirit King's handsome face was indifferent. Though we'll probably have to destroy fellow Little Anne's arcane treasure. Don't tell me you're thinking of... Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. The Golden Cicada Spirit King was clearly determined to die, wanting to drag the Battle Devil Hun down with him. Perhaps he had already made up his mind before coming here. Was he going to sacrifice himself for his cause and save the world, or was he going to give an explanation to the soaring Locust King? Perhaps it was both. Looking around, the situation on their side was not optimistic. There was no need to mention Chu Lai King and the others. Though the Dragon King of the Sea had an undying body, his power was also extremely weak. Little An, on the other hand, had conserved most of his power. He was even stronger than when he had first arrived, but it was difficult for him to fight against an opponent whose power far surpassed his. Especially after the Battle Devil Hun had refined the immortal Forsaken Sword, his swordsmanship was so strong that it was impossible for him to be struck by the Buddha-slaying sword. Perhaps only he, who had the last frenzied flower saber, could compete with him. Seeing the sword light in the Blood Sea banner getting brighter and brighter, this might be the only way. The Golden Cicada Spirit King walked towards the Sea of Blood. There was no fear of death on his face. There was not even the solemnity of sacrifice. Instead, there was a hint of relief. Wait. A tall figure stopped the Golden Cicada Spirit King. Li Qingshan said, "Fellow Taoist, you've cultivated so hard. How can you give it up so easily? Everyone, think of a way to suppress the demon's den. I'll be back soon." Saying so, he stepped into the Sea of Blood, facing the Battle Devil Hun and the immortal Forsaken Sword. Chapter 1129. Fellow Qingshan? The Golden Cicada Spirit King was mildly surprised. Chu Lai King and the others were stunned as well. Li Qingshan was all alone, so how could he contend against the battle demon spirit that had refined the Forsaken Immortal Sword? Or perhaps, not a single person or demon here could do that. That was basically no different from committing suicide. He has his own confidence. Little Anne said, but she seemed more like she was comforting herself. There was probably no one in the world who worried about Li Qingshan more than her, but there was also no one who trusted Li Qingshan more than her. She sucked in a gentle breath. Everyone, please suppress the demon cavern quickly. The Unraging Monk was the first to step forward. He used the demon suppression statuary and lifted a demon suppression tower high into the air. It grew larger and larger until it became like a small mountain, hurling it towards the demon cavern desperately. Stimulated by the demon Qi, the demon suppression tower doubled in size again, crushing down viciously. However, compared to the colossal demon cavern, it still seemed much smaller. The Golden Cicada Spirit King brought his palms together and unfurled his cicada wings. He trembled like a golden mist, and the chirping of cicadas rang out once more, spreading out like it was tangible. The dauntless monk Gu Yenying and even Jin Fugue Yu Wuyang, and the others who had arrived afterwards exerted their strength together, powering the black sand and atmospheric winds to suppress the churning demon Qi. Chu Lai King ingested a pill and slowly pushed the Green Province cavern down. But at this moment, the demon Qi suddenly surged even more violently, lifting up the Green Province cavern instead. Clearly, A powerful demon folk had taken action in the demon chi on the other side of the demon cavern. Afterwards, battle cries rang out in the demon cavern again. Everyone's expressions changed. Only then did they remember that the army of the demon domain they had annihilated with everything they had was only the vanguard. Now everyone was utterly exhausted. Even the Green Province cavern was on the verge of collapse from the demon chi. They could not help but feel a hint of despair. How were they supposed to stop them this time? Little An sucked in a deep breath and said loudly, "Your Majesty, you've watched the battle for so long. Can you show yourself?" Chu Lai King's heart shivered. He followed Little An's gaze. At the far end of the world, there was a floating mountain of clouds. Following Little An's voice, the mountain of clouds gradually dispersed, leaving nothing behind. However, the rainbow light in the air quickly twisted and trembled, revealing a shimmering silver dragon king. It was heading straight for Great Buddha Mountain. Everyone was above the demon cavern, where the two worlds intersected. Their senses were heavily affected, and they were focused on fending off the demon folk, so none of them actually sensed it. Chu Lai King felt bitter in his heart. This was really a case of, when it rains it pours. The Green Province was plagued with so many disasters. The long-awaited reinforcements from the Dragon Province never came. Instead, their mortal enemies came. The Silver Dragon King approached, and the King of Southern Yu announced loudly, "Chu Lai King, the Chu Empire's end has arrived." The expressions of the dauntless monk Yu Wuyang Jin Fugue and so on changed too. "Your Majesty, assist me in suppressing the demon cavern." Little An did not seem to hear the King of Southern Yu's declaration of war. "What did you say?" The King of Southern Yu was taken aback, but he was also amused. "Fellow Little An, didn't you hear me? I've come to destroy the Chu Empire. Even if I've helped you just now, don't push your luck." If it were not for the fact that he was hiding in the Cloud Mountains and saw the terrifying might of Little An's attacks, he would have directly attacked her and shown her his determination to destroy the Chu Empire. He waved his hand. "Since you've already converted to Buddhism, this has nothing to do with you. You better back off to one side. Father, please pass on the throne to me. Please pass the throne to me." Shaoan turned to fierce King Chu and said, "All right." Chu Lai King did not hesitate at all. Right now, the only person who could save the Chu Empire was his daughter. As long as he could protect the legacy of his ancestors, it did not matter whether she was the enemy of Buddha or the child of Buddha. From today onwards, Princess Dark Moon shall inherit the position of King Chu. She shall be known as the Dark King of Chu. Dark King of Chu. Little An murmured before saying to the King of Southern Yu, "It has something to do with me now. You're forcing my hand." The King of Southern Yu frowned. "Have you come this time to take over the Green Province, Your Majesty?" Little An asked. The King of Southern Yu sank into thought. No. The Green Province was much smaller than the Mist Province. Its resources were not as plentiful as the Mist Province either. Even its greatest advantage, its population, had declined drastically after the disaster. However, before this, the King of Southern Yu was still very interested in ruling over the Green Province. Not only was this the ambition of the previous kings, but the population only needed a century to recover. However, after witnessing the sights of the myriad ghosts abyss and Great Buddha Mountain, he had already completely changed his mind. He had to fend off the attacks of the Hungry Ghost Realm and the Demon Domain at the same time. Only a complete idiot would be interested in ruling over the Green Province. "Then you've come to destroy the Chu Empire?" Little An asked again. "Exactly," said the King of Southern Yu. He had come all the way here not to destroy the Chu Empire. Was he here for a holiday? "All right, then, in the name of the King of Chu, I declare that from today onwards, the Chu Empire no longer exists. It has officially been destroyed," said Little An. Let alone the King of Southern Yu, even Chu Lai King was stunned. The Chu Empire that had existed for tens of thousands of years had actually been destroyed in the time it took to utter a single sentence? What do you mean by that?" the King of Southern Yu asked. "All right, you've already destroyed the Chu Empire. Are you satisfied with this result? Or are you saying you're determined to pull up the weeds by the roots, even killing me, the ruler of a destroyed empire?" Little An said. The King of Southern Yu smiled bitterly. "You should know that I've never wanted to become enemies with you and Qing Shan." "I don't agree," Chu Lai King said furiously. The Green Province cauldron trembled. "King of Southern Yu, if you want to destroy my Chu Empire, then let's perish together." "Humph, it's not like my Yu kingdom will be the first to suffer anyway." The King of Southern Yu obviously would not be threatened like that. Just as they were about to draw their swords, Little An called out, All of you shut your mouths. Her furious call that contained the chant of Devanaga rang out like a great bell, deafening even the deaf. You two short-sighted fellows. You call yourselves kings in vain. What are you fighting over in the land of the snail's horn? The demon domain and the hungry ghost realm have invaded at the same time. The 9 provinces are on the verge of destruction. Do you want to become ghouls or demon folk? Little and had always been quiet and ethereal. Apart from Li Qingshan, no one had ever seen her angered before. Now that she was furious, the world fell silent. Well said. The golden cicada spirit king praised. Please reconsider, fellow cultivators. Fine then. You're the king of Chu after all. Chu Lai King was helpless. He calmed down his anger and also thought it through. The kingdom of Chu was just a name at the end of the day. As long as the Ji clan was preserved, couldn't they restore the kingdom? The king of Southern Yu also considered Little Anne's words. Neither the hungry ghost realm nor the demon domain were easy to deal with. When demons and ghouls ran amok, even if the Mist Province wanted to remain safe, it would be impossible. Fine then. I've come to help you suppress the demon cavern. I'm just helping you. Thank you, your majesty. Little Anne bowed and thought to herself, learning how Qingshan speaks from time to time seems to be quite useful. She was not actually angry. She was already prepared to leave. Although she was merciful and wanted to suppress the demon cavern and save countless lives, even if the entire 9 provinces were added together, they were not as important as Li Qingshan alone. Chapter 1130. As soon as Li Qingshan stepped into the sea of blood, flashes of light filled his vision. He instinctively crossed his arms in front of his chest, and stabbing pain followed closely. The edge of the sword pierced his arms, and the tip plunged into his chest. His skin turned light green and the muscles on his arms bulged. He used the strength of the ox demon to block the sword light. You dare to come and die. Battle Devil Hun and the abandoned celestial sword's voice overlapped, their eyes filled with killing intent. Li Qingshan looked at them calmly. Even if you become a slave and lose your sense of self, do you still have to win? Battle Devil Hun's heart trembled. His compatibility with the abandoned celestial sword was disrupted. No one would be willing to become a slave, let alone a sword. Shut up. The sword pierced deeply into Li Qingshan's body. Even the ox demon forge's its skin couldn't block it and cracks appeared on it. As an enemy, you are not worthy of my respect. Li Qingshan grinned, full of contempt. Die. Battle Devil Hun roared, pushing Li Qingshan forward. The abandoned celestial sword's chi exploded, mincing Li Qingshan's organs and crushing his indestructible tiger bones. The sword light flashed and Li Qingshan passed by. Li Qingshan glanced back, and his body shattered loudly, turning into phoenix flames that filled the sky. With a phoenix cry, the phoenix danced and the flames retracted, turning back into Li Qingshan's body. A pair of red eyes stared at Battle Devil Hun as if saying, "It's not over yet." Battle Devil Hun held his sword and stood on his horse, casting aside all other thoughts. In his eyes, there was only Li Qingshan's existence. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to kill him. Let's see how many times you can resurrect. Every time you resurrect, I will kill you. Every time you resurrect, I will kill you 10 times, until your soul is destroyed and you are beyond redemption. Nirvana rebirth was a powerful divine ability, but in the face of absolute power, it was just a matter of time. Li Qingshan also understood and smiled. Don't worry, this is the last time. One more time and he would turn into an egg, which was no different from being killed. This was also the limit of the number of Nirvana rebirths he could achieve as a demon king. Even if he broke through to the 5th layer of the Phoenix realm, it would not increase. This was the true final battle. Then die. Battle Devil Hun waved his sword, the twisting and changing sword aura shot towards Li Qingshan from an unimaginable angle. Clang. Li Qingshan cut through the streak of light with his blade. His mind was as tranquil as the ocean. Only with the divination of the spirit turtle and his instincts for battle did he manage to block the attack. The strange sword chi it contained made his whole body tremble. The next moment, the real sword edge slashed in front of him, almost without any warning. The spirit turtle's profound shell appeared and shattered. Ox demon forges its hide tear. The edge of the sword collided with the tiger bone, and the sound of metal clashing rang out. Only when the tip of the sword pierced into the tiger's bone did it stop. Boom. Li Qingshan fell into the sea of blood, stirring up huge waves. Battle Devil Hun followed him like a shadow. The sea of blood surged over, shattering when it came within 300 meters of him, spraying blood everywhere. The skulls cackled as they assembled into the skeleton demon formation, attempting to stop Battle Devil Hun. Battle Devil Hun did not even look at them. With a swing of the sword, the 3 skulls blocking his way were split in half silently. They erupted with surging samadhi flames of white bone, illuminating the gloomy sea of blood. Battle Devil Hun charged out of the sea of fire and laughed madly. "What's wrong, Li Qingshan? Is this all you've got? How pitiful." It was no longer possible to tell whether this was Battle Devil Hun's voice or the Forsaken Immortal's voice. He swung his sword high into the air and swung down violently. The deep sea of blood was split in half by the twisting streak of light. Li Qingshan gritted his teeth as he stood within it. He swung his blade again, barely managing to block another attack. A crack appeared on the blade. "No, you're not his opponent." The Wildflower Sword Soul could not help but say. "Are you afraid?" Li Qingshan smiled. The Wildflower Sword Soul was speechless. As an Azura divine weapon, it was impossible for her to admit that she was afraid. She knew that as a weapon she was destined to face such an outcome. But when the day came, she still wanted to continue living. She did not want to accept such a fate. "It's okay, I'm afraid too," Li Qingshan said calmly. He was also afraid of death. Who was not afraid of death? However, this was the path he had chosen, a path that would bet his life on. Even if he was afraid, he would not hesitate. Battle Devil Hun rapidly approached, like a god of death descending. The shadow of death enveloped him. This was the first time he had been so close to death since becoming a Monster King. However, his heart blazed with the desire to live. So he flapped his wings and soared into the sky, brandishing his blade as he did his best to meet Battle Devil Hun. Shaoan was extremely nervous. She desperately powered the Blood Sea banner and Skull Prayer beads to interfere with the War Demon Hun's movements, but it was basically useless. She forcefully resisted entering the Sea of Blood, as she understood very well that it was impossible for her Buddha-slaying sword to land a hit on the War Demon Hun. Instead, she would be heavily injured by the Forsaken Immortal Sword. Li Qingshan would be distracted, which would instead lead to negative effects. She unconsciously bit her lip, not even noticing that blood had seeped out. No, it was not enough. She had to become even stronger. The Wildflower Sword and the Demon Sword separated as soon as they came into contact. Li Qingshan was once again sent flying. A terrible wound appeared on his chest, spreading from his left shoulder to his right. It was so deep that bone could be seen. If it were not for the fact that his tiger bones were hard, he would have been cut in half. Before he could recover from his injuries, Battle Devil Hun followed him like a shadow. He was still a hair away from the 5th layer of the Phoenix transformation, but he had no time to consider where this hair was. A tiger's roar shook the heavens and earth, containing incomparable rage. The Battle Devil banner fluttered against the wind. Blade light flashed. Li Qingshan unleashed his full power and fought with Battle Devil. The blade light and sword shadows blurred their figures. In the end, only the sword wheel and the blade wheel could be seen clashing fiercely. Chapter 1131. The Phoenix's glorious cry rang through the sea of blood, causing the millions of souls to experience a moment of peace as they gazed up at the undying divine bird. A flash of sternness flashed across the Battle Devil's face, which was immediately covered by madness and distortion. He swung his sword and cut through the sea of blood. The Phoenix descended from above, pecking at the Battle Devil with its sharp beak. This was the blade in Li Qingshan's hand. The moment the blade and sword collided, dazzling light erupted and space shattered. With a rip, a huge gap appeared in the Blood Sea banner. Under the King of Southern Yu's assistance, everyone worked together to suppress the surging demon chi. The battle cries in the demon cavern grew louder and louder. At this crucial moment, the Battle Devil's appearance made everyone's expressions change. The strange, twisted Forsaken Immortal Sword was enough to instantly nullify all of their efforts. Li Qingshan suddenly tossed something high into the air, and a blood-red swirl blossomed in the air. It was the Azura Field. He flew into it with a beautiful arc of light. The Battle Devil hesitated for a moment. In the past, he definitely would have destroyed Little N and the others' plans to suppress the Azura Field first, but now the Forsaken Immortal Sword's madness had already sunk deep into his heart. His killing intent and hatred towards Li Qingshan occupied his mind, so he charged into the Azura Field right after him. His vision was covered in a layer of blood red. It was different from sinking into the sea of blood. Instead, it was a warrior's song of blood. It called out the primal desire for slaughter in his heart, so his killing intent grew heavier and heavier. Li Qingshan stood with his back to him. The phoenix wings shrunk to normal size and he exhaled gently. If the battle devil did not pursue him, then there would be nothing he could do. Hehe, are you finally afraid? Unfortunately, it's already too late. Once I kill you, I'll kill all the people you love and those who love you. You'll understand the consequences of opposing me. The battle devil smiled viciously as his killing intent surged. Before he had even attacked, the blood-red swirl in the sky began to spin rapidly, like a single eye watching the battle. Then come. Li Qingshan turned around. The tip of his sword was already several feet away from his nose, and he flapped his wings. He retreated rapidly, but the tip of his sword struggled to cross the several feet. It was so close that it seemed like the distance between them. After cultivating to the 5th layer of the phoenix, his speed was not inferior to the battle devil Hun's. However, this was only the beginning. A revolution was taking place. The tilted scales were slowly recovering their balance. Water and fire, the spirit turtle and phoenix, even the gods and demons, in the blink of an eye, Li Qingshan had already retreated to the edge of the Azura field. He could no longer retreat or dodge. The forsaken immortal sword would easily tear the Azura field apart. He pressed his fingers together like a sword and pointed at the tip of the sword. Dumo Hun's sinister smile became even sharper. The sharpness of the abandoned immortal sword was not something that could be blocked by flesh and blood. No matter how many divine arts he had, he would still be pierced by the sword. Li Qingshan didn't use any divine abilities. A wisp of flame ignited at the tip of his finger, and at the same time, a stream of water flowed out, coiling into the shape of a drill. Battle Devil Hun suddenly felt a strange power coming from the tip of the sword, which disintegrated his sword chi. He was shocked and became even more furious. He used all his strength and thrust his sword forward. Bang! It was as if thousands of fireworks had bloomed at the same time. In the resplendent light, Dumo Hun flew back 5 kilometers. Li Qingshan crashed heavily into the invisible barrier behind him. A large crack appeared on the barrier. A drop of blood seeped out of the falling fingertip of his right hand. The sword chi pierced through his heart meridian and headed straight for his heart. Are you crazy? Use the blade. The wildflower blade soul roared. You'll shatter if you use it anymore. Take a break. Let me deal with the rest. Li Qingshan looked at the scarred end of the wildflower blade in his hand. He tossed it casually and it stabbed into a distant mountain peak. Accept your fate. Dumo Hun swung his sword and pounced forward. Fate. Li Qingshan smiled. He brought his fists together and chanted, Ox, Phoenix, Tiger, Tortoise. Every word was incomparably solemn and heavy. It was as if they were separated by a long distance, but they were chanted in an instant. The illusions of Ox Demon, Phoenix, Tiger Demon, and Spirit Tortoise appeared above and below him. They spun rapidly and formed a blurry circle of light. Li Qingshan felt power he had never felt before fill his body and soul. He had ox horns and ox hooves, phoenix wings and phoenix feathers, tiger teeth and tiger claws, turtle back and turtle eyes. All sorts of transformations gathered on him. In that moment he was the ox demon and the tiger demon, the spirit turtle and the phoenix. But after balancing out all of his divine and demonic natures, he was still Li Qingshan. So he stretched out his left hand and the unpredictable blade fell into his hand. Blood splattered everywhere, but he held it tightly. He stretched out his right hand and clenched it into a fist. He punched Dumo Hun's shocked face. Boom! Dumo Hun smashed into the ground like a comet. The left side of his face caved in. He was utterly enraged. Li Qingshan did not follow up with another attack. Instead, he spread his arms and pursed his lips firmly. His muscles bulged and the ground shook violently. Several hundred boulders flew into the air. As he clenched his fists, they rapidly compressed and condensed into fist-sized pebbles that revolved around him. Under Dumo Hun's shocked gaze, the entire Azura realm shook violently. With Li Qingshan at the center, wild winds whistled and flames blazed. Water surged into the sky, intertwining around him. They were earth, fire, wind, and water, the 4 origin substances of the world. At that moment he seemed to dominate this world. Dumo Hun, your time of death has come. Li Qingshan declared. His voice contained the moos of the ox demon, the roar of the tiger demon, the cry of the phoenix, and the silence of the spirit tortoise at the same time. The entire Azura realm echoed. You've only won one move. Do you really think you can win this battle? Dumo Hun turned into a streak of light and rushed into the air. Li Qingshan raised his right arm and a mountain rose from the ground. With a rumble, the streak of light pierced through the mountain. Li Qingshan sucked in a deep breath and blew hard. Within the deafening roar of a tiger, wild winds whistled, and the streak of light gradually slowed down. The mountain behind him was blown away by the wild winds, turning into dust. The streak of light paused and Dumo Hun's figure appeared again. He was blown away with an expression of disbelief. Li Qingshan flew up and pushed forward with his left hand. 5 sparks surged out from his fingers, turning into huge fireballs. They arced through the air and fell towards Dumo Hun like meteors. Dumo Hun galloped madly on his horse, but the meteors chased after him relentlessly. Even he dared not take the scorching heat head-on. He made a few sharp turns and the 5 fireballs exploded one after another behind him, creating lakes of lava. Impossible. How can his strength increase to such a level in an instant? Dumo Hun cried out inside. An invisible force pressed down heavily on him, and the ground within a radius of 5 kilometers suddenly sank by several meters. In that instant, firelight illuminated his face, and a sphere formed from earth, fire, wind, and water descended from the sky. He used the Forsaken Immortal Sword in a hurry, and his figure blurred, appearing 300 meters away. Boom! The sphere struck the ground, and a wave of earth surged out in all directions, covering a radius of 50 kilometers. Just now, it had calmed down and turned into a ring of mountains. The ground had completely changed. Chapter 1132. The War Devil let out a hysterical roar. Li Qingshan's expression was indifferent. His eyes were filled with the light of divinity and devil. It was as if he had become one with the heaven and earth, bringing with him a lofty aura of the heaven and earth. "There's something strange about this Li Qingshan," said the Black Warhorse. "I'm afraid it has something to do with this realm. Let's kill our way out. Do you want to swallow the bitter fruit of failure? Do you want to be mocked by the other demon folk? Do you want more power? I just need some sacrifices." The Forsaken Immortal Sword Soul's voice echoed in Battle Devil Hun's mind. "I must win," said Battle Devil Hun while gnashing his teeth. Suddenly he swung his sword backward. Blood splashed everywhere and a huge horse head flew into the air. It looked at Battle Devil Hun in shock and anger. In today's battle, there is only victory and no defeat. If you can't win, then only death awaits you." The war demon raised his celestial abandonment sword high up in the air. The twisted sword light swallowed the warhorse impatiently. The horse's head melted in the sword light before it even hit the ground, dyeing the blade with a layer of blood. A new power surged out of his body, and his demonic chi became stronger and stronger. It was able to fight against Li Qingshan in the sky as an equal. Li Qingshan watched indifferently until Dumo's demonic energy swelled to its peak. Only then did he say, "Are you ready?" The ground beneath Battle Devil Hun's feet split apart and soared into the sky. Li Qingshan descended from the sky, riding on the sphere formed by earth, fire, wind, and water. Boom! Heaven and earth trembled. 2 silhouettes froze in the sky. There were no divine arts or swordsmanship. There was only the violent collision of primitive forces. The wildly dancing sword wheel and the rings of earth, fire, wind, and water clashed thousands of times in an instant. The airflow and the halo rippled. It caused the entire Azura field to tremble. The blood-colored vortex in the sky spun rapidly. Suddenly, a small figure appeared from the depths of the vortex. He was wearing a red tutu and had his hair tied up in a bun. He was holding a slingshot in his hand. He looked like a little boy. Li Qingshan glanced around from the corner of his eye and thought, "Has an Azura king finally appeared? And he seems to be quite strong." Although he looked a little special, in the world of cultivation appearances meant nothing. War Devil, on the other hand, was extremely fearful. After all, this was Li Qingshan's Azura field. If the Azura king joined the battle, if they came to help Li Qingshan, the situation would become very unfavorable. There's no end to the fighting and killing. But this place isn't as weak as I thought. The little boy opened his lifeless, dead fish eyes. He didn't have the usual Azura's enthusiasm for fighting and killing. On the contrary, his interest waned. Not to mention participating in the battle, he didn't even have the interest to watch the battle. He sighed and looked away, making people wonder if he really belonged to the Azura tribe. He pressed his hands against the blood-colored vortex and struggled to free his legs. He descended from the sky, and the aftermath of the fierce battle swept through the Azura field. When it reached his side, it separated into 2, unable to touch him at all. Yin Qing hid in the void to avoid the aftershocks of the battle. When she saw the dark sun and moon pattern on the boy's doo-doo, she immediately revealed a look of shock. There's also an Azura sacrificial altar here. The little boy first landed on the Azura sacrificial altar, then flashed to the side of the last flower frenzy saber. He stood on his tiptoes and grabbed the saber handle to pull it out. And I think it's called last flower frenzy. Then he flashed back to the Azura sacrificial altar. This time, the speed he displayed was not any slower than Li Qingshan and War Devil. In fact, he was even more relaxed. He was like a dead fish, lying on the Azura sacrificial altar. His eyes were lifeless as he looked at the blood-colored vortex in the sky. He waved the last flower frenzy saber in his hand a few times, looking extremely bored. Once again people began to doubt his race. Let go of me. The frenzy saber soul roared, and the saber blade trembled. However, after a bitter battle, it was unable to resist the grip of that small hand. Sigh, I'm hated again. He casually threw the last flower frenzy saber to the side and hugged the slingshot. Little girl, you're still the best. What the hell is this thing? Not good. Li Qingshan's indifferent eyes revealed a look of surprise. He found that the earth, fire, wind, and water around him had a trace of disharmony. His current posture not only came from his own strength, but also from his absolute control over the entire Azura field. In order to maintain this posture, he didn't even dare to use his supernatural powers. However, the appearance of this little boy caused a huge flaw in his control, even though he didn't do anything. How could War Devil let go of such a good opportunity? The edge of his sword cut through the rings of wind, water, and fire, chopping towards Li Qingshan with irresistible force. Li Qingshan waved his arms, and the surrounding stones stopped in front of him. He suddenly pushed with both hands, and the stones shattered into pieces, turning into a sandstorm. War Devil turned into a curved sword light, dodging at high speed, but he was still sucked into the sandstorm. Explosions resounded, and the ground was filled with smoke and dust. It was full of holes. When the smoke and dust dispersed, War Devil's body was badly mutilated. He grinned and said, Li Qingshan, it's over. You can't win against me, you'll never win against me. After saying this, he raised the abandoned immortal sword high up and chopped at the void in front of him, trying to escape from the Azura field. No, kill him first. War Devil's expression changed and he stopped. You idiot, I'll naturally kill him later. Right now, I need more sacrifices. Kill him. War Devil clenched his teeth and his expression kept changing. He was arguing loudly with himself as if he was suffering from schizophrenia. There was a huge difference between man and sword. It wasn't that War Devil was stupid, and he didn't understand the principle of being weak first and then strong later. Just now, in the intense battle, he could feel the will of the abandoned immortal sword soul seeping into him, trying to enslave him. Just now, it had chosen to escape without his consent. This situation was very dangerous, and it was even worse than fighting with Li Qingshan. If the abandoned immortal sword obtained a large number of sacrifices, it would completely gain the upper hand. Only by fighting with Li Qingshan and continuously exhausting the abandoned immortal sword's power could he maintain the balance and avoid becoming a sword slave. External power really isn't that easy to borrow. Power that I can't control will only enslave me. Li Qingshan thought, but he didn't take the opportunity to attack. Instead he shouted, Hey kid, go home. Only by chasing away the strange Azura child could he be confident that he could suppress War Devil in the Azura field. Otherwise, even if he won, it would be meaningless. What does it matter to you? The little boy turned around and lay down on the Azura sacrificial altar. This is my territory. If you don't want to go home, then come help me. Otherwise, if this place is destroyed, you won't be able to stay, Li Qingshan said. You're an Azura? The little boy asked weakly. I will be in the future. Li Qingshan let out a murderous aura. I hate Azuras. The little boy picked his nose. Aren't you an Azura too? Li Qingshan asked. I hate myself too. The little boy changed his finger and continued to pick his nose. Fine, I'm actually a human. I hate humans more. The little boy put the nostril he had just picked up into his mouth and tasted it. Bah, bah. It's like booger. I don't have booger. Although it lasted for an extremely short period of time, it enveloped and obscured everything, obscuring Battle Devil Hun's senses. This was definitely not something a regular Azura king could use. Just where did this kid come from? He obviously would not miss out on such a great opportunity. With a single thought, he had already burst through the layers of light. He powered the force field of the world and sucked the forsaken immortal sword into his hand. Gripping it firmly, he bellowed out, "Spirit Turtle suppresses the seas." Battle Devil Hun suddenly experienced unprecedented weakness. His severed arm grew back in the blink of an eye, returning to its original state. It was not a particularly severe injury. However, the stone did not just break his arm. His connection with the forsaken immortal sword had been severed too. He gazed down in surprise and fury. The boy had returned to his original appearance, collapsing on the Azura altar of armaments. He murmured to himself, "Who told me to hate demon folk the most?" "Thanks." Li Qingshan laughed aloud and thanked him. The forsaken immortal sword in his hand erupted with thousands of streaks of light. He was reluctant to be suppressed and felt like he could not hold on any longer. He sneered, and the muscles on his arm tightened, turning a faint green. He powered the power of tremors at full strength. The forsaken immortal sword trembled violently, producing a series of resonances. Enveloped by the black shock waves, the dazzling streaks of light constantly shattered. "If you resist again, I'll destroy you," Li Qingshan said sternly. No matter how tough the material the forsaken immortal sword was forged from, it was impossible for it to contend against him now that it had lost its master, Sword Slave. The power of tremors was extremely destructive to solid objects. It was enough to completely shatter and destroy the forsaken immortal sword after it ran out of power. All right. I can fight for you. I'll acknowledge you as the master of the forsaken immortal sword. Stop. The soul of the forsaken immortal sword immediately gave in. As a sword, it was not afraid of failure. No matter who obtained it, they would need its power. It was reluctant to destroy it. However, just now, it could clearly sense that Li Qingshan was serious. He was filled with brutal determination. No matter how violently it twisted and twisted, its will to live remained. The battle devil was indeed astonishing. He did not try to take back the forsaken immortal sword. Instead, he attacked the void in front of him with all his might, preparing to escape. After the forsaken immortal sword was taken away, his mind became much clearer. He understood that he had no chance of winning this battle. There was no way he could kill Li Qingshan in his current state. However, this was not entirely a bad thing. At the very least, he had freed himself from the forsaken immortal sword. He did not have to worry about becoming a sword slave again. Wait until I return to the outside world and meet up with the army. Then I'll fight him to the death. If you want to leave? Li Qingshan flew down. The forsaken immortal sword soul said, "Refine me. You will obtain unprecedented power. Killing trash like this will be as easy as drinking water." Shut up. Most of Li Qingshan's strength was used to suppress the forsaken immortal sword, to prevent it from suddenly turning against him and fleeing. The power of the Azura field alone was not enough to stop the War Devil Hun from fleeing. Right when the War Devil Hun was about to flee, a bone sword appeared outside the Azura field, stabbing towards the War Devil Hun. The battle devil's heart went cold. He felt a sense of danger. The sword was covered in a layer of faint golden light, and it was extremely terrifying. However, Li Qingshan had already arrived. He clenched his teeth and condensed his chi into a sword to deflect the bone sword. Scram! The war demon charged out of the Azura field and brushed past Shaoan. He felt a slight pain in his waist. He had been cut by the edge of a sword. Such a small wound was not even worth mentioning. Even if the Buddha's light prevented the wound from healing, it was nothing. He would not die even if he was cleaved in half. Under his surging demonic chi, the Buddhist light was washed away in the blink of an eye. The wound was exposed and death suddenly began to spread. His body stiffened and he was pulled back into the Azura field by an invisible force. Chapter 1134. The battle demon was just like everyone else who had been struck by the Buddha's slaying sword. He was in disbelief as he watched the pale white flame surge and spread. He felt as weak as a mortal. "You've lost," Li Qingshan said. "I've lost." In the final moment of life and death, the battle demon instead recovered his composure. The demon domain is determined to obtain the 9 provinces and the forsaken immortal sword. "Very soon you'll follow in my footsteps, Li Qingshan." Li Qingshan gazed at the forsaken immortal sword in his hand and smiled. The demon domain is indeed very troublesome, but it can't be more troublesome than Qiongqi. Demon god Qiongqi? The battle demon was stunned. He stared at Li Qingshan deeply before being swallowed by the flames. A sliver of surprise flashed through the eyes of the boy who lay on the Azura altar of armaments like a corpse. He thought, Qiongqi? That's indeed troublesome, but what does it have to do with me? Am I supposed to be less troublesome? Little An stowed a ball of flames into his sleeve. Li Qingshan asked, how's it going outside? It's all right. Let's go take a look. Then Li Qingshan told the boy, Oi, stay here for a while. I'll talk to you later. However, he understood extremely well that with the great power this strange Azura king had demonstrated just now, no one could stop it from leaving the Azura field, not even him, the master of the Azura field. The boy lay there without moving at all. He said feebly, Don't talk to me. I hate you. Outside the Azura field, the king of Southern Yu and Chu Lai King worked together, slowly suppressing the surging demon chi. It was all thanks to Little An's chaotic soul bell and the golden cicada spirit king's cicada cry that they managed to effectively disrupt the demon folk army. They managed to earn a lot of time. However, there were clearly powerful experts among the demon folk army as well. They rapidly approached Great Buddha Mountain. Strange. Why haven't the reinforcements from the Dragon Province arrived yet? Jean Fugue powered the surging black cloud sand. The Green Province was far away from the Dragon Province, but both the Hawk God Protector and the royal advisors of the left and right should have arrived a long time ago. Against the invasion of the Demon Domain, it would not be strange for the 3 directors and 9 ministers of the Dragon Province to set out together. Why was it that they had not shown up yet? There's no need to think about it. He won't come. The divine kingdom of the other folk has fallen because of demon folk. How can they follow in their footsteps? Gu Yenying said. The invasion of the demonic domain concerns all living beings in the 9 states. Who can stay out of it? Yu Weiyang frowned heavily. Unless they had no other choice, the other folk did not want to oppose the demon folk either. What if the emperor of the Great Xia dynasty has other plans? Gu Yenying shrugged. There was a hint of playfulness in his voice. Another plan? Jean Fugue was slightly taken aback. Chu Lai King and the others heard it as well. Gu Yenying was born in the Dragon Province. Her identity was extraordinary, and the people she came into contact with were members of the imperial family and nobility. Her information was far more abundant than a 10,000-year-old dragon like the Dragon King of the Sea. She even surpassed kings of a province like Chu Lai King and the King of Southern Yu. Her words could not help but raise many wild and fanciful speculations. The dauntless monk and the unraging monk exchanged glances. They had felt doubtful a long time ago as well. As the leader of the Buddhist sects in the world, the Lingua Temple ignored the appearance of the enemy of Buddha and the invasion of demon folk. It was extremely strange. Just what was brewing in the Dragon Province right now. However, they could not afford to consider that right now. Gu Yenying's words were equivalent to cutting off all possibilities of reinforcements. If it were not for the fact that the great cultivators were all people with unwavering willpower, they probably would have scattered already. The current situation had not taken a turn for the better. The roars and battle cries in the demon cavern drew closer and closer. Once the demon domain army killed their way out, no one would have the strength to fight them anymore. Your Majesty, we've already done everything we can. Why don't we retreat to the Mist Province? A great cultivator secretly suggested to the King of Southern Yu. What's done is done. There's no need to say anything more. The King of Southern Yu said firmly. The great cultivator said nothing more, but he was clearly rather displeased. When he struck out, he held back even more. The King of Southern Yu understood the temperaments of his honored guests. They were probably all displeased with his decision. If they did not take any risks, they could still lend a hand, but once the demon folk charged out, they would immediately request for retreat. And it was impossible for him to use his own resources to forcefully clash with the demon folk. He thought, Li Qingshan, oh Li Qingshan. I've really done everything I can. At this moment, Li Qingshan stepped out of the Azura field with the Forsaken Immortal Sword in hand. He looked around and said loudly, I've slain the demon of the war. Everyone riled up with vigor. Some of them even found it rather unbelievable. Just how terrifying was the combination of the demon of the war and the Forsaken Immortal Sword. Yet, Li Qingshan had actually slain and taken the sword away. Just how powerful was he right now? At this moment, the battle cries in the demon cavern were already inches away. The demon chi surged even more violently, struggling to suppress it. Li Qingshan passed the Forsaken Immortal Sword to Little An. Be careful not to let it escape. The path of the sword it contains truly is extraordinary. It's definitely on par with the sword scripture of heaven and earth. You can take a shortcut and comprehend it. With that he leapt into the demon cavern. Little and gripped the forsaken immortal sword and immediately began refining it. As soon as the forsaken immortal sword left Li Qingshan's hand, it began to tremble violently before gradually fading away. It wanted to flee into space. Little and first stabbed the sword into the blood sea banner, then pulled it out. It was already coated in a thick layer of bloody light. He then activated the skull prayer beads, turning them into tiny skulls that bit tightly onto the blade of the sword. Finally, he hung the chaotic soul bell at the end of the sword hilt. The sword trembled and clanged. He did not forget to say, "If you dare resist, I'll have Qingshan destroy you when we get back." These methods and those words were indeed effective. The forsaken immortal sword gave up on struggling and turned to threaten him. "I'd advise you to obediently let go. Do you know what will happen to you if you want to become my sword master? Your mind will gradually become twisted, and your thoughts will become frenzied. In the end, you won't even be able to recognize yourself." Little smiled. "If you say that, then you must have sensed it. Great beauty and white bone, life and death, withering and flourishing. In the eyes of the world, her heart of white bone had always been an extremely twisted and frenzied existence. Even though she had coincidentally obtained a sliver of humanity during her cultivation, that was definitely not her true nature. If a mere sword soul wanted to shake the great will and great vow of the path of white bone and great beauty, it would be a fool's dream." The forsaken immortal sword soul was momentarily speechless. It muttered viciously, "Just what are the origins of these two?" Li Qingshan's figure swelled in the wind, turning into a towering ox demon. He swung his fists down. Boom, 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 boom. The demon cavern was in shambles, covered in crisscrossing spatial cracks. However, this was only a temporary measure. The surging demon chi clearly did not fear the slashes of space, and the cracks would eventually recover. Li Qingshan sucked in a deep breath and leaned over the demon cavern. He murmured, "Spirit turtle transformation." Chapter 1135. Li Qingshan arched his back high into the air, turning into a five-colored turtle shell. His four limbs hung down like four huge pillars that held up the sky. However, the color of his body was as gentle as jade, shining with divine light. He sank down slowly, and the demon chi surged and dispersed. The spirit turtle suppresses the seas, remaining completely still. Everyone was speechless for a moment. They were stunned by this power. Boom. The huge spirit turtle that Li Qingshan had transformed into suppressed the demon cavern, pushing the power of the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression to the limit. He let out a deep roar, like a dragon's roar from the depths of the ocean. The demon folk army surged before the demon cavern, only to see a jade wall that glowed with divine light blocking their way. That idiot fighting Demon Hun. His entire army has been wiped out. The commander of the demon army was a short, old woman. She was naked, but she was covered in red fur. Her withered face was filled with ruthlessness. She said to the demon kings behind her without even looking back, "Shatter him." In that moment, streaks of demonic light illuminated the entire demon cavern, shooting over. The red-haired old woman smiled viciously. The power of several dozen demon kings striking out together was so great that it could instantly destroy a mountain. Trying to block the demon cavern with their bodies was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. However, the jade wall suddenly flashed with a mirror-like luster, reflecting the demonic light back, which surged violently in the narrow demon cavern. The red-haired old woman's face changed and she retreated backwards. Her retreat was not a big deal, so the demon kings retreated with her. Originally, it was not like they could not stop them with their strength, but none of them wanted to stand out. As a result, the demonic light whistled into the demon folk army. Countless demon folk were reduced to dust, suffering heavy casualties. Li Qingshan sniggered. Just like when he used the ox demon transformation, the spirit turtle's profound shell and the profound light illuminates all were his two great innate abilities. Their power had reached an unprecedented level, and he could use them freely like he was eating or drinking. The red-haired old woman flew into a rage. "All of you get him. I'll definitely kill anyone who takes another step back." Seeing how her techniques were ineffective, the red fur all over her body surged, stabbing towards Li Qingshan like millions of needles. The demon kings rushed over too, attacking furiously. Li Qingshan felt an itch in his abdomen, followed by a violent vibration. If this went on, he wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Raising his head that resembled both a dragon and a snake, he asked Chu Lai King, "What are you waiting for, my friend?" All right. Chu Lai King waved his sleeves and pointed downwards. The Qingzhou cauldron fell heavily, and with a loud bang, it pressed down on the turtle's back. Li Qingshan carried the mountain-like Qingzhou cauldron on his back. Not only did he not feel uncomfortable, but he also felt that he was with the entire Qingzhou, forming a perfect whole. The mountains and rivers of the Qingzhou flashed past his peaceful eyes. Every mountain was his body, and every river was his blood. The itchiness and pain in his abdomen instantly lessened. Chu Lai King was also surprised. He had actually understood the Qingzhou cauldron in an instant and borrowed its power. The red-haired old woman gave up on attacking. Her face was gloomy. The realm above the devil's den was sealed again, although it did not have the demon-suppressing power of the demon-suppressing hall. However, it was far sturdier than the demon suppression hall. With their strength alone, it was impossible for them to break through it in a short period of time. The surging demon chi dispersed, revealing the starry sky again. Before they knew it, night had already fallen. Everyone could not help but look at the horizon. Never had they found the river of stars to be so resplendent. Looking further down, Great Buddha Mountain was no longer the same as before. In its place was the divine turtle with the huge cauldron on its back. He was the one who had ended the war. Qingshan. The unraging monk arrived before the spirit turtle. He was filled with mixed feelings. With Li Qingshan's strength, he could leave if he wanted to. No one could stop him. Even if demon folk ruled the world and turned the 9 provinces into a demon domain, not a single demon king would be able to do anything to him. Moreover, he could be regarded as half a war demon, so perhaps he would be even more at home. Don't worry, master. The demon cauldron has already been suppressed. Li Qingshan turned his huge head. His deep eyes seemed azure blue at first glance, but as he gazed into them they grew darker and darker, becoming as dark as the deep sea. They shone with the glow of divinity, flowing with Buddhist wisdom and tranquility. The unraging monk's heart warmed up. Even within Buddhism, just how many people could take on such responsibilities and make such sacrifices? Who was bold enough to say that his disciple was not worthy of being a Buddhist disciple? The dauntless monk brought his palms together towards Li Qingshan. Amitabha, I thank you in the place of all the living beings in the world. You might be a demon, but your actions are akin to the Buddhas, dragons and elephants. You've rendered boundless virtue. Thank you for your praise, Abbot. I'd rather be an ox than a child. Li Qingshan suddenly understood Brother Ox's feelings a little. If he had to choose, he would rather carry a child on his back than become a beast for the Buddhas of the 9 heavens to ride on. The dauntless monk frowned, but there was a sigh of, just as I thought. Exactly. The golden cicada spirit king smiled. Gu Yening seemed to be in thought. She approached him and asked with a smile, Is it heavy? Of course. Why don't you try carrying it on my back? Li Qingshan said in exasperation. Actually, it was not heavy. Most importantly, he could not move at all. It was extremely suffocating. At a time like this, the water mirror's image demonstrated its usefulness. I can't carry him. Gu Yening laid out her hands. Is it worth it to do this? I just want to do it. It doesn't matter whether it's worth it or not. With a thought, a mirror clone emerged from Li Qingshan's left eye and yawned. Soon afterwards, a mirror clone emerged from his right eye as well, turning its head forcefully. Under the spirit turtle transformation, all of the spirit turtle's innate abilities strengthened, ensuring sufficient mobility. Looks like you've already found a way to deal with it, Gu Yening said. Of course. I can't stay here all the time. I still have to go to the Ink Sea. Li Qingshan smiled. Li Qingshan, I'll be waiting for you in the Ink Sea. Don't make me wait too long. The Dragon King of the Sea left with a flick of his sleeve, turning into a swimming dragon and disappearing into the horizon. We fought side by side after all. Can't we turn enemies into friends? Gu Yening sighed. Women shouldn't stick their noses into men's matters. Li Qingshan said. Don't even think about it. Gu Yening widened her eyes before breaking into a self-deprecating laugh. She extended her hand and patted Li Qingshan's head. I'm going. You can stay here. Crunch. Li Qingshan bit down and Gu Yening had already taken off with the wind. Her words drifted down from the horizon. Hurry up and get out of here. You still owe me something. I'll need your help very soon. Got it? Li Qingshan raised his head and looked at Chu Lai King and the King of Southern Yu. Can your majesties come over for a chat? I was just about to bid farewell. Qingshan, is there anything else you need help with? The King of Southern Yu said very amiably, which made Chu Lai King frown heavily. Little An has already told me about your help. I'll definitely repay you handsomely in the future. Li Qingshan said. You're too kind, Qingshan. The king of Southern Yu smiled. He had been waiting for that. Everything he had done in the Green Province could be said to be for the sake of Li Qingshan. With Li Qingshan's vengeful nature, he immediately felt like everything was worth it. Your Majesty, King of Chu, there's something I'd like to discuss with you, Li Qingshan said. What is it? Chu Lai King said. Chapter 1136. Good idea. If we want to suppress demon caverns long-term, tree kings are the best choice. The various demon caverns of the Mist Province are all being suppressed by a great banyan tree right now. The king of Southern Yu clapped his hands. He was eager for the banyan tree king to take over the Green Province and become the god of the province. Kid, you haven't disappointed me after all. A streak of golden light shot over. Madame Teng had been forced into retreat by Little An, so she was obviously reluctant to accept this. Coupled with the fact that the battle had truly been chilling, she had been hiding in the shadows the entire time, waiting for an opportunity. Chu Lai King said nothing in thought. He looked around. Everyone looked at him, waiting for his decision. However, apart from the Dauntless Monk and the Unraging Monk, both the Golden Cicada Spirit King and the King of Southern Yu would probably stand on Li Qingshan's side. As for his daughter, it went without saying. She basically seemed to be bewitched by Li Qingshan. He could not help but sneer. If I don't agree, you'll be forcing me to abdicate. Li Qingshan chuckled, but he did not deny it. He still had many things he needed to do. He definitely could not remain here for long. The gate of hungry ghosts in the myriad ghosts abyss has opened. If we ignore it, the Green Province will become a land of death very soon, said Little An. This point was also verified by the huge cavity to the south of the Green Province cauldron. Your Majesty, it looks like that's all we can do. The Dauntless Monk considered it for a while before also going up to persuade him. He did not want Great Buddha Mountain to end up in the hands of demons, but it was better than being taken over by demon folk. The 9 cauldrons are a symbol of vassals of Great Xia, so what's there to be reluctant about? And when the Green Province faced a disaster, has Great Xia ever sent a single soldier? Instead, it's me, your old enemy, who has come to help you. The King of Southern Yu stood with his hands behind his back and said slowly. Chu Lai King looked at the King of Southern Yu with a frown. The King of Southern Yu stared back without backing down. They were natural enemies. However, this grievance had been passed down from their ancestors. There were no specific grievances between them. Chu Lai King could not help but think about what Little An had said about the snail's horn. Perhaps it was time to put an end to this. He let out a long sigh and finally nodded. All right. After a moment of determination, he completely cut off the connection with the Qingzhou cauldron, turned around and left. Your Majesty. The Dark Queen stepped forward. She bowed gracefully, showing more respect to this frustrated man than usual. Chu Lai King's stern expression softened a little. He looked back again. Little An was also watching him leave. He sighed in his heart. No matter what, the Ji clan had finally produced a cultivator with a boundless future. As for how far she could go, it would depend on her fortune. However, how could he be willing to fall behind his daughter? He took a deep breath and compared himself to the 10,000 worlds in the heavens. The 15,000 kilometers of the Green Province was truly nothing more than a snail's corner. As a result, he let go and said to the Dark Queen, "Come on a stroll across the sea with me." "I understand," the Dark Queen said gently. A streak of silver light rushed into the air. The King of Southern Yu rode the Silver Dragon King back to the Mist Province with his honored guests. "Qingshan, I'll go meet up with the monks first." "I'll be troubling you here," said the Unraging Monk. "Go if you want to. Cut the nonsense," Li Qingshan said bluntly. After Chu Lai King completely severed his connection with the Qingzhou cauldron, he immediately felt much more at ease. He had benefited quite a lot from comprehending the laws of the world it contained. Damn disciple. The Unraging Monk bellowed before smiling to himself. It still sounds better like that. However, when he turned around, he saw the Dauntless Monk talking to the Golden Cicada Spirit King. He was extremely polite, which surprised him slightly. According to the seniority of the Chan Monastery of Devanaga, fellow Golden Cicada can be regarded as our senior. The Dauntless Monk brought his palms together. "You're too polite, Abbot? How can someone who's been exiled be a senior?" The Golden Cicada Spirit King returned the gesture. This is an old custom of the Chan monastery of Devanaga. Looking at it now, there are some omissions. You've protected the Buddhist Dharma and purged the demons, so the Chan monastery of Devanaga owes you greatly. I'm willing to take back the order of exile in the name of the abbot. I wonder if you're willing to accept that? Only then did Li Qingshan understand the dauntless monk's plans. Right now, the Chan monastery of Devanaga was at its weakest. Not only had they lost their headquarters, but 2 of the 4 monk kings had died as well, and their other losses were innumerable. In these chaotic times, this was definitely not a good omen. If he could invite the Golden Cicada Spirit King back to the monastery, then his strength would instead increase by quite a lot. In terms of battle prowess alone, the 4 monk kings probably would not be the Golden Cicada Spirit King's opponent even if they worked together. He could not help but lament over the fact that all of these leaders were pragmatic. If this had happened to other demon kings, they probably would not have accepted it, but the Golden Cicada Spirit King's feelings for the monastery were extraordinary, so he did not treat his exile as some sort of injustice or humiliation. He brought his palms together. Then thank you for your magnanimity, abbot. The man and demon hit it off immediately, meeting up with the monks and discussing the matter of rebuilding the monastery. Jin Fugue and Yu Weiyang bade farewell to them too. Madame Teng was still reluctant to meet the Banyan Tree King, so she had vanished a long time ago. In the blink of an eye, Great Buddha Mountain fell from the sky. Only the sound of wind could be heard. Little and hugged her knees as she sat on Li Qingshan's head, gazing at the crescent moon. Li Qingshan smiled and closed his eyes, submerging his mind into the Green Province cauldron. Time passed in a hurry. In Towering City, an ancient and soothing laughter suddenly rang out. The Sea of Trees surged. On the northern edge of the Sea of Trees, a great banyan tree sped up, growing until it reached half the size of the Banyan Tree King. It lit up with brilliant light and gradually shrank, turning into a humanoid shape and making its way north. Li Qingshan opened his eyes and smiled. We're finally here. With that, the Banyan Tree King arrived before Li Qingshan. He studied the spirit turtle with the huge cauldron on its back and praised with a smile, "You set off as soon as you heard the good news. As soon as you heard the good news, you immediately set off. Qingshan, your strength has increased by another level." "Same here. Let's take this Green Province cauldron." "Alright, but we need to take it slow this time, just in case the demon folk take advantage of the situation." "Of course. I'll stay here for a while longer, all the way until you become a god of the Green Province." The Banyan Tree King leapt into the Green Province cauldron. A while later, the cauldron erupted with brilliant light, rushing into the sky. Lush, green leaves surged out like a spring. A great banyan tree rose into the sky, and aerial roots extended and drooped down, wrapping around the Green Province cauldron and covering it. In the battle against the demon domain, the Green Province cauldron had been struck multiple times. Many fine cracks that were difficult to make out with the naked eye appeared on its surface, which made it convenient for the Banyan Tree King to extend his roots thinner than hair into it. Then he used his countless branches to comprehend the laws of the world within. "I've already comprehended a part of it. You can use it as a reference," said Li Qingshan. Under the spirit turtle transformation, his ability to comprehend and calculate became even more startling, so he passed this information to the Banyan Tree King. "You've actually comprehended it to such a level already? You sure are talented. You can save me quite a lot of time." The Banyan Tree King sighed in amazement. With the experience of digesting the Mist Province cauldron, his strength was incomparable to before. It was much easier this time, splitting the cauldron in an orderly manner. At the same time, the Dragon Province cauldron shook violently in the Imperial Court on Dragon's Head Mountain. A middle-aged man in bright yellow dragon robes and a crown on his head stroked the cauldron as he muttered to himself. "You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure."